And Megan Fox here at PJ Media is explaining.
What's tip 4?
Well, don't trust women. I think you just touched on that with your Dancing with the Stars.
You can still love me.
I do. I love you all the time.
Our First Amendment rights are huge. They are very important to me. They should be important to everyone.
Don't be a public official if you don't want to be filmed, ma'am.
Megan Fox.
Yes.
That's right. Get out of here.
Hey guys, good afternoon. I'm back. It's Megan Fox. We're gonna catch up on the Maya Kowalski trial. Maya's on the stand today. Obviously we're behind, but what we missed, let's go over what we missed last time we left off. And before I get started with everything, obviously I'm sure many of you know about the situation that's happening in Israel between the Palestinians and Israel. There's all-out war, and I just want to say that I pray for peace, and I encourage all of you to do the same, because what's happening over there is just, it's World War III, and I'm not happy about it. I'm very sad and scared about it, and all I can say is please pray for the innocent Israelis on one side and the innocent Palestinians on the other, because there's plenty of innocent people who are right now being murdered, slaughtered in war, and war is always bad. I don't care what anybody says. War is always bad. And I pray to end all wars, because war is hell. And so many people are going to lose their families, lose their homes, be totally traumatized in this conflict. And I pray for them. Remember your neighbors, remember your friends, and please, no matter what side of this you find yourself on, remember that we are all part of the human family. And the faster we recognize that we're part of a human family, maybe we can resolve these issues. But boy, is it terrible. So anyway, I'm trying to protect myself from a lot of the videos. Please be careful, because there's so much out there, and we don't know what we are looking at, if it's real or if it's faked or if it's AI or what. So just be very careful. Be very careful what you believe. Be very careful what you put in front of your eyes. I think there's a real effort to traumatize the public and possibly manipulate us. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know, but it's bad. Anyway, I look terrible. I'm having an allergy attack that's been going on since this morning, and I have dark circles under my eyes, and I'm just I don't even care. I didn't even put any makeup on. Because I just feel like hell, because my nose is itching, my throat is itching, and my face feels puffy. But anyway, we're moving on. Thank you, Lisa. It is truly horrific, and we should be praying for peace. No matter what side you find yourself on, pray for peace, because we need more peace in this world, and less war and less death and less chaos and carnage, because this is not the way forward. It's just not. So love one another, and don't let them drive wedges of hatred between you or people in your community. All right. What we missed. Going back to what we missed. What we missed is Maya Kowalski's dad back on the stand. I don't think we're going to go back and watch that today, because I really do want to get to Maya. If we do have time, we will go back and watch Jack on the stand. What we missed that I didn't cover was afterwards. I just finished watching it this morning while I was making some chili for football tonight, Monday Night Football tonight. I made some chili, and I'm going to make some cornbread later. It's going to be great. And I listened to what we missed out on last week, and what it was. Oh, I forgot to share this on Twitter. I guess I should do that. Yeah. Yeah, I should. All right. I'll do that while I talk. What we missed last week was the judge deciding what evidence was going to come in regarding child hearsay. And he actually sided with Maya on most of the important issues. No, Lisa, I haven't heard from Joe. I have not. I know his family is in Israel. I hope they are safe too. Larry Foreman was in Israel when it started. He is safe. He is back to, he's going to London, I think today. He is safe. He got out. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for everyone involved. Ashley says that Joe posted on Locals and he's doing okay. I pray for everyone involved in this, and especially the children who have no involvement in this war that has been going on for the last 75 years. I I don't know what to say about it other than be careful trying to understand something if you don't fully understand it. And I'm okay saying, I know I'm missing a lot of the information, which is why I'm not going to comment on it. And I just know that there are people on both sides who feel very wronged and who are very hurt and have been hurt for 75 years. And it's a horrific situation. And it's leading us into World War III that I want nothing to do with. Anyway, moving. I can't get into this because I'll get so depressed. I'll start crying and then I'll ruin it. So let's move on. It's all I've been able to think about for the last 2-3 days, and yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. And I've made friends with some people in the Muslim community in Dearborn, and I know they're hurting very much. And this is not going to change my opinion of those friends that I've made, and it's not going to change my opinion of my Jewish friends either. Like, it's terrible to be in the middle of this. It's a terrible thing. And God. All right, moving on. My advice to everybody is to love your neighbor as yourself. That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole law. Love your neighbor. And let's try to move on and get through this as human beings. All right. What we missed. The judge ruled in favor of the plaintiff's attorneys to put in much of the evidence for the child hearsay. I think the only thing he ruled against was the introduction of sex websites to Maya, because he determined, and I disagree with him. Too bad, X off grid, if you don't like your neighbor very much. God's law requires that you love your neighbor, despite whether you like him or not. And really, the only thing you have to know about this is that we're supposed to love our neighbor because our neighbor is ourselves. We are our neighbor. We are all part of the human family and God's children. We don't have to like each other, but we do have to love one another as if we were loving ourselves. It's hard. It's a hard law to follow, isn't it? I like my neighbors too. I have good neighbors. All right. Rafe, I agree with this. The only thing you can ask from an enemy is to leave our non-combatants and children alone. Yeah, women and children should always be off limits. It is a horrific thing when that is not the case. But one side is not the only side doing that. That's the other problem. I'm not going to get into it, but you go and look it up historically. Historically, there have been atrocities on both, and that's not good. Blonde again. Yes, I just got a lot more highlights put in. I felt like I was too dark for a while, and it was anyway. And I'm trying to cover up my grays. Okay. All right. So he ruled in favor of Maya, of them putting in evidence that shows that John Hopkins abused her. And I think that was fair. The only thing he kept out were the sex website thing. And the thing is about that, I disagree with the judge. He said that Maya was very advanced for her age. And the fact that she talked to her father about it showed that she was knowledgeable about sex because she could articulate it to him. So he kind of had a point there, whereas plaintiff's lawyer is saying, no, she was 10 years old. She had no knowledge of any of this stuff, and they introduced it to her, and that was not okay. I agree with the plaintiff it was not okay, but I'm sort of in agreement with the judge that the facts don't necessarily show that she had no knowledge because she spoke to her father about it. So anyway, that got left out. But I don't think they needed it. What they allowed in, what the judge allowed in, were the sitting on the lap. He allowed in the making faces while talking about her mother or while on the phone with her mother. That's big. The judge admitted that if that were happening, that is absolutely child abuse, keeping a child away from her parents. I loved that he admitted that. I'm going over the things that we missed that I'm not going to cover. I'm just going to fill you in on it, and we're going to go to Maya's testimony. I agree with him. If that happened the way Maya said it did, which is she's on the phone with her mother and the social worker is rolling her eyes and making faces and disparaging and mocking, that can absolutely be viewed as child abuse. And I was very proud of that judge for allowing it in. He also allowed in the evidence of Maya telling her father about them holding her down, stripping her almost naked and taking pictures. And then the judge said, and this is great, he goes, "We have the pictures. We know they did it. It's coming in, like it's coming in. They admitted they did it. We have Kathy Beatty on the stand admitting that risk management at the hospital requested this." So that's allowed in. So actually last Friday was a really good day, or Thursday was a really good day for the plaintiff, in my opinion. And now we're going to hear from Maya on the stand. Now let me share this on Twitter, because I still haven't done that, and we need to get our peeps in here because there's not very many of you in here. Before we start this, going live now. Get in here. Oh, if you're watching on Locals, by the way, we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and Locals. And if you're watching on Locals right now, please understand that Locals does cut off my stream after 3 hours. So if you are watching on Locals, you will have to switch over to YouTube or Rumble if we go past 3 hours. Now, I don't know if we will. I don't really have 3 hours, so we probably won't, but I just wanted to let you know. How are you, Crackerman68 on Rumble? I see you're the only person in the chat right now. There should be more of you. Make sure you like this stream, that you subscribe on whatever platform you're watching, and share. Please share on social media, share with your friends, so we can get our audience back in here and we can build it up a little bit here. All right, it is now shared on the social media, so perhaps we will start the trial. Now let me go find the stream, because we're going to get to see Maya's testimony today. This is really what we've all been waiting for. Besides, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I was waiting for Kathy Beatty's testimony, and I was waiting for Maya's testimony. And now we get to hear from Maya, and that's great. I'm thrilled about that. So she's finally on the stand. Okay, I found the feed. Now I have to see when she started. Okay. Oh, did they open with her? It looks like they opened with her as their first. Looks like they did some fighting about evidence coming in first. Oh, and then Jack got on the stand. Like I said, we'll come back to that if we have time. But right now, we're going to go to Maya. So here we go. Share. Boy, I really need some cover up on these black circles. I look terrible. Allergy season is real. The struggle is real. All right, here we go. Oh, by the way, I apologize that Stephanie and I didn't get to do a stream this weekend. She only had one day with me, and we just didn't find the time to do a stream with you guys. We were going to do one on Locals, and then we got distracted because we had so much going on. She came to see Little One's Hangry Fox's football game, which he won. They won, and he had a great tackle, and we had a great time sitting in the rain. My sister, my brother-in-law, my niece, we were all here to watch Hangry Fox's game, and it was so fun. But I didn't get a chance to do a show while she was here, so I'm sorry. Hopefully soon. Hopefully next time we're together, we'll do one. I know you guys miss Steph. I miss her too. I don't get to see her enough. Love you. Love you, Steph.
The second volume has almost none.
Okay,
Well, to the extent that there are designations by the time we leave today.
Tuning Board of the
Anything else?
inform them about.
All right, here comes the jury.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, your next witness, sir.
Plaintiff's call Maya Kowalski.
Shit, Megan.
Got a meeting with the chief judge.
I didn't mean to do that.
Do you solemnly swear or
There we go.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. We got our monetization back. Send all the super chats. Super thanks. Hey, Anderson got a haircut. He looks better like that. Did the judge shave off the tuft yet? Because that's what I'm hoping for during
Please
this
state your name for
trial.
the record.
Maya Kowalski.
Did Jiggly
You have
Tuft
a
get
very
rid of the
soft
tuft?
voice, so you'll need to get that microphone up there close so everybody can hear you. And where do you live?
I live in Venice, Florida, in a subdivision called Stonewalk.
And how old are you?
I am 17 years old.
Where were you born?
I was born in Elmhurst, Illinois.
Elmhurst,
Chicago?
Illinois, outside of
Yes.
Chicago. That's right.
What kind of neighborhood?
It's a really small neighborhood.
Suburb.
There was barely any houses. There was houses on both sides of the street, but only a single street.
And how were things growing up in your family? And we'll publish 2528-45 for this. Then you can continue. I mean, we'll just...
Okay. So here I'm pictured with my dad's deputy chief fire helmet. You could tell I'm feeling pretty cool there. Growing up, Elmhurst was
cutie.
amazing. I loved it there, and it was like a quiet little place.
And did you get to spend some time with your dad and mom?
Both of them, yes.
They both worked.
Yes, they did, but they always made time for their children.
Did they ever? Did your dad ever take you to any fires?
He actually did take me to a few, but eventually he started dropping me off at my neighbor's house. The grandma was Polish, so Kyle and I could communicate with her pretty well.
Okay. And so during your time there in Elmhurst, did your mother or your dad introduce you to different hobbies and sports?
Yes, I was a ballerina at one point. I was a gymnast and then a figure skater. And then Kyle, he played soccer. He did piano. I also did piano. And then Kyle tried out gymnastics for a little bit.
Okay, let's show 2528-102. This is your mom and you ice skating. Was she your
Yes.
instructor at first?
At this point, no. My mom didn't teach me figure skating. She actually started after me. Here, we're in the Wizard of Oz production. I was a munchkin, and then my mom was a cowgirl.
Okay. And did you, let's go to 2528-115. How old were you when you were introduced to gymnastics?
I started gymnastics in Illinois. There was actually an incident on the playground. I approached a few girls and they were practicing their floor routine. And I asked if I could try. And they told me, no, you're too small. You'll never make it. So I went home.
Bitches.
I told my mom, sign me up. She did. And I was actually really good at the sport from the beginning.
And you continued that through when you moved to Florida?
Yes.
Eventually? All right. And so were you able to spend some leisure time with just your mom? And we'll look at 2528-124. And by the way, so your mom didn't introduce you to gymnastics. You had the idea?
Yes, I did. Same with piano, and then ballet, all of them. They were all my ideas,
And your mom supported you in those?
always.
And that story you told, has that been indicative of your life when people tell you you can't do something?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna prove you wrong.
All right. So this is you and your mom now. Where is this? Is this once you reached Florida?
Yes, so this is actually Casperson Beach. It's the shark tooth capital of the world. There's a cute little restaurant there called Sharky's, and near it is this little pier, and after dinner, we would walk on the pier and watch the sunset.
Mm-hmm. Was that something you and your mom did regularly or tried to do?
Yeah, we did it quite often, actually, all of us as a family.
How was the transition from the suburbs of Chicago down here to the Venice area for you?
For me, it wasn't too bad. I did have my mom's family there and friends, but I was hopeful that I'd make new friends in Florida, and the idea of having a pool was really cool. So, I mean, that helped.
Mm-hmm. That was the inviting thing, the bait.
Yeah.
All right. When you moved to Florida and really during this period of time before the CRPS, can you tell the jury about your health generally?
Generally, it was really good. I mean, I did have asthma. I was diagnosed in Illinois, but it didn't bother me so much.
And just childhood illnesses for the most part?
Yeah, I did break my arm at one point.
So tell us about that.
Yeah, so in our subdivision, the road, it went up on a hill. So I rode up the hill and then I did like a little U-turn and I was going down, but there was a car behind me. I saw it, I freaked out, and I crashed into this curb. And then I fell into a ditch directly onto my arm and I broke it. After that happened, I didn't cry. I stood up, picked up my bike, dragged it out of the ditch, hopped right back on it, drove home. And I told my dad that my arm hurt, and he didn't think anything was wrong because I wasn't crying or acting, all dramatic. He told me to go lay down. I did. We didn't think much of it. A few days went by and I was holding it in a weird position. And my dad's like, we should probably go get that checked out. So we went to the doctors. They ordered an x-ray. We went home. We got the call from the doctor that it was fractured. And only then did I cry because I realized I wasn't going to be able to do any of the activities that I enjoyed.
So how many days did you have a broken arm without complaining to your mom or dad?
3.
How was your pain tolerance generally?
I've always had a really high pain tolerance.
So how old were you when you moved to Florida?
I was in 3rd grade, the beginning of 3rd grade, so I would say 8.
And how was that? How was the transition?
It was good. Yeah, I liked all the new animals. The lizards were really cool. I actually used to catch them and pinch them on my ears so they looked like earrings.
The kids, we used to do
And
that
Kyle
in
and I
Hawaii too.
loved going outside. We had like
Get
a
the
little
geckos.
alligator in the back, and we named him Dzień dobry, which means hello.
And they'll
We did that for my
latch
mom.
onto you.
And so I want to talk for a second now. Your mom, first generation Polish,
Yes.
right? And how early did she start you learning Polish? How old?
Well, we grew up learning the language. We heard it from our family and whatnot. But she enrolled us in Polish school in Illinois. In Florida, we didn't continue with that. We just did Rosetta Stone.
That's
there
because
was no
Illinois
Polish
has a
schools in
huge
Florida.
Polish community.
But
It's
Kyle and
huge.
I hated Polish school
Probably
in
not good
Illinois,
in
but we
Florida.
did it for her.
And pardon me for asking, but
I used to live in a
what does
Polish
one do
neighborhood
in
in
Polish school?
Chicago.
So the teacher
lovely people.
exclusively speaks in Polish, which is kind of hard because you don't really know what English words match up with the Polish words. We learned the alphabet, the numbers, and then different materials relating to reading and whatnot.
Would your mom speak Polish to you at home?
Yes.
How often?
I would say every day. I mean, I heard Polish from her, and I actually asked her to speak to me in Polish so I could get a good understanding of the language.
And you had relatives that spoke just about only Polish?
Yes, most of my mom's family only speaks Polish because they grew up in Chicago, which is one of the biggest ethnic areas for Polish people, so there's not really a big need to learn English.
Did you actually go to Poland at some point?
I did, yes. I went there for a month.
When? About how old? Let me put it this way. Was this before or after you moved to Florida?
It was before I moved to Florida.
Tell us what you did there.
We visited about every city you could think of, all the cool cities. We saw like street artists doing cool things. We went to different shops. I actually bought a Polish doll there, which I was really proud of. We visited family, my mom's old house, and then my great-grandma, actually, I visited her.
Was your mom proud of her, of being Polish ancestry?
I would say so, yeah. She was very proud to be Polish.
Did you know about her story? Did she ever tell you how she ended up over in the United States?
I know that she moved over when she was a teenager and she had to learn the English language. It was difficult at first, and a lot of people told her she's not going to make it into the profession that she wanted to be, but she proved them wrong.
Now, was this during, when, best of your knowledge, when she moved, strike that, did she grow up under communist Poland or free Poland?
I believe it was communist.
She tell you stories about that?
Not too many. Kyle and I were really young, so
And is that still important to you, your Polish heritage?
yes.
All right. And so I want to ask you about the neighborhood itself. Did you have friends there? Friends on or near your age?
Yes.
Several of them?
Yes.
And did you get along with them? I mean,
Yeah, we got along. All of us did.
where'd you go to school?
Well, for elementary school, I went to Taylor Ranch Elementary School.
And how was that?
I really liked it. The teachers were amazing, and it was very different than Illinois.
What was the difference?
Well, something cool about the schools, which is kind of normal for Florida, but very foreign to people who live in Illinois, is that the hallways are actually outdoors. So you walk outside to get to your class.
Let me tell you something about Polish people too in Chicago. You will never, and this is so funny, you will never find cleaner neighborhoods than the Polish neighborhoods. I lived in Portage Park, which was the northwest side of Chicago, still within the city limits. It's called Portage Park, and it was an all Polish neighborhood. And every morning, the old Polish ladies would be outside with with the hose, spraying down the sidewalks and the trees. I don't know why, but this is what they do. Spraying down the sidewalks every single morning in the summer. Just cleaning off the sidewalks, cleaning off the sidewalks. And the funny thing is, my family is part of my family. My dad's mother was Lithuanian, which is, close to Polish, and close to Poland, I should say. And he used to say they lived in a very Lithuanian and Polish neighborhood in Chicago, and he used to say that the same thing, that the ladies would come out in the morning and spray the sidewalks down like you could eat off the sidewalk. It was so clean. Don't know why. They're the only people I've ever seen do this. But every morning they'd be out there spraying off the sidewalks. It was very clean, very, very clean. You would do no trash. Sometimes in Chicago, we'd have these big windstorms and the garbage would get pushed over and would be flying around the streets. And that whole neighborhood would get out and clean it up. It just, it was something. They're super nice people to live with. The food is fantastic. Oh, the Koreans do that every day too, Jeff? Do they really? Yeah, this is like I don't know, it's like a cultural thing for the Polish for sure. And they're out there washing sidewalks. It's something.
Classes, so it's nice just to see some daylight.
You can't really do that in Illinois.
No.
Not if you want to keep your toes. All right. So, did you generally do well in strike? How did you do in school over this period of time, having moved to Florida?
I was a straight A student.
And you liked your teachers?
Yes, I love them.
All right. So let's jump ahead then. What grade did you start at once you moved to Florida?
It was third grade.
Third grade. So you completed second grade
in Illinois.
In Illinois, so it's third.
And I actually did a week of third grade in Illinois as well. But I did the remainder in Florida.
I was going to ask you. So
yeah.
They come down and visit you every once in a while?
Some of my friends, yes.
Now, by this point, was your dad still in the fire department, or had he retired after all those years?
When we moved to Florida, my dad had retired.
And what did he want to do with his career, if you know?
Once he retired?
Yes.
I think he just wanted to take care of us, spend more time.
Did he have any dreams or aspirations, to the best of your knowledge, about working for FEMA or something else similar to what he had done in the fire department?
I've heard of that, but again, I was really young, so I didn't really know his career plans.
Well, let's jump then to July 3rd and July 4th of 2015. Now, how old would you have been then? This would be
2015.
All right, yeah. So this will be you've been in Florida, I think. Yeah, you moved in 2014, so this would be 1 year after you moved.
I was 9 then.
All right. And then we can show 2528129. Now, what's happening here? Although the jury, I think, has seen this.
Yeah, so my subdivision, we're really close, and the adults of the neighborhood, they organize special things for the holidays, and one of the biggest ones is the 4th of July parade. Everyone is welcome to hop on their bikes and ride around our circle. We just celebrate, and then afterwards we usually eat food.
Were you able to ride that bike well, or do you have any physical injuries at this point?
I know I had an injury to my ankle, but again, I was always pushing through. So here I don't really look like anything's wrong, but I hurt my ankle.
How soon before this was it that you hurt? Was this like a month before, a week before, a day before?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure, but I know that it was pretty close. I just don't know for sure if it was like weeks.
Well, how
days.
bad was it? Was it a sprain, a break?
I believe it was just a sprain.
Did you get any medical care for it at that time? Do you know?
I don't think so, no.
Did you even tell your folks? This is a question.
Yes, I did. My mom had wrapped it and everything.
But by the time of this photo, 2528129, it looks like you can pedal the bike.
Yes.
Very well. All right, and that's your brother next to you.
Yes.
And he got rid of that beard eventually. He just didn't work
Yeah.
for him. All right. So what happened? Tell the jury what happened over that 4th of July weekend that changed your life.
I had a severe asthma attack, and it was one of the worst asthma attacks I've ever had. I was taken to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and I think I stayed there for a couple of days, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, on the day that it happened, did they take you to the ER someplace else? Doctor's
Oh,
hospital?
doctor, yes, my bad.
All right. So if it happened on the 4th, then was it a matter of a couple, 3 days before you went to Johns Hopkins?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Sure. About how many days after you were treated at doctors and after you had this asthma attack, did you go to Johns Hopkins?
I don't know the number of days. All I know, I wasn't feeling well. and-
Okay. Let me show you 2529-5. And I'll represent that that was taken on or about the 7th or 8th. Actually, it's got it down there.
The
Yeah,
7th.
the 7th. All right, what's going on here?
I am in a bed at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
All right, and did you walk into Johns Hopkins on this?
I
visit?
believe I was able to walk in.
I'm going to
on
speed
this
us up a
day,
little bit.
But when I left, I was having extreme complications with walking to the point where I had to be wheeled out in a wheelchair.
Well, the jury needs to know how this came on. You just wake up one morning and bang, you were in extreme pain? Or how did it start?
It wasn't like that. It was pretty gradual, but not in the sense that it took like 3 months until I had excruciating pain. It was day by day. I noticed that there was a pain in my right leg that was just getting worse and worse.
So it started in your right leg.
Yes.
And did it stay in your right leg or move?
Unfortunately, it did move because I wasn't diagnosed for quite some time.
Did it move or start moving during this stay or after? In other words, during this, was it just in your right foot and leg at this point?
At this point, no, it had traveled to the left leg as well.
So about how long did that take for it to?
It would have been 3 days then.
And so there, I give you something. I know you were very young. Do you remember much about this day?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, they'll have those records. All right. So after this, now, did you go home or did you go to another hospital from there?
Well, after this day, I know I went home, but then I was at one point transferred to another hospital.
Was that the one back up in
Illinois?
You know if you went back to Johns Hopkins for a visit before you went to Lurie's or not?
I know I had been to Johns Hopkins a few times, but I don't. It's really hard for me to remember. I was 10. Every hospital was the same to me at that point.
Yeah, and the jury has the records. All right, so let's publish 2529-19 and tell us what's going on here.
This is after I got off the plane that I landed in Illinois. My dad had some of his old firefighter friends pick
Poor
me up off the
baby.
plane and transfer me in an ambulance.
Aw,
And then the chief, I believe, went to baggage claim and got my mom and I's luggage.
poor
So it was
baby.
all fire.
Can you
firefighting
imagine
stuff
having
down.
to do this with one of your
Now,
kids?
looking at this photo here, it doesn't
Scary.
look like you're having much fun. I hate to put words in your mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Do you recall any of this?
I remember it was a very difficult plane ride. I mean, I was trying to be respectful to all the passengers, but when you're in pain, it's just so hard to stay quiet.
All right. Well, by this point then, about how, this is what, a few weeks or a month after the onset?
Yes,
What happened with the pain? Did it stay the same? Did it decrease? Did it increase?
it had increased.
And where did it increase to physically? Were there any new places or the same?
There was new places at this point. It was at my midsection, and it was, I don't know for certain, but I know it did transfer to my arms at some point. I just don't know the specific date.
When you say now midsection, explain a little bit more. Are you talking about your tummy or your abdomen? Where?
Yes, I'm talking about my stomach.
At this point, had you started to have problems with any digestion or going to the bathroom? Was that later?
Yes, I had constipation issues, and we later found out that it corresponded to my diagnosis of CRPS.
And what happens there with those going to the bathroom issues?
Do you mean like how CRPS is connected to it, or just
This physically, how did it manifest? What was the problem there for you?
I was just constipated, and when Miralax didn't work, we had to go to the hospital.
She couldn't
So
poop.
did this start right off the bat once you had the pain in the midsection?
Yes, yeah, I did have constipation.
Was
think
it fairly
she
consistent
should
throughout your various
Tell
days
us
at Johns
about how it
Hopkins?
relates
Had,
to CRPS.
this problem in the midsection where you get
Because John
back up?
Hopkins
Yes.
says it was the opioids.
All right.
which is
So do you
possible.
recall what they did for you there at Lurie's?
Anderson
I
kills
know
me
that
with
they
this kind of stuff.
suggested an intensive physical therapy program, but
Everyone
they
knows
also
what
missed the
constipation
diagnosis
is.
of CRPS.
All right. So they didn't, at this point, did you know what was really causing your pain?
No one knew.
And what was the effect on your mom and dad not knowing? Here you are a month or so after it manifested, it came on. How did it affect them?
Well, my parents were extremely worried, and in turn, that made me more anxious because as a kid, you look up to your parents for the answers. And then when they look up to the doctors for the answers and they don't even have them, you're just so unbelievably anxious.
So you came back home then, I guess?
That's
Yes.
really true.
And did you go to another hospital after that?
Yes, my parents had taken the suggestion from the Illinois hospital, and we went to an intensive physical therapy program at Tampa General.
About how long was it from Lurie's, the hospital in Chicago, to when you went up to Tampa General?
I'm sorry, I don't know the dates.
The same summer period or?
Oh, yeah, it was the same.
Okay. And how was your pain doing at this point?
My pain was still pretty bad.
Had anybody approached you at this point at Lurie's and said anything about this just being all in your head, or was that something? Did you know anything about that, or was this just something you found out later?
I found that out later.
And was it in your head?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about and publish 2529-23. Okay, and where is this?
This is in the PT room at Tampa General Hospital.
And what are they having you do there?
This is a machine that is intended to strengthen your arm muscles.
I will say, having been in pain for a prolonged period of time, obviously not as bad as Maya's, but you do start to wonder how much of this is physical and how much of it is like my pain sensors just being overloaded for so long that they don't know how to shut off anymore. Like you do start to wonder that. Like, is my brain doing this to me? Or is this all physical? It's hard to tell. So, I mean, it's not like, because pain and psychological pain are connected, right? We heard the doctors say that. We heard the doctor say you can't really separate the two, but it doesn't make the physical pain that you're feeling, even if it's because of a psychological component, it doesn't make the pain less real. The pain is pain. Pain is pain. This is the thing. It's like, even if it were psychological, why the hell weren't they helping her try to control the pain? And I don't think it is because she has CRPS, but I'm just saying psychological pain or psychologically caused pain is still pain. You still experience it in the same way. I'm not entirely convinced that my pinched nerve wasn't a combination of physical and either emotional or psychological pain. I'm not convinced. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, does it? If there's pain, there's pain. Dealing with the pain becomes even more painful. Dealing with it emotionally, like coping. That thing of waking up every morning knowing that today I'm going to be in pain. is really hard to get through. It's really difficult. I remember waking up every day and that pain overwhelming me, like it's still not gone, it's still not gone. And that depression about the pain can make it worse. And it's real. It's real, whether it's psychological or not. It just pisses me off when these doctors are like, well, it's probably just psychological, as if that solves anything. It doesn't, because even if it is psychological, it's still pain.
Okay. How many hours of PT were you doing a day there at this time, if you recall?
I don't know the number of hours, but I remember Marissa, the physical therapist, because it's an intensive program, the PT, I believe, was like 2 or 3 times a day.
And what did they tell you about why you had to do the PT?
Well, none of the doctors knew what was wrong with me at the time, so they just assumed that strengthening my muscles would maybe help get me to walking again.
All right. Now, this face you're making here, does that fairly and accurately represent you in pain?
Yes, I'm trying to smile here, but unfortunately, I'm still experiencing a lot of pain.
Well, had it traveled up to your legs? I mean, to your arms at this point? Or
At this point, yes.
had you manifested any other symptoms? Now, looking back, not that you knew at the time during this stay, if you know.
I can't say for certain, but I believe I started seeing some lesions, and I was very sensitive to touch. I know that for sure.
So, how was PT for you at Temple General?
It was very challenging. It's excruciating.
And was Miss Marissa, who testified here, nice to you?
She was lovely, yes.
All right. And were you outpatient or inpatient?
I was
In other words,
inpatient, yeah.
So you stayed there?
Yes,
And you remember for about how long?
a month,
All right. Now, here, were your parents allowed to stay with you?
yes.
All right. And let's then publish 2529-34. Ask about this. All right. Now, is that Marissa there in the green?
In the green, that is Marissa.
And what's that on your feet? What are you doing there?
So that machine is for pedaling, again, just in hopes of strengthening my leg muscles.
Now, at this point, a couple months maybe past when it came on, it looks like you still have some pretty good muscle mass in your legs.
Yes, and then I don't know if you could really tell, but you could see that my dystonia is starting to get worse.
That means your toes pointing in?
Correct.
Tell the jury about that. There were allegations that you somehow made this up. Did you have any control over your feet when they started to go into that position?
I had absolutely no control over that.
What did it feel like when they began turning in?
It was extremely painful, and it was like tense, if that makes sense.
All right. Who's that person behind you?
That is Bonnie Rice. I kind of call her like the Kathy Beatty of Tampa General. She was a nurse, but overstepped in many ways.
So she followed you around,
Yes,
and she wasn't quite as nice as Marissa.
definitely not.
Why did they have a nurse following you around everywhere? She knows.
Sustain once you re-ask.
What, if anything, do you know about why Bonnie Rice was following you around here?
I had the understanding that Bonnie Rice, even though she was a nurse, she believed that I had either conversion disorder, so I was like making up my disease. I don't know what child would want to pretend not being able to walk and not being able to play with their friends, but she drew that conclusion. She also had some problems with my mom because she expressed these concerns to my mom. My mom knew I was not making this up. She knew her daughter.
So wherever you went, there was Bonnie Rice?
Yes.
So eventually, and at this point, were you completely in a wheelchair?
Yes.
Okay. And so then did you even have to go to school? Once you got out of there, did you have to go to school in a wheelchair?
I did visit my school in a wheelchair for the lemonade stand fundraiser they had for me.
Okay, let's publish 2529-39. We'll come back to TGH. And what's this?
This is the school bus that had the lift so I could be brought to school in my wheelchair.
Okay, and this, it looks like it's September 21st, 2015. Was this after TGH?
To my understanding, yes, I believe so.
Okay, well, let's, or maybe it was before. Let's go back to TGH. Now let's publish 2529-41. Now what's that?
That is a CRPS lesion.
All right. And tell the jury how do you identify that?
Well, at the time, I still didn't know I had CRPS. Nobody did. So I started getting these open sores on my body, and I was very concerned because it's something I've never had before. And they're very painful, especially when you touch them.
Mhm. And did they hurt
Extremely, yes.
to the touch or just whatever you did?
She
When you
just said that,
put touch on
especially
them,
when you
it
touch
amplified the
them.
pain.
What? They're
And
extremely
so let's
painful.
look
And did they
at
hurt? Come on,
2661.
Anderson.
Now, this is a video, and I'm going to ask you after this what's significant about. First, was this after TGH?
I don't know what they, oh,
All right. So after this, I want you to tell the jury what's significant about this. And the date on it, I believe, is sometime September of, again, 2015. I only counted one note off. Now, to those that I guess play piano or not, what was happening with your legs?
okay, so to people, you probably don't notice this if you're not a pianist, but there is a distinct sound when the pedals are being pressed. At this point, I was not able to press the pedals, even though the song called for it. So I had severe dystonia, and that limited me from being able to do that.
Were you, obviously you're able to play piano, were you able to do any of the activities that you had before?
Other than piano, I was not, because all of them required me to stand and walk and jump.
Okay. Now, here we are in September of 2015, and you're in a wheelchair. What other signs, what if any other signs of or symptoms of CRPS did you note at this time?
At this time, I was twitching. I had the allodynia, dystonia, lesions. There was the temperature changes in my limbs that we started to notice. And then-
Tell the jury about the temperature changes. Why is this any different than just being chilly or being too hot or too cold? Turn up the air conditioning or down the air conditioning.
Because it happens at random times and it's not influenced by external temperature. It's all internally happening. And then another thing that was weird that started happening is I would sweat in different areas, but not all over my body.
What areas, if you recall?
The back of my neck, and then lower back. I don't remember all of them, but those are the two that I specifically remember.
And were these dependent on whether you were cold or the exterior temperatures at all?
No, they were not dependent on the external environment.
Well, what else? Anything with the ears or eyes?
I did have tinnitus, which is just ringing in the ears, which I've never had before. And then with my eyesight, at this point, it was okay.
All right. And okay, so your eyes are all right. So through this period of time, did you get to see Dr. Wassenauer?
Yes, I did.
And he couldn't figure out what was wrong yet either?
No.
All right. So then did there come a time when somebody did know what was wrong with you?
Yes.
All right. If we could publish a video of 2666, and then you'll tell us if about this in a moment.
That doesn't feel good when I touch your legs, right? Or your tummy, when I touch your tummy, that feels good, right?
All right.
Jesus.
Yeah. Were you in distress there?
Yes.
Was that the kind of reaction you would get sometimes when people would touch your legs?
Yes, it's just from the allodynia.
All right. So the jury wants to know if you have this effect when someone touches your legs, how are you able to deal with blankets being pulled over, clothes being put on, any of the usual things you do if you have this reaction?
A common misconception with CRPS is that all of the symptoms from the beginning to whenever you have it, they're constant and then they stay that way. But in reality, symptoms can change on a day-to-day basis.
So sometimes you, like we saw in the video, you'd have the blankets off of you and sometimes on,
Yes,
depending on the day.
correct.
Was this frustrating?
It was annoying to constantly have to tell people to help you with certain things, especially with the temperature changes, because you want to be comfortable. And here you're asking people to change either this thermostat or help you with blankets or help you change into something else. And you know you can't do it for yourself, so you just feel like an inconvenience.
Now, have you always been a pretty independent person?
Oh, yes.
Did your mom want you to be that way, independent, able to handle things on your own?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, just if you know, you got to Dr. Kirkpatrick from the prior doctors you'd seen?
I do know the story.
Okay. Tell the jury how you ended up at Dr. Kirkpatrick's, and then we'll show, I think we can bring up a photo, 2529-42. And if you could just tell them what happened, how you got there.
Yes, so my mom was an infusion nurse during this entire time. And while I was at Tampa General, Bonnie Bryce, the nurse I told you about earlier, she had a phone conversation with my mom. And that's when Bonnie said that she thinks that I was making up my condition. My mom told her, no, there's no way. My mom listed all the symptoms I was having and said, how can she be faking these? My mom went back into the room to treat her patient. And he said, I'm sorry, you know, I
respectfully object to what you're saying.
What did she say next?
Objection to what you're saying.
What did, who said next?
What did, how did you know that Dr. Kirkpatrick might have some answers without telling us what somebody told you?
Did you hear how the defense objected to that, by the way? Did you hear how he did it? He goes, with respect, I object to hearsay, like real quiet and meek. Respectfully, I object to hearsay. They're very scared of coming across. That tells me they're very scared of coming across to the jury as being hard on her, or as they don't want the jury to think they're keeping her from telling her story. And if that's the case, then my advice would be to just shut up and let her tell it and not object. But I've never heard that before. Respectfully object to hearsay. Like, did you hear him? What do you mean you're not hearing anything? You can't hear me? I'm not muted. That's weird. I hope my computer's not dying.
know from the person who told us. I mean, that's how we found him.
Oh, sure.
So,
and
I mean,
who suggested it?
it was the patient of my mom, Dave, because he has.
Oh, by the way, if this freezes and I go away, I will be rebooting my computer and coming back. So just hang in there because I'm having computer issues that I still haven't got figured out. And I need to take my Mac into the Mac store and have them do something with it. So again, those of you in the chat, just let everybody know if I disappear for a few minutes, I will be coming back. No worries. I just will have to reboot. But yeah, have you ever heard a defense attorney going, respectfully object to hearsay? I respectfully object. What?
As a daughter of CRPS.
So a dad of another girl that had CRPS
Yes.
suggested.
Correct.
Whoa. Wait a minute. Delia, what do you mean? This photo would make you a bit sus, as the kids say. This photo? Why? I don't get it. What's suspicious about this photo? Because she's smiling? I mean, but that's what you do when someone takes out a picture. I mean, a camera takes out a camera. I mean, you smile. And look, the idea that the fact that a kid who struggles with pain and a chronic pain syndrome will sometimes try to fight through that and be happy and just be a kid should be totally normal and not held against her as, oh, look, she was faking. We know she wasn't faking. She has the diagnosis. She really has it. So that's not an issue. The defense is not arguing that she made this up. They know better by now because she's had several diagnoses. So although they won't take out the factitious disorder out of her chart, so she still can't get good help. Yeah, I smile all the time when I'm miserable. It means nothing. Look at her feet. What kind of kid could make that up for so long a period of time? And we're not arguing whether she made it up or not. That is not an issue. The defense is not arguing that. There is no argument that she was faking it. They know that. They know that she has CRPS. Johns Hopkins knows they missed the diagnosis. So no one is arguing that she made it up. Everyone knows her mom did not have Munchausen. They're just now arguing, well, we had reason to believe that. We know we were wrong, but we weren't wrong to think that. That's the argument. It isn't that they're not claiming she made it up anymore. They were claiming that back then. They're not claiming it now.
Now, so you went in and saw Dr. Kirkpatrick,
Yes.
and tell the jury what he did in order to determine what was going on.
He had a very lengthy examination of me, and it included multiple different tests. And he took all the data, and then he said that my symptoms and my condition aligns with CRPS.
Did he explain about the Budapest criteria?
He did.
And so what types of symptoms did you show in front of him, if you recall?
I believe he did a temperature test of my extremities. He noted certain lesions I had. You could see one on my right arm. And then I had extreme sensitivity to light. It's just with CRPS, the nerves are hypersensitive. I also had dystonia at the time. I believe at that appointment, there was no there was no signs of sweating, abnormal sweating. But again, that's just every day is different.
What's up with the sunglasses? Why the sunglasses?
I was sensitive to light, and that's just because the nerves in CRPS patients are hypersensitive. And then another, obviously, the big giveaway that I had CRPS was the burning pain.
And the feet turning in there, that's the dystonia he noted?
Yes.
And about how long did he have you over there to examine you?
It was quite a few hours. It wasn't like in and out like other doctors' offices.
And did Dr. Kirkpatrick keep you in the mix about what he was doing and why?
Yes, he always told me what he was going to be doing, the certain tests. He asked me if I was comfortable, uncomfortable. He listened to me.
All right, now this photograph is dated, I think down there in the bottom left, is October 5th, 2015. Had you seen him before this visit?
I'm not sure
September?
what day I saw him, but I know that he had an examination of me. And then the next time I went in, after trying pool therapy, we tried out the ketamine infusion.
Okay, so important to know, did Dr. K immediately go to ketamine, or did he have another therapy he thought might work?
No, he wanted me to try the non-medicative route first, which we did.
And what was that non-medicated route?
It was warm water therapy. My dad had bought a system to heat our pool. So I think like 10 out of 12 months of the year it's warm. So I was able to practice my therapy in there and try to gain some strength.
And did you try hard at that?
Yes.
How to do?
It helped a little bit, but it was not the improvement that Dr. Kirkpatrick was hoping for, or any of us were hoping for. So he decided it would be best to try the ketamine infusion.
In terms of physical therapy now, well, let's talk about what you had already been through at the different places at Tampa General and so forth. Had you had physical therapy so far?
Yes.
Had you had, I guess, occupational therapy, upper body stuff?
Yes.
And had you had some psychological?
Okay, I just thought of something that Anderson should have asked Jack on the stand. How much did you spend on the water heating apparatus? How much did that cost? Because we've been led to believe by the defense that Maya's parents just sought out this ketamine drug doctor and had her drugged up on ketamine. We didn't know that Dr. Kirkpatrick had tried warm water therapy first. And how much money did it cost Jack to get a device that would heat his pool to the right temperature? I bet that was expensive. I bet that was not cheap. And this is something that Greg Anderson should have brought up with Jack. I didn't hear it. Maybe we missed it earlier today because I didn't get Jack's testimony yet. But I would like to know that. I think the jury should know how much money did her parents spend on this alternative therapy before they tried ketamine. Because it shows that they were trying to do all the things first before putting her on ketamine infusions. Let me get to the super chat here. The first super chat of the day. Thanks, Duncan, Idaho. So far, I'm making $5 an hour because we're hitting an hour mark here. I'm at $5 an hour. That's how much you people think I'm worth. Thank you, Duncan. The same diagnosis backed up by the Harvard doctor professor specializing in pain disorders, among others. Yeah, the CRPS diagnosis. We heard from Dr. Chopra, who's a Harvard professor. He says she has it. So do we not believe him? Just that this Johns Hopkins screwed up, you guys.
Logical evaluations?
Yes, I had
interviews?
counseling.
And did you then have warm water therapy?
Yes.
And what kind of meds had they put you on up to this point of the ketamine? What were you taking?
I'm going to be honest. I was, again, like really young, so I didn't ask what medication I was taking. But it's my understanding I did try some prescribed opioids from my doctors.
Remember anything about whether they worked or not?
They didn't.
All right. So you've been through physical therapy, occupational therapy, psychotherapy, warm water therapy, opioids. Now you were trying ketamine.
Yes.
Tell the jury how that went.
The ketamine infusion?
Yes.
So
Have we put in 252942? Is that already up? All right. Go ahead and explain what.
So the ketamine infusions were very different than anything I had tried previously. It's this like really small room with a bunch of different equipment and then a nice soft bed. And then super adjacent to the bed is like a little TV, so the patients can watch whatever they want while they're getting the infusion. I slept for most of it, so I don't really know the duration of the whole treatment, but I know it was over the course of a few days.
Well, you said you slept during most of it. How were you sleeping at night at this point?
Oh, I was not sleeping. It's very difficult to sleep when, you're having excruciating pain and pain that you've never felt before.
And so even with your high pain tolerance, describe for the jury as best you can so they can understand what it's like, the CRPS pain.
How I describe it to people who don't have CRPS, it's like I was born with Vaseline deep within my body, and some incident, whether it was that sprained ankle or the severe asthma attack, was like a match and acted as a catalyst that just set my body on fire, and I have to live with this burning pain.
All right. And so.
Thank you, Flux. Flux just sent me a Cash App, $10 on Cash App. Thanks, Flux, my internet daughter. She says $10 for YouTube is still ASHO. And if you guys do want to send tips to not to go to Google through YouTube, you can still do Cash App or Venmo, which is scrolling across the bottom of the screen right now. Thanks, Flux. I appreciate that. Glad to hear your neck is feeling better. Keep soaking in the Epsom salts.
How many of these, strike that, during the time at TGH, did you also have physical appliances applied to your legs and ankles to see if that would straighten out some of your symptoms?
Unfortunately, yes.
Tell the jury about those, in addition to physical therapy, occupational therapy, psychotherapy, warm water therapy, opioids.
So with CRPS, you have to be very careful with the type of therapies that you provide. And with physical therapy, you have to be especially gentle. Now, I was put into an intensive physical therapy program. And again, at the time, we didn't know I had CRPS. So we didn't know that it was actually doing more damage than good. One of the doctors noticed that my dystonia was getting extremely severe as my stay went on. He suggested that he breaks my feet, have a corrective surgery to straighten them out.
Let's publish 2529-35.
Oh my God. They were considering breaking her feet?
And that was Dr. Kornberg. I remember his name.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. So are those the corrective boots you wore?
Yeah, so this was like part one of his plan. He wanted to see if the boots would straighten my feet out, and if it didn't, he was going to resort immediately to surgery.
Now, I can't quite see your mouth there, but what are you feeling there in that facial gesture?
Forcing my feet to immediately go from, completely turned in to straight was an awful idea. It was extremely painful. I remember just crying and crying.
And did your mom want you to try it though?
She did. She knew it was hurting me, but again, at the time, we didn't know what was going on. So she was just listening to the doctors.
So the jury knows, did your mom ever push you to do any of these treatments? Was this something that you wanted to try too?
I also wanted to try it because I had my trust invested in the doctors. I thought they knew what they were doing.
Through this entire period of time, were you ever pushed by your parents to continue a therapy that wasn't beneficial, or strike that? Were you ever pressured to do any types of therapies or things that maybe you already knew didn't work?
No, if we figured out that it didn't work, they were okay with listening to me and not going on with it.
Yeah, her parents listened
So
to her. The doctors
how many of
didn't.
the ketamine therapies do you recall having for this with Dr. K?
So after Tampa General, I had, I believe, one, like not like a single treatment, but because it spanned over a couple of days, but itself, it was.
Okay, the chat wants to know, so Spatha wants to know, is she good now? No, she's going to have CRPS for the rest of her life. But CRPS, like she just told you, comes and goes. Like the symptoms, it is aggravated by high stress. It's aggravated by, it's triggered, in other words, by stressful situations. And when she was in this, when it first came on, she was in all these stressful situations, especially and including being taken away from her family because doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Now her stress level is not as high because she is at home with her family, but of course she's lost her mother. And I think that she couldn't be in court last week, a day or two, because she was having flare ups. This is something she's going to live with forever. Duncan, thanks again for another super chat. Says, shoot, here's a reasonable part time wage, at least plus that $5. Honestly, though, this case is nuts, and I'm surprised it has not resulted in violence against people who did this to them. Completely disgusting and crazy. It's bad, but the reason why we don't have, thankfully, the reason why we don't have to resort to violence in this country when bad things happen is because we are supposed to have a justice system that will right these wrongs. And I hope to God that's what happens here. We need to have justice in this for her and for this family. And thank God we have a justice system, because if we lived without one, it would be violence. It would be chaos, right?
Just like one session, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, at this point, if you can recall, I think we have a video, I don't know if we'll see it, but can you show the jury about how high you could raise your arm going into all of this? Can you demonstrate about how high you could get it?
Yeah, at Dr. K's, I believe I told you about the examination, and part of his examination was like a physical, like range of motion examination. I was only able to lift my hand to about ear level, nothing past that because of the pain.
All right. And so then after that, how did the ketamine therapies do for you? The ones at Dr. K's?
At Dr. Kirkpatrick's office, the ketamine definitely helped. It had helped me more than any of the previous therapies I've tried. So I wanted to stick with that in addition to trying the warm water therapy and continuing going to counseling. But ultimately, Kirkpatrick noticed that his treatments weren't going to get me to where he wanted me to be. So he brought on another doctor.
Okay. And were you continuing the warm water therapies when you were doing the ketamine?
Yes.
How did the ketamine affect your ability to do physical therapy?
Well, obviously I couldn't do it like immediately after. It's a new drug and I did have some side effects. I was a little bit confused coming out of it, but the confusion doesn't last long. By the end of the day, I was talking in my normal self.
But could you do more warm water physical therapy using the ketamine as without it?
Yes.
And why was that?
It's just because it alleviates my pain. It's, I mean, for the first time, something is actually helping lower that burning pain. So I wanted to try even harder in physical therapy.
How did it feel finally having a diagnosis that made sense?
Obviously, the diagnosis itself isn't great, but it's nice knowing what it is so you can develop a course of action to try to tackle it.
Did your mom, to the best of what you remember, start researching what CRPS was?
Yes. So my mom, she was an infusion nurse and she's pretty familiar in the medical field. So naturally, she wanted to learn all about it herself.
In terms of the medical analysis, if you will, for you, between your mom and dad, who would take the lead?
My mom did because that was her field of expertise.
Okay. So your mom was kind of your home physician or home nurse?
Sure, yeah.
And she was teaching you Polish?
Mm-hmm.
And would she take you to different events and places, driving places?
Yes.
And was she helping you with your piano?
Yes.
And was she helping you through ballet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a good relationship with your mom through this?
Yes, I always did.
How about the fact that she wanted you to try some of these therapies that were hurting you? Did that harm the relationship? Or?
No, it didn't, because again, you have to remember at this, before we went to Dr. Kirkpatrick, we didn't know what it was. So I think her willingness to try everything was actually a sign of love.
How did your dad react to finally hearing that this was CRPS? I mean, it's mixed.
I mean, no parent wants their kid to have like a chronic illness. So they were sad, but I think at the same time, they were just happy to hear a definite answer.
And how did they react to you telling them that after these ketamine infusions that it helped?
They were so happy to know that, you know, something was helping. Finally, like one thing we try is actually doing something for me.
I just want to go over to locals, say thank you for the tips on locals. S. Nelson sent $5, said they had her examined repeatedly and she's still faking it because her mom brainwashed her. Seriously? And also Sherry Burnt sent a $10 tip. Thank you, Sherry. Says, thanks for your continued great coverage of this trial, Megan. Well, I appreciate you guys. My ride or dies over there on locals. And if you're not a member of locals, you should be. MeganFox.locals.com. We do so much fun stuff over there. And when this trial is over, We are going to watch the Netflix documentary about Maya called Take Care of Maya. We're going to do that as a locals exclusive on my channel. And if you're not a member, you'll need to be to see that, to watch that with me. If you want to use promo code Maya, you'll get a discount when you sign up for the monthly subscription, which is only $5 a month. I think you get a free month when you use promo code Maya, MAYA. And promo code SQUATS, I think, should still work for the yearly discount. You'll get 2 months free when you sign up for a full year. All right, let's get back to the trial, shall we? Thanks again for the tips, guys.
And up to this point, could they do anything for you when the pain would be at its worst? Is there anything they could give you or do for you that would affect it?
Before this, no, not at all. I mean, I remember laying in bed and just crying and crying. And I have this memory of my dad. He took my monkey. You'll probably see in a bunch of pictures, but he would take the hand of the monkey and rub it on my forehead until I fell asleep.
And were you sleeping? Tell us the sleeping arrangement once this got really bad.
Once my pain was to the point where I was just crying and screaming throughout the entire night, the way our house is arranged, first off, is I'm on the opposite side of the house, and then there's my brother's room right across from mine, and then the other side is my parents' room. So I couldn't walk to go and tell them when I needed help going to use the restroom. So we implemented a walkie-talkie system. It sounds silly, but I didn't have a phone at the time. So I would talk back and forth to them so they could help me in the middle of the night.
Could you tell how it was affecting your folks that their little girl was moaning all night in pain?
I try to keep it in as much as possible because
Did they appear to be under some stress?
Yeah, they were definitely stressed out. And
How about Kyle?
oh, for sure. I mean, we used to play together all the time.
Were you and your brother close?
Yes, we were. Even when we were really little, we had a very good relationship.
It's like you're the big sister.
Yeah.
Okay. How far apart are you two?
We are 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do have an older sister as well.
That's right, Corrine?
Yes.
How much older is she?
I think she's 16 years older than me.
Okay. And were you close? Are you close with her?
Yes.
How was Kyle reacting to hearing his big sister in this kind of pain?
Well, my parents tried to keep him out of the loop when we didn't know what it was because you don't want to worry your other child as well. But obviously he knew something was wrong. I wasn't walking, I wasn't playing, wasn't laughing as much. I didn't go outside because I couldn't. So I believe he tried his best to distract himself with the neighborhood kids playing football and whatnot. But he was heartbroken.
Yeah. And so for you, was it difficult to see the other kids outside playing and you in the wheelchair?
Yes, very much so. There's actually one day I was invited to the YMCA, which is where I used to do gymnastics. And I was wheelchair bound at the time. And I never went back to watch them because it just ate me up.
Do you want to get out of that wheelchair?
Yes.
All right. So now we've tried this. And how long approximately would Dr. Kirkpatrick's ketamine therapy benefits last? After you stopped, how long would it be before the pain would come back?
I would say, I don't know the exact days. I really didn't keep track as a kid, but I believe like maybe a week and a couple of days, but it just didn't last as long as we hoped.
Mm-hmm. All right. So did he make a referral then to try a different approach?
Yes, he did.
And where did he send you?
He called Dr. Cantu. He's a doctor in Monterrey, Mexico, and I went there.
You remember that?
I do, yes.
You remember the hotel you stayed at?
I do. I remember pretty much everything about the trip except the 5 days when I was sleeping.
Okay. And so leading up to it now, did you have some conferences with Dr. Cantu about what was going to happen?
Actually, I had a discussion with Dr. Kirkpatrick first. He explained some of the risks associated with the ketamine-induced sedation, the prolonged sedation. And then when I went to Monterrey, Mexico, I was then again told about the risks.
And how did it strike you? I know you were only, had you turned 10, I guess, by this point?
Yes, in December.
Yeah, because your birthday is when in?
December 10th.
Okay. So what was your reaction from what you recall on your age at that time to hearing that there were some possible complications, some possible risks with this procedure?
Well, I was presented with the worst case scenario, which is a 50% chance of death. Even though that's not completely true, they always give you the worst case scenario just in case something bad happens.
Had you heard that with other medications and things?
Yeah, I mean, every medication has like a ton of side effects, but you know it's bad when like a 10-year-old is willing to take that risk. I mean, that's how bad my pain was.
So the hotel you were staying at, was it fairly close to Dr. Cantu's office?
Yes.
And so then you at this point were displaying pretty prominent CRPS symptoms.
Yes.
Let's publish 2529-58. Record reflect, this is November 18th, 2015 in Mexico. All right. Tell the jury what's going on here. What are these?
These are CRPS lesions.
And what's the deal between the round one and the one that's a line? Although if we can we go any closer on that to see?
So to the naked eye, it kind of looks like a scratch, but in reality with CRPS, sometimes these lesions do present like that, but they're actually connected.
All right. And so down there, right above the green band, I mean, is that another lesion there right off of it?
Yes,
Okay. And were you seeing more of these?
I was.
And what was your worry? I mean, I realized you were only 10. Had you read up on CRPS?
I personally did not read up on it, but I knew other people who had it.
Tell us how you knew other people who had it.
So there's actually this, well, she used to live in Mexico. She had CRPS really bad. She had it when she was a kid. She went into remission for a couple of years actually, and then she got it.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the discussion. I do object to this line of questioning.
About her having a friend? May I ask her about the friend?
Move on to the next question.
So you had friends down there.
Yeah.
Why was that
And
sustained?
Had it come to your attention from various sources that CRPS could take your life?
Again,
Yes.
Had you seen examples of that?
did you notice how the lawyer approached that?
I had.
I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize, but I object. I object. They know they are going to be in serious trouble with the jury if they are trying to silence her. So I don't know why they're doing it.
You've seen examples of it going into remission and then coming back.
Yes.
So let's publish 2529-60. The record reflects this is in Mexico, November 19th, 2015. More examples of lesions, is that right?
Correct.
And where are these?
These are on my ankle.
Do you have any lesions right now?
Poor thing.
I do have a few on my leg. My right leg, that is.
All right. So then let's publish 2529-61, looking at symptoms. Now here, although obviously you, were you unconscious at this point in this
Yes.
picture?
Yes.
And why is that significant in light of different allegations people were making against you at Johns Hopkins?
Well, because when you're unconscious, you don't really have control over your body movements. So my feet still being in that fixed position, like pointing inwards, shows that I was not making this up.
All right. And so you, knowing about the risk of you and your parents, did you talk about whether you wanted to do this?
Yes, they specifically asked me, and I know I was really young at the time, but they gave me pretty much full authority of whether I was going to go through with the like prolonged sedation or not.
Have you always been pretty mature for your age?
Yes.
I mean, at least in these ways,
And,
analysis
yeah.
and so forth.
Mhm.
You were aware of your body and how to take care of yourself.
I
Yes.
object to the leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
All right. So then let's publish 2529-69. And I want you to tell the jury a little bit about your relationship with Dr. Cantu. Is that Dr. Cantu who came and testified here?
Yes. He is so nice. He was, I mean, in addition to Dr. Kirkpatrick, he was one of the very few doctors who really listened to me.
And did he speak mostly English to you or Spanish? What?
Well, to us, he spoke English.
She really likes
But
him, you can tell.
When we couldn't really communicate with him because we didn't know Spanish, my friend, the one with CRPS, Jessica, her mom, she spoke both language fluently, so she helped translate certain things for
see.
us.
Okay. And did Dr. Cantu tell you about this procedure that you were going to go into?
Yes.
Now, behind you there is a photograph of another patient, I think, next to you.
Yes.
Was that another CRPS patient?
Your Honor, we objection and HIPAA violation.
There's no, she's
And
not in the picture.
speculation in multiple cases about talking about other
Sustained.
patients.
All right. So did Dr. Cantu then go over with you the specifics of how this is going to go and any problems you might have from it?
Yes, he was very in depth.
And so you underwent the procedure. I want you to tell the jury what the procedure was like.
Well, I met with the team of people who are going to be taking care of me prior to going under. I talked to all of them and they explained what their role was in my care. So I trusted them and I understood what they were going to be doing. I was told about the potential side effects, what it might be like when I'm coming out of it. I was explained the risks. Yeah, I got a full in-depth picture view of what was going to happen.
Now, was your mom aware of other CRPS, either studies or real people, where CRPS had gone into remission and then come back to cause their death?
Object to the
Yes.
speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. So you, how long does the procedure last? This first procedure?
I believe it was 7 or 5 days. I think it was 5 or 7. I know that I think it was like 5 days of the actual medication of ketamine, but then there was 2 days for me to like slowly come out of it.
And coming out of it, how were you doing?
I mean, it was a little scary. I had the tube taken out of my throat and I was coughing. I was a little confused about what was happening, but that all went away.
How long did it take for those symptoms or side effects, if you will, to subside?
I believe it was a day until I felt completely myself, but by the evening I was somewhat okay.
And when you say somewhat okay, you've just been through this procedure. How did you feel, Maya?
Oh, like as part of me, like physically, I was feeling incredible. I actually asked Dr. Cantu, I'm like, hey, could I try walking? And he told me I couldn't do that because I could potentially, go back to where I was. He said, just baby steps.
So you felt good enough to think you could get out of that
yeah.
wheelchair?
I wanted to try.
Okay. All right. And so this procedure was under general anesthesia, is that right?
Correct.
You were out.
Yes.
So you don't remember anything?
I don't remember anything at all.
Now, did Dr. Cantu recommend that you have a booster soon thereafter?
Yes.
And what did you understand why the booster was necessary?
I know that he had performed this procedure many other times, and it's pretty standard practice for a patient to return and get the booster just to help.
Okay. And that procedure now, was that back completely under, intubated and completely under, or was that like the times you had it at Dr. Kirkpatrick?
No, it was very similar to Dr. Kirkpatrick's.
So you were not unconscious in
Oh,
any way?
no.
And about how long did those procedures take?
Those were also a couple of hours. I remember taking a little nap, but again, it's just because of the sleeping problem.
Between the two procedures, did any of the symptoms come back briefly or to the point where you're concerned, or?
I honestly don't remember. I know I was doing very well after the prolonged sedation. I think, again, it's just like pretty standard to get a booster.
Sure. All right. And then you headed home.
Yes.
So how did you do that first 30 days after this long-term ketamine procedure? Tell the jury what happened physically in terms of the pain and all of these symptoms and effects that you had from CRPS.
I felt significantly better. My dystonia was much better. My feet were almost straight on certain days. And just in generally, they were like significantly like better. I mean, just straighter and everything. My pain was much lower. And then my lesions had almost completely healed.
And we'll see some photos on that. Your Honor, I'm going to break into another section. Do you want me to continue on, or do you want to?
I think we keep going.
Sure. All right. Returning from Mexico, let's look at 2530-3. And so this is, it looks like December 24th, Christmas Eve,
Yes.
2015. So were you out of the wheelchair?
No, I was still in the wheelchair, but if you look at my arm, the lesions are a lot less prevalent. And then my feet generally look a lot straighter. There was some dystonia still.
Can we focus in on the feet there? Okay. All right. There's a couple of black dots there. What are those? Are those?
Those are just healing lesions.
All right. But they were not active?
No.
All right. And I notice you're smiling here. Is that simply because of the Mickey Mouse ears, or
Her
are there
feet
other
are
reasons?
straighter.
No, I was just a happier kid in general because my pain was,
Do you see
I
that?
had some relief finally. And my mom and my brother were not in Mexico for the booster treatment, so I was happy to see them.
Okay. Let's then publish 2530-6 and ask you whether you were getting strong enough to do some energetic playing in the pool.
Most definitely. So at Dr. Kirkpatrick's pre-coma, I said that I could lift my arm like ear level, and now it was above my head. And I could handle my brother touching my legs here, and my feet are much straighter.
And that's December 28th, almost the end of the year.
Yep.
Okay. Then let's publish 2686. See how you're doing even a week later.
You girls,
really cute. Got it.
Who's that? Was that your friend from Chicago?
Yes, she had come to visit me, and it was perfect timing because I was feeling a lot better than I had been.
Okay. And could you have moved your arms and legs like that before you had the infusions in Mexico?
There were some days where you could see some movement, but nothing like that.
All right. And then published 2530 -27. Did the improvements continue for you?
Yes.
All right. And again, I see you're holding up your arms. Could you hold your arms up that high before the Mexico treatments?
No, I could not.
And I notice your legs there sitting sort of cross-legged. Did you sit cross-legged a lot?
Yeah, that was pretty typical for me. I don't know why, but when I was sitting in that position, there was some difference in my pain. It wasn't as dramatic as
I have to point out because the chat is getting confused. X off grid says only happy. She's only happy because she was released from the torture at the hospital. This is before Johns Hopkins. This is after the ketamine coma that they made a big deal about. Oh my God, her mother put her in a ketamine coma. No, this is after the ketamine treatment in Mexico. She's looking happy and because she's out of pain, so she can do more physical therapy and get stronger. And then we heard her physical therapist say that sitting in this position relieved the pressure on the lower back, which many people in pain find that this is a better position for them to sit in. So no, this is before Johns Hopkins took custody of her. We're before that. Okay, we're watching her family go through finding out what she has and seeking all these different treatments, and they finally find ketamine, and they go see this doctor in Mexico who put her in the ketamine coma for a couple days, and then this was the result. She finally got free of her pain.
I would have liked it to be, but generally it made my pain less.
Was it the most comfortable position for you?
Made her pain less. She was doing things that she couldn't do before because she was in a lot less pain.
On sitting on things?
By far.
Okay. That eased some of the dystonia?
Yes.
All right. So let's then look at how you continue to improve. And did you continue to improve through the spring and summer?
Yes.
Okay. Let's publish 2691. And as we're doing it here now, your family likes to scuba dive?
Yes, that's a
So we
common
can
thing in
see
our family.
what's going on now. And what's that on your wrist?
That is a bracelet that my cousin Matthew Klein gifted to me.
Mhm.
It says never give up, and that kind of became my motto.
Okay. All right, and the date on that, the record reflect is April 30th, 2016. So you try to spend a lot of time in the pool to
Yes.
strengthen up?
Mhm.
That's the idea? And did your dad work with you a lot on the physical therapy?
Yes, kind of my whole family did. That was kind of cool about it because it was also like family bonding time.
All right, published 2530-41. And this is May. Now we're into May. Okay. And you got your legs, one leg crossed, sitting on the other. You're able to do that, obviously.
Yes.
And you're obviously capable of eating gummy bears.
Yeah.
All right. And did your brother feel better now seeing you able to do some things with him?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now, how did you get around on the floor? Did you have to get in your wheelchair to move from one spot to the other, or were you able to crawl or what?
I was able to crawl a little bit, but I also used my wheelchair to get from like place to place if it was like longer distances and if the floor wasn't comfortable. Another significant thing was I was actually able to push my own wheelchair, so I had some independence in my movements.
And was that a happy making thing for you?
Oh yeah, I was extremely happy.
Gave you a little more freedom?
Mhm.
All right. So through the course of the summer there, were you getting stronger and feeling better?
Yes.
All right. Was it always so, or did you have some ups and downs?
Ups and downs, which is kind of expected with CRPS.
All right. And so let's see, I would like to publish, who back then was your favorite singer?
I loved Megan Trainor.
Okay. And let's talk about how you were doing in July of 2016. If we'll play the clip, just 3600 to 47. It's a brief clip from, and you can tell us what you're doing here in a moment. At this point, did you have limited use of, oh, here you go.
My apologies, counsel. What's the date of this?
This is July 28th, 2016. Yes, July 28th. No, let's see. The clip is 26:59 on July 28th, 2016. You're moving pretty good there, Maya.
Yes.
But still not out of the wheelchair.
No.
Were you hoping to get out of that wheelchair?
Yes, I was on the track to be getting out.
All right. And so when you had some periods where the pain would come back, was it as strong or was it less than what you'd expected, what you had experienced before the Mexico infusions?
It was less than what I experienced previous to the prolonged sedation in Mexico.
All right. But did you continue the ketamine program through the summer?
I did because it's what worked for me.
Okay. And so you would go back for sets when you needed them, and there were a lot of them at some points and none at others?
Right. It just depended on my condition.
Okay. Did you try with your folks, did you try other types of treatments?
Yes. So even though we established that the ketamine had worked for me, we learned about the hyperbaric chamber. So we gave that a shot.
And how is that supposed to work? If you don't know, it's okay. But
I really don't understand the whole thing, but I did try it.
But you were in a high oxygen environment for a while.
Yeah, that's all I know. I don't really know everything else.
You know why you wanted to, your folks and you wanted to try something different than the ketamine infusions?
Well, they were always open to new therapies. They weren't just exclusively going to use ketamine.
My grandma once used a hyperbaric chamber for a chronic infection that she had, and it worked like better than antibiotics. I remember taking her for the hyperbaric treatments, and it's really no big deal. You'd lay down in a closed chamber and they turn on the oxygen. That's it. It's no big deal. It's not dangerous in any way. I don't know why the defense was making a big deal about these hyperbaric chamber. Lots of people do those.
So when they heard about some success with the hyperbaric oxygen treatment, they gave it a go.
And did they want you to try things that did not involve a medication?
Yes.
And so what about IVIG, the immune system stimulant? Did you try that?
I did try that, yes.
Briefly. And did that do any good?
I don't have much recollection of it being like substantial, but I know that it did help me because I was willing to do it again.
Okay. Now, Maya, you were, as the record reflects, okay, let's see. Yeah. I want to show how you were doing then in June and July of 2016. And now that we get into the summer, I published 2530-46.
So here you could see my feet flat on the ground, which was a huge step for me. I was very proud of myself. I'm holding myself up with my upper body strength, and my dystonia is not present in this picture. I was really close to walking.
Okay. And were you looking forward to walking?
Yes, yes.
Let's publish 2530-50. Was it important for you to be working your upper body here?
Yeah, so my goal was to strengthen my upper body enough to the point where I could hold myself up with a walker if my legs gave out at certain times, so I was still safe and would prevent injury. Even though it was painful, I pushed myself.
Okay. Now, continuing then through the summer, were you looking forward to getting out of that wheelchair?
Yes.
Tell the jury by August of 2016, did you believe you were going to be able to get out of that wheelchair?
By the fall, I truly believed it, and I wanted to go back to school, walking.
Now, did there come a time when you, all right, let's play 2659. Did your mom encourage you through these things? That's not it, is it?
Nope.
Let's continue and then I'll get that straight. And it was your mom encouraging you on the walker if we get to it. And my next question is, were your mom and dad encouraging you through this period of time to get better, get out of that wheelchair?
Always. They always were very positive around me.
So driving you to these different appointments and things, was that a pretty significant time commitment for them?
It was, and it was very difficult, but again, they wanted what was best for their children, and that included, helping me with my treatments.
Mm-hmm. All right. So and we'll get back to that one video in a moment.
2695.
All right. Then let's do 2695.
That's better. I love you. Now go down slowly.
And what's the goal there with the
Go down
legs?
slowly. Good job.
Sorry, I did not hear your question.
Good job. Very good. Excellent.
Mr. Anderson, I apologize again. Can you please tell me the date of the day?
July 28th, 2016.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So the goal here by this point, the end of July, was that by the middle of fall, you were going to be out?
Yes.
All right. And then did there come a time when you wanted to avoid going back to school in a wheelchair?
Yeah, I was the only kid in a wheelchair, so I didn't want to be that kid going back to school.
How were you going? What was homebound?
So that's a program where the teachers will come to your house and actually give you instruction.
Okay. And did you like that? Did you like your teachers?
I love my teachers. I mean, the fact that they were willing to take time out of their day to come and teach me, it meant everything.
And could they work around your treatment schedules?
They did, yes.
What was your concern with going back to school insofar as your treatment schedules?
Well, I would be missing instruction. I probably would miss assignments and my grades would drop. And I really didn't want to jeopardize my education, so we tried a different route.
Okay. And did it trouble you quite a bit then that you were going to have to go back to school in your wheelchair?
Yes,
And what did that lead to?
it unfortunately led to a relapse.
All right. Well, this was your first relapse since Mexico? Or
Yes.
Your first relapse ever, really?
Yeah,
Okay. So did you go back to Dr. Hanna to complete more of a ketamine infusion set?
yes, I did. We went to him because it's less expensive compared to Kirkpatrick.
Okay. And through the course of this now, what were the symptoms that you were displaying insofar as your stomach? And remember, we talked about before the intestines and so forth. What was going on in this relapse? Or strike it. What had returned?
So with CRPS, it's pretty well known that it could affect some organs. And for me, it affected my large intestine. So I often got pretty constipated. It's because both, well, CRPS, it's an attack on the sympathetic nervous system, which also affects the digestive system. So I was pretty constipated regularly.
And from time to time, did you end up in an ER for the constipation that resulted?
Yes, when our remedies at home, like Miralax, didn't work, we were forced to go to the ER.
To get cleaned out first, but
Yeah.
yes. Okay. And then let's publish 2530-61. And for the record, this is October 6, 2016. How are you sleeping at this time, by the way? At
I
home?
wasn't sleeping very well at night, so I took the opportunity whenever I was tired to sleep. This is during one of my infusions at Dr. Hanna's, and I'm taking a nap.
Were these infusions painful for you by this point, or?
No, the infusions themselves were not painful.
Okay. All right, then.
Mr. Anderson, can I see the attorneys for a moment?
Uh-oh. What now? What does the judge want? This is interesting. Nothing really happened. This is interesting. What's going on here? That hair island is hanging in there. What is happening? I can't even guess. I don't even know. What does he want? God, he needs to shave that thing. I've never seen a man do that with a little tuft, just a little hair island right there. You're not fooling anyone, sir. It's just distracting. Is there something going on with the jury? They keep looking towards the jury. Yeah, he needs to let it go. All right, I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out. What was that all about?
Okay, members of the jury, I'm just cognizant of a time, cognizant that you haven't had a break in a while. I know we're a little early for lunch, but instead of taking a break short and then go to lunch, why don't we just take an early lunch before we get into the next subject of the
All right, they're
direct
going to take a
examination.
break.
So let's call it, I could have
All right,
jury.
I would just like to point out that Anderson tried to take a break, but the judge was like, no, let's keep going. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, yeah, it's time to take a break. Let's go to lunch. See, this is why I like to watch it not live, so that we get through
Had any opportunity to hear what's on those three?
all the
We
breaks.
have an argument.
Let me check your messages here for a second. Wait, this cannot be the real Megan Fox. I see no cleavages. Well, it's just an off day. Just not feeling it today. I'm wearing my Counting Crows concert t-shirt. Yeah, instead. Let's see. And having an allergy attack day, so I couldn't bother to get dolled up today in any way. That Hair Island is proud today. Look at this. The screenshot that I landed on here, the pause is it looks like a horn. Oh, sir, it's such a bad look.
About this, in that Dr. Kirkpatrick has testified, contrary to his declaration of yesterday, that he routinely videotapes his encounters with patients. And there is testimony, we're trying to, I had it right here, I'm trying to find it again. There is testimony to the effect that he videotaped the initial consult with this patient on 9/23/15 and a follow-up on November 2nd, 2015. Those are exhibits 1076 and 1077 respectively, I believe. There's also an audio recording that is covered by this on 1078. But those two that I just made reference to, he expressly has testified that those recordings were made by video in the ordinary course of his practice. And then they were gone. But Mrs. Kowalski did in fact audio tape those. And the controversy that was about to be raised with the court before plaintiffs agreed to those two pieces of audio or being put in evidence was that there was agreement among the parties that they be audio taped, that Dr. Kirkpatrick had said expressly that he made those recordings, video recordings with audio in the ordinary course of his practice. And so he had no expectation of privacy when the audio was made by Ms. Kowalski, whether or not he had actual notice of it. So we were going to use those things. And I frankly intend to use some of them in the cross-examination of Dr. Kirkpatrick tomorrow.
Are we using them with Ms. Maya Kowalski today?
Not to my knowledge, Judge.
Your Honor, we'd ask to the court to take notice that they're not giving you any testimony. They're not producing any testimony on this because they're misconstruing his testimony as to these dates. He's been clear for at least the past 2 years. There are no video recordings on those dates. None exist.
I beg to differ.
At the end of the day, if there's not a clean issue of consent, I'm going to need to resolve that. So I will need to either
You'll have to have a hearing.
see the competing affidavits or accept testimony on the issue.
Yep.
But the reality is, if there is no consent that's clear, or that it's in a situation where there's not a clear not an expectation of privacy, then it's not coming in.
It's not
gonna be
coming
played.
in.
So
I understand, Your Honor. I'm looking right now at a summary of follow-up evaluations of Maya Kowalski prepared by Dr. Kirkpatrick. One with the initial evaluation of 9/23/15. It lists dictated initial evaluation, handwritten notes of the evaluation, new patient information form reviewed with the patient and mother, pre-treatment video performed with pain thresholds recorded. A similar set of descriptions of records available exists with respect to 11/2/2015. So the point we were going to make previously, again, before there was an agreement to put these into evidence, was that there was an intention on the part of Dr. Kirkpatrick to record those encounters as part of his records. And Your Honor will be told, and we'll see, all the rest of his encounters with this patient were videoed.
perhaps, but
So
it sounds like
well,
I
they
need
just-
evidence on
It
this.
just disappeared.
Well, maybe
point,
he didn't take it.
This allegation that there was agreement on these coming into evidence, just to remind the court, there were 151 joint exhibits. And in the days leading up to jury selection, the defense withdrew agreement on about 80 of those and then added a couple. These were among the last ones that they added. It was an oversight on our part, but there was never agreement to have these.
Again, I'm going to need evidence on the issue until we get it resolved. 1076, 1077, and 1078 will not be played to the jury.
Yeah, he's going to have a hearing.
I will-
It sounds like I'm going to need a few minutes to take testimony on that
Yep.
prior to
You're going to have
this
to hold a
issue being
hearing.
resolved.
Very well, Your Honor, but I will point out that there will also be a controversy over the authenticity of Dr. Kirkpatrick's signature on this declaration that's filed.
What?
Well,
They're
I'm
accusing
assuming
somebody
at
of
some point, Dr. Kirkpatrick will be testifying, whether it's in person or from a hospital. but I don't
forgery
know yet,
now?
but
Tomorrow afternoon.
What?
I'm sure he'll be able to tell us.
If
whether he
that was
signed
his or not. Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Ask
sure
Dr.
you're gonna-
Kirkpatrick. He's
I'm
going to
sorry?
be on the
I'm sure you're-
stand. What
you're
are you
gonna testify.
bitching about? Sit down and let us
Sounds
get
like I
on
will.
with it.
It's my understanding from counsel that the witnesses tomorrow
I'm
are
speeding
Dr.
this up.
Brereton, Dr. Corcoran, and Dr. Kirkpatrick.
All right. I think Dr. Corcoran was planned for Wednesday. Depends somewhat on the length of my Kowalski.
Well, I'm just,
If he wants to be Wednesday, that's fine. I wish you could do that.
I think at the moment we were planning Dr. Brereton.
All right, they're just going to argue. So I'm going to skip ahead to when Maya gets back on the stand because I don't really want to listen to the lawyers argue back and forth about
Ms.
stupid
Kowalski, you understand you're
things
still under oath?
that we won't get to the bottom of until other hearings anyway.
When we left, we were right up to the point of the infamous October 7th admission. I want you to tell the jury at this point in the midst of your relapse, your first relapse, what symptoms you had.
I had the same burning pain, but this time it was more amplified than it was when I was getting the infusions. And I had lesions coming back. I had discoloration and change in temperatures. And my dystonia was more
Obviously.
prevalent. Sorry, forgot.
And you were obviously in a wheelchair.
Still in a wheelchair.
Now, before October 7th, had you had this problem in the gut with being able to pass food through because of the CRPS?
That was a problem that was more with my CRPS, yes, constipation.
Okay. And had you been to Johns Hopkins the week before, October 1st, to visit?
Yes,
And what was that for? Was it for the same thing, the stomach issues,
Yes.
the lower stomach issues? Okay. And at this point, you were what, 10 years old?
I was 10.
So let's talk a little bit about that visit.
I'm
So,
going to get a drink.
um,
I'll be back.
Do you remember the why of going there that day, that morning?
October 7th?
The 7th.
Okay. Yes. So I was in excruciating pain. And this time my stomach was also like, it was awful. I was complaining. My knees were up to my chest. I was crying. So my dad took me in.
All right. So it was your father, not your
Yes.
mother, that took you in?
And then the week prior, my dad also took me in.
Tell me something. When you would go back to Johns Hopkins or any of the doctors there, were they immediately aware of the history, or did your dad or mom have to explain it every time, your history?
Overall.
Actually, yeah, my parents always had to re-explain my history of CRPS.
From what you saw, was this frustrating for your family, to your mom and dad to have to explain the same thing every time you come in?
Most definitely.
All right. So, so you come in and your dad gives the summary of, or describes your history. What do you recall after that?
I remember just being in the ER, but I wasn't in the ER for too long. I remember I was transferred to the PICU.
All right. And up to that point, while you're in the ER and up to the certain event, were you in pain? Were you calm? Were you active? What was your outward manifest?
I was actively in pain, yes.
Were you thrashing or acting out in any way at that point?
At that point, no.
So they took you up to the PICU, and tell the jury what happened then.
When I was transferred to the PICU, I remember my mom came in at some point. The nurses and doctors wanted to put a tube down my nose. And with CRPS, I mean, a blood pressure cuff, that hurts. So imagine, like a tube being shoved down your nose into your stomach. And obviously that would have caused so much pain. And I knew my body, I knew I was not going to be able to tolerate that. That is the only time I asked for sedation. I didn't just randomly yell out, I need sedation, like depicted in the medical records. I only asked for sedation when they wanted to do that procedure.
And then were you given sedation before they tried to put this tube down your nose?
I was not. And my mom was actually in the room, and she listened to the doctors and didn't demand for sedation. Instead, about I would say 2 or 3 people held me down and tried to get the tube down my nose. That is when I was screaming, crying, and thrashing around. I did not curse at any of the staff. That is a lie. but they were not able to get it down, which I suspected because of the pain.
Well, you're fairly religious. Did you curse as a matter of course as a religious 10-year-old?
I never really cursed. I mean, I always thought it was really bad when people did it.
Okay. Later on, you heard that in the hospital, though, from others. But
Yes,
we'll
from
talk
staff.
about that. We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, they tried to do this, and so how did it feel when the doctors or nurses, I guess, held you down? Describe it in more detail. Where'd they grab you, and how hard they grabbed you, so forth.
Well, it was just like the upper body portion because they were trying to get the tube in my nose. So they were holding on my shoulders and just like my chest area. But again, they were not able to do it. Ultimately, they had to use sedation.
Okay. And I want to ask something right now, Maya. Do you have a symptom that while you're up here, you might manifest known as myoclonic jerking?
Yeah, so I don't know if people have noticed this, but normally when I'm sitting in the courtroom and whatnot, I have these like little twitches. It could be anywhere from, my feet to the head. They're kind of random. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just a symptom of CRPS and it's involuntary. And because I'm not getting my infusions at this point in time, unfortunately, they're going to be getting worse and worse.
Okay. So now you're being held down and you got sedation. What do you recall after that?
Well, I do remember the tube being in my nose. I remember my mom having to leave on a certain day, and this was the last time I talked to her.
Okay. Now, and before I forget, there was, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. I'll make sure I get to this. Before we go on, by this point, did you know what having a ketamine infusion, the feeling of ketamine inside you was?
Yes.
Were you able to tell throughout this period and after you had started having them with Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Cantu and Dr. Ham, were you able to tell when your body was receiving ketamine?
Yes.
And how could you tell?
I could tell because the pain level, first off, it was lowered, and there's like a feeling, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but you could just tell, like you feel a little bit funny. It's not your normal self.
Okay. And then tell the jury whether, the best of your knowledge and for everything you saw, heard, felt, your mom ever gave you IV ketamine at home?
Never through the IV, no.
How did she give it to you?
It was orally administered, which was okay by the doctor and everything. It tasted a little bit weird, so at one point I asked her to add Gatorade to it, so it's just easier to go down.
But the prescription itself, and if you're aware, great. If you're not, it's okay. The prescription itself, what did it read? Did it say oral? Did it say intravenous? Did it say?
The bottle itself?
Yes.
Yeah, it said intravenous, but it was only for oral purposes.
So you apply it out of the bottle to the Gatorade.
Right. Never through the IV.
You never had an IV ketamine at home?
Not at home, no.
All right. So now you're, sorry to jump around. You're back in the hospital, and did they start to examine you? And if so, what happened after that, if you recall? Or do you recall much after you were sedated would be a better question.
No, but I do remember being in the PICU.
All right. And was there anything else that you recall? Was it just one nurse coming in and out, or were there more people there?
In the PICU, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember, well, because I couldn't walk or anything, I had to have help using the bathroom. And I remember, it's quite embarrassing, but my dad was helping me clean up, and a doctor came in, or so I thought, a doctor, because I knew it looked like a doctor because all of them wear this like white lab coat, and then there's colored squares across their chest. Usually there's like a name embroidered in, but I didn't see that on her. So I assumed she was a doctor. She came in very briefly, and it was awkward because here I am, naked from the bottom down after using the restroom, and she's asking my dad questions. And then she left the room.
And did you subsequently find out who that was?
Later, I found out it was Sally Smith.
Did anyone from the hospital differentiate Sally Smith from any of the other doctors that you were seeing that day?
Absolutely not.
Did Dr. Smith explain her role in any way?
Never.
And did she question your dad? And I don't know about you, but did she question you or your dad about symptoms and history?
Overall.
No, I do not recall that.
Now, after Dr. Smith, then, was your mom telling the doctors, do you recall who was in there at that time, the doctor-wise? If you don't,
I don't know their names, sorry.
Man, female, male?
It was usually more than one, but sometimes they came in individually, and it was mixed gender.
All right. And so was your mom explaining the symptoms? And
She always did. I mean, that was pretty routine. She had to do that for almost every visit.
was your mom worried from what you could tell or excited? How would you describe her?
Well, she was definitely worried about her kid. And we had just moved to Florida. And I don't know if you know, but there was a hurricane during this time. So I think everyone was kind of on edge.
Mhm. Did you learn at that time or subsequently why you went to Johns Hopkins as opposed to other hospitals? Or well, there was a Johns Hopkins in Sarasota, wasn't there?
I don't know, but it was a distance thing. We were staying at the Ronald McDonald House
Oh, okay.
because at the time it was easier to get to my infusion place with Dr. Hannah rather than driving from Venice to wherever he was located. And it just so happened that the Ronald McDonald House is very close to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
So you're on campus, in other words, at Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, pretty close.
All right. And so your mom told them about the symptoms. Do you recall them questioning you at all about your symptoms?
No.
So what happened after that, to the best of your knowledge? Did you stay up, go to sleep? What?
Well, like I said, there wasn't ever a specific time where I saw the doctors and nurses ask my mom to leave. It was only because this was the day that she had to go to work. And that was my last conversation with her. Whereas with my dad, I vividly remember people coming in and telling him that this was his last time to say goodbye to me.
So was this the last time you saw your mom?
The last time I saw my mom, my dad wasn't there. I was laying in the bed.
This was while you're in your room. Did you
Still in the PICU.
Still in the PICU?
Still in the PICU, yes.
So this is pretty close to when you checked in? or
Yes,
got admitted?
yes. I know I was still in the PICU. My mom was like picking up her work bag and just like little things she had brought to the hospital. And she said, "I love you and I'll see you tomorrow." And I never saw her again.
Need some water? I noticed you're wearing a necklace. Why don't you explain that?
Yeah, so December 10th was my birthday. I turned 11 and I was unfortunately still in the hospital at the time. And the hospital has this program where they collect funds for children who are still in the hospital on their birthday. I was given $20 to spend. And I remember the social worker came in and she asked me what I'd like to buy. I bought a Nerf gun for my brother. I bought my mom a necklace, and then I bought my dad his favorite bag of mints because I didn't have a lot of money left over. But then my Aunt Wendy bought him this little glass Christmas tree, and we just said it was for me. But I bought my mom this very specific necklace that says "I love you" to the moon and back. It's just like she always said that to me. And then I found out later that she wore it every single day, and when she was found in the garage, she was still wearing it. And I have it on my neck right now.
Have some water.
Sorry.
Get through it. Can we publish 2571-001? We're going to switch for a second there, Mike. Ask you about obvious symptoms at the time of your admission. Now, the record reflects it. This is October 8th, 2016. So this would have been the day after you came in.
Yes.
And was it a Friday? And then this one would have been on a Saturday?
Correct.
All right. And what is that there?
It's a lesion, and again, the same thing. It's just smaller ones connecting.
Okay. Now, since that time, have you had the opportunity to review some of the Johns Hopkins records that were supposed to be documenting your condition here and there?
Yes.
All right. Let's show 1001-2645, and I'll represent for the record. It'll show it's the skin assessment for that same day.
I want to read a tip that came in on locals from Duncan, Idaho. Thanks for the $5 tip. Says, "If I were a praying man, and maybe I almost am, I'd pray for her brother. The world has inflicted a shadow on that poor kid's life, and I hope he finds the right people in his life to help him deal with it. This whole family is in need of prayer and justice. I think justice would go a long way to healing this. Justice that Maya was heard, and that her pain and her suffering and the suffering inflicted on this whole family was seen by everyone and dealt with. Johns Hopkins needs to pay for this. They did this. They did this to this family that was doing the best they could with a very sick little kid until Johns Hopkins came around and destroyed them for no other reason than hubris, because they didn't want to be wrong. They didn't want to be seen as being incompetent. They didn't want to say, we don't know. That's what this is about.
All right, so it's got one circular red scab and one circular pink,
Yes.
but nothing else about the other lesions on your body?
Correct.
Did you have one on your back or not?
I had one on my back, but I also had them in other areas, which they failed to document.
So the ones they're talking about here, and this can be confusing, they're talking about the one on your back, or did they ever talk about the one on your legs?
They
The
never.
ones on your legs.
Yeah, no, they didn't. Not on that date.
Okay, let's continue then. So you begin your stay there. Were your mom and dad able to come see you in your room at this time?
At this time, yes.
Okay, your dad. Okay, and then tell us about the rooms you stayed in during this period of time, October, November, December of 2016. Regular hospital rooms?
So first the emergency room, then the PICU. The most distinguishing thing about the PICU, even though every room kind of has it, it's this circular clock. And I remember that because that's all I looked at for days, and I just heard it tick because I didn't have the strength to watch anything on the TV. And then when I was moved up from the PICU to a different floor, I believe it was 7. I stayed on 7 a lot. I had multiple different rooms, even though their policy is every 30 days you switch a room. I think I stayed there over 90 days, but I had way more than 3 rooms. And these rooms had surveillance cameras. And when I was placed in those rooms with the surveillance cameras, I was told that to not worry about them, they don't work.
So now, if we could, there has been allegations here that you were outside your room 95% of the time. Can you tell the jury whether that's true?
That's not true at all. Most of the time I was in my room. There were times where I went to PT, which I was outside my room, and there was a few occasions where I went to the rec room. But for, I would say, the majority of my time, I was kept in my room.
And did the rooms have the kids that were there, their names on the door or next to the door?
So at one point, I started to get wheeled out into the hallways and whatnot, and that's when I was going to PT or the rec room. And I noticed something really weird was that all the other rooms on the floor, they had name tags. It would say the patient's name and just the last initial. Whereas with mine, I just had a sheet of paper in there with color-coded stickers. I asked the nurses what the color corresponded to and what that meant and why I didn't have a name, and they would not tell me. I asked multiple nurses, and all of them said, I can't tell you.
During this period of
It
time, do you
meant
recall an
she's a
instance where your mom
prisoner.
was trying to get in touch with you and the nurse said something different than just simply putting it through to you?
Which instance?
Was there a time during this period, this first week or so, when your mom called for you and you did not receive the call but overheard what was said?
Yes. So I remember that my mom was on this phone call, and the person who she was speaking to, a person at the hospital, I'm not sure what role they had, but they claimed that I never asked to speak to my mom. I was doing fine. I was okay in my room. I hadn't had any questions about why my parents weren't allowed to see me. And
They always lie about
infuriated
that.
me so much because all I did for days on end was demand to speak to my parents. That's all I wanted to do. And I most certainly wasn't just sitting in my room. I was crying.
I have knowledge that in the Cynthia Absog case, they told Cynthia after taking her son from her, because she listened to doctors and did everything they said, and then she was accused of Munchausen for listening to the doctors. She was told that her son never asked for her. She was told that he was happy in his foster home and that he didn't miss her, and they were refusing to allow her any visitation. Come to find out in her trial, not her criminal trial, but her parental rights trial, or there's another one, the CPS trial, that they lied to her, and that in the notes of the social worker, her son, and this is so heartbreaking, packed up his suitcase every week and begged to go home to his mother. And so they will lie and tell you that your child doesn't miss you, and that's what they did to Maya. This is not an unusual story. This is the playbook. This is what they do. They divide families, they separate them, and then they drive wedges between you, and they lie to you about what the other one said and what the other one did. It's disgusting.
So now, were there other kids on the floor? I mean, were there,
Yes.
somebody to talk to, somebody you could, for lack of a better term, play with?
Well, it's a children's hospital, so there's plenty of kids all around. Again, I went to the rec room. So for people who don't know what that is, it's just like a playroom. You could do activities. There's volunteers there. So I remember going down there, nurse wheeled me down, and I was just working on some art project. I don't remember what, but this really sweet social girl, she came over to me and she just started talking to me.
How old would you think?
She looked around my age, I would say, or maybe a little bit, actually younger, sorry, my bad, younger for certain. And her mom noticed that she came over to me a lot and was talking to me. Come to find out, we were on the same floor. I was on 7. And I saw her out in the hallway one day and I asked the nurse to wheel me out. So the nurse wheeled me out. She brought me to the area. So there's like this on the floor, there's this huge window where you could see outside of the hospital. So you could see like the street and all the cars passing by. And there's a little chair that faces this window. So people who just wanted like a change of scenery could go over there. So her mom was there with Natalie, the friend that I had made, and I was wheeled over there and I talked to them. Another nurse observed this interaction and quickly told somebody. Next thing I know, Kathy Beatty is in my room saying I'm not to ever speak to a patient again. And that day, Natalie had given me this little present because her mom noticed my parents were never with me. I think they just wanted to comfort me, and I have it in my bag today.
Jesus Christ, they kept her from making friends in the hospital? They wouldn't even let her talk to other patients? Like, what? This is torture. This is torture. She was 10. I have a 9-year-old son who is desperate for love and attention every day of his life. If he were not allowed to speak to anyone he knew, and then told when he made a little friend in the hospital that he couldn't talk to them either, he would lose his damn mind. This is terrible. This is inexcusable, and this is what they do. This is what they do. It's disgusting, and it should not be allowed.
And why you, as a 10-year-old, couldn't just talk to the kid next door, for lack of a better term?
I have no reason. I mean, they didn't give me any reason, and it was heartbreaking because, they had my door open a lot and the blinds were open so I could see other people conversing and interacting, and here I am all alone.
Mm-hmm. Now, were they at this time paying a lot of attention to your symptoms, discussing your symptoms with you?
Even though I told them about my symptoms and I pointed them out, it didn't matter. They kind of just ignored them.
Before we go further, I think what I want to do, if we can pull up 2003-001, the All Children's Health System, a summary of Florida patients' Bill of Rights and Responsibilities, if we could. So, Maya, were you aware of any of this at the time, or did you become aware of these later?
I was not made aware of them within the hospital. I wish I would have known them.
All right. So you had a right, I'll just paraphrase, to courtesy and respect.
I feel
right?
sick.
Correct.
And individual dignity and protection of your privacy. Is that
Correct.
right? A prompt and
didn't get
reasonable
any of
response to
this.
questions and requests for you. Tell me about the bathroom.
Oh, you're going to object?
Overall.
Oh, good. You better.
Tell me about trying to go
that.
to the bathroom during this period.
Can you imagine the defense trying to object to reading all children's patient rights bill? Imagine that. The defense doesn't want the jury to know their own policies on patients' rights that they violated. I'm glad the judge overruled that objection because that was the shittiest objection yet.
What did you have to do to get to the bathroom?
So with the whole bathroom situation, obviously I was not able to walk and I couldn't push my wheelchair at this time. So the nurses helped me, which was totally cool. But it's when the showering happened where it was really weird. So I had to have the door open and they would have to watch me because they were afraid that I would cut myself. I wasn't allowed to have a razor. Later, I was able to have a razor to shave my legs, but I just never felt good about myself.
And it says here, a patient has the right to know who's providing
Disgusting
services and who's
perverts.
responsible for your care. Was it ever explained to you who was the person, other than Kathy Beatty, most responsible for your care?
No,
And so it says that you have a right to know what rules and regulations apply to your conduct. Did anybody discuss that with you ever?
no,
Were you ever shown any of these rules and regulations or rights?
no.
All right. Did you receive any information from the Johns Hopkins nurses or the doctors when they visited you about what diagnosis and what their plan was for you?
So they never told me straight up. They never said, we think you have conversion disorder. They never said, we think your mom has Munchausen by proxy. Instead, they would give me like little clues in the things that they were saying. So for example, when I expressed to them a symptom or like my pain, they would say, no, you're making it up or it's in your head. And then at one point, the social worker, Kathy Beatty, said that my mom was in a mental institution, making me think that something was wrong with her. And I asked my dad and it turned out to be a lie.
Yeah, they lie all the time. Dom Mannon says, not sure shaving your legs is a human right, but okay, let's go with that. This is about her invading her privacy. It's not about shaving her legs. It's about her patient's rights in the hospital are the patients have a right to privacy. And she didn't get that. They were watching her shower. They refused to give her a razor for no reason. Ridiculous.
So they were trying to even manipulate me into thinking that my mom was sick and therefore making me sick, even though it wasn't true.
Well, as the allegations of Munchausen by proxy, which are that your mom or dad are intentionally trying to keep you sick, did any of the doctors or nurses ever simply ask you about your relationship with your mom and dad?
No, and as a matter of fact, they always told me what went down in my house. Dr. Elliott, he said that my mom was putting me in a coma every single week. And I told him no. But even though I told him no, he wouldn't accept that as an answer.
Her
They seem
mother
to have their
never
own
put her
story
in
they wanted
coma.
told.
Absolutely, no
She
doubt
went to
about
a
that.
doctor.
And so then it says
Oh
a
my
patient has a
God.
right to refuse any treatment. Were you ever given any right to accept or reject the physical therapy?
No.
What was the problem with that as time went on with the physical therapy?
So even though physical therapy, like done in a certain way, does help CRPS, when you don't listen to the patient, it's actually going to be more harmful than beneficial. So my condition just went downhill. I mean, when I got back home after being released, it was nasty.
Well, I got to ask you now, there's been some testimony about withdrawal. Did you ever experience, do you know what withdrawal is from a drug?
Yeah, I've
Did
heard
you
about
know?
it in school, yeah.
Okay. And remembering back and knowing now, did you ever have any feelings after ketamine was stopped for a period of time of withdrawal?
No, ketamine for me was stopped multiple times and for like sometimes weeks, and I've never identified with the symptoms of withdrawal.
So no sniffling and anxiety and runny nose and severe headaches and all that? None of
No.
that? So did they ever come to you and tell you that they thought you needed to stay there because you needed to be weaned off of ketamine?
They have never told me that.
Right. It goes down there and it says, about two-thirds of the way down, patient has a right to impartial access to medical treatment or accommodations regardless of race, sex, gender, identity, sexual orientation, national origin, religion, creed, handicap. You see that?
Yes.
All right. So tell the jury now first as to being Polish. What does the term mamusha mean? If I'm pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
I'd like to object. I'd like to approach on this.
Okay.
All right, there's some objection. Rumble Chat wants to know if Kathy Beatty's in jail. No, she's not in jail. None of these people ever face any consequences. Kathy Beatty was the social worker who did all this. Most likely she got promoted. I did hear she's not working at Johns Hopkins anymore, but I bet you she's still working in the system. She probably would work for DCF. She's exactly the kind of person they would want. Oh, the courtroom's a lot more crowded today. The courtroom's been pretty empty the entire trial, but I noticed there's a lot more people there today. Probably to hear Maya's testimony. this is horrible. I think Maya's a really good witness. I don't know about you, but if I'm sitting on that jury, I am livid right now. I am angry on her behalf. And I'm getting angrier every time the defense objects and every time she's interrupted. I'm getting angrier because of all the things they've done to her, now is the time that they need to shut the fuck up and let her tell her story. Because this is it. This is her only chance. This is terrible. One thing that really bothers me is her dad's testimony that that she is not allowed to have treatment anymore that helps her because of all these things in the record. So they don't even dare ask for ketamine because of the factitious disorder and the conversion disorder that is still in the record. They're terrified that if they go to another doctor and they say that they need ketamine or whatever, they're going to go down the same road. That's got to be fixed. I hope the jury could order that Johns Hopkins takes
And so
all
it
that
says,
stuff out of the record.
You also
I don't think they have
had
that
a
power,
right to treatment
but it would be nice if they did.
where if you were deteriorating from a failure to provide treatment. As time went on, did you let them know that you were not doing so hot?
Yes, I did tell them whenever they asked, I told them of my pain. In the beginning of my stay, I told them constantly about my pain, but I soon learned that they weren't listening, so I stopped telling them and I just told them when they asked.
And how did you feel, if you could take the jury through it from when you first got in towards the end? Take us through the stages of how your physical condition went.
So when I first got in, I was in extremely bad condition because of the relapse. Once the constipation had passed, I did get a little bit better because the pain from the constipation was now gone. But my physical condition as I went on got worse and worse.
By the end, what was their physical condition by the time you finally got out of there?
Well, to paint the picture, I mean, before I went there, you saw me on the walker. Like, I was on my way to walking and being able to stand and bear weight. And then when I left, I couldn't even open a water bottle.
Could you sit up by yourself, hold yourself up by yourself?
No.
All right. So I was asking you what the term mamusha means in Polish. What is that?
It means mom.
And what happened when you would speak Polish to your mom or try to?
So after some time, I was granted privileges to have phone conversations with my mom. And because I didn't have any Polish instruction at the hospital, my only way to maintain my Polish or maybe get better at it was by talking in Polish to my mom. So I would say things like, Dzień dobry, mamusza, jak się masz, which just means, hello, mom, how are you? Or ja kocham cię, which means I love you. And every time I spoke in that language, I was told to stop. I have to speak in English. They would get really worried.
I apologize for the interruption. See objection.
Overruled. You can finish your answer.
But they would always tell me to revert back to English so they could understand.
And so there was also a section in another one of the patient and families have rights that says you have a right to practice your cultural values and spiritual beliefs as long as they don't interfere with the well-being of others. I want to talk for a moment, and that the hospital's right there that you have. I want to talk a little bit about being able to practice as a Catholic in the church in Johns Hopkins during this period of time. So tell us how often you would have communion, go to church outside of this.
So pre-Johns Hopkins, I went to church every Sunday and I went to Sunday school, so I'd get communion once a week.
All right. And once you got in there, what happened? Were you, how were your spiritual needs fulfilled?
They weren't. So I was not allowed to have the communion that my priest from my church at home brought. Eventually, I was able to.
Hang on, did anybody ever tell you, or did you ever learn why they weren't allowing in holy water, communion, wafers, things like that?
Objection to the
The hospital people who were managing you, the nurses, Kathy Beatty, so forth, the people you were communicating with regularly.
Yes.
Did you ever learn from them or otherwise? If so, we'll explain why they were keeping communion wafers and holy water and the like away from you.
I know the reason, and it was because they believed my mom was tampering with the wafer or the holy water and putting ketamine in it.
What? Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me.
And similarly, there's a little off topic, baked goods,
Tampering.
any type of.
Hold on a second. Hold on. tampering with the wafer, tampering with the wafer or with the holy water. These people were serious Catholics, like for real serious Catholics. You heard the story about the traveling Mary and the prayer group they were in. Like, they were serious practicing Catholics. No serious Catholic, not even a slightly unserious Catholic, would ever mess with the host. And for another thing, a priest normally brings the host, or someone from the church who is given the authority to bring the host in a little container, which they don't touch. No one is messing with the host. That's a sin. It's like verboten. You don't do that. Like, in fact, you're taught in church, when you go through, becoming Catholic, or you go through your, taking First Communion, that wafer can touch your hand for a few seconds when they put it in there, but then it's got to go right in your mouth before you walk away from the priest, or the priest puts it on your tongue. Because you don't like walk around the church with it and like wait till you sit down to put it in your mouth, because that's how people steal the host and desecrate the host. And there are Satanists who do this. That's nonsense. Those are ignorant people who don't understand Catholics. Oh my God, that's religious discrimination if I ever heard it. It's sacrilege. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Amazing disgrace. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, so they are accusing her priest of bringing in drugs in the host, no less. In the host, in the body of Christ, no less. This is such an outrageous accusation. For those of you who are not Catholic, you have to understand how outrageous and the holy water, no Catholic would do that. No Catholic would smuggle drugs in holy water. Oh my God. Oh my God, these people. This is disgusting. Yeah, they do sound like Satanists. They do. This is unbelievable, you guys. My mind is blown. These are people who do not understand Christianity, and they make no effort to understand it. They made no effort to research any of this. That it is impossible what they are saying could have happened. It is impossible. It is ridiculous. No Catholic. Yeah, we're all, Diane, can you feel my upset? Because all the Catholics right now are like, are you kidding me? You should see me get on my son about how to treat the host. Like, he makes me angry if he doesn't put it in his mouth right away. And I'm always right behind him, like, and make the sign of the cross and make, this is how you do it. Come on. This is outrageous. It's an outrageous accusation. I'm almost speechless. This is anti-Catholicism right here. This is like some major bigotry going on. To even suggest that this deeply Catholic family would tamper with the host, with the body of Christ. Yeah. Homestead Dreams. Thank you for bringing this up. They have a chaplain there. They have a chapel there. I bet they have a Catholic priest who visits the hospital. They could have had him bring her the communion, but they didn't. They could have had him bring holy water, but they didn't. This is a disgusting accusation. This is a disgusting violation of her First Amendment religious rights. It is a disgusting violation, and it is a disgusting accusation, and it should be pointed out how disgusting it is. It is deeply offensive to me as a Catholic that this family would desecrate the host. Get the fuck out of here. It's ridiculous.
Food from home, were you allowed to have that?
Oh, no, never.
Only hospital food.
Correct.
What a joy. So let's get back to this now in terms of being able to practice your religion. What did you bring with you? Or if you didn't bring it in, what were you brought in terms of religious items to help you through this difficult time?
Right, so going into the hospital, we didn't know how long I was staying there. So eventually I was given the rosary, which is a standard thing Catholics pray with. And I was brought a prayer book so I could recite the prayers, because there's a lot and I don't remember them all. Yeah, those were the two big things. And then yes,
Cindy B, Even a crumb of a consecrated host dropped is a very bad thing. If you've ever been to Catholic Mass, when the priest is breaking the host, okay, there will be crumbs, and sometimes they fall on the altar of the on the cloth that is on the altar where he's preparing it, right? And if you watch the priest very carefully, he will, after he's handed out the host, and he will take a something, I don't know what you call it, but they sweep the crumbs. He will sweep the crumbs onto the plate, and then those crumbs get dumped into his goblet of wine and added to it water, and then he drinks it, he consumes it, because you can't leave the consecrated body of Christ anywhere. Not even a crumb. This idea is so offensive to Catholics. It's mind-blowing. I'm disgusted by it.
Communion, which we talked about, and the holy water, which we already talked about.
And did Miss Beatty or someone else from the hospital at some point take those from you?
Yes.
So now, what were you told about your ability to practice your religion in the hospital? What did they say about it?
They thought my mom was controlling me through religion, so they were really against me praying and doing that sort of thing. But
What would they do if you tried to pray with your mom over the phone?
they would shut it down.
So what about a priest? Now, you had a priest from your church that you were comfortable with?
Yes.
Parish? And who was that?
That was Father Jack.
Okay. And tell us about visits from Father Jack.
So he was able to, I remember 2 distinctive visits. The first one was an attempt to give me the communion, and we just chat a little bit. And then the second time I remember seeing him is when he came to help my dad announce my mom's passing.
So were you allowed regular access to Father Jack?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Right. Now, as this was going on, these first couple of months there, did you, even though you're only 10, did you have an inkling of why they were doing this bizarre behavior?
Objection, Your Honor.
Strike it, this behavior.
Still objection again today.
Let's be more specific.
Right, during this period of time, what, if anything, made you suspicious, and what were you suspicious of?
It was normally the comments that they made or the restrictions that they placed on me and not the other kids. Again, they never directly told me what was going on, even though I asked. So I had to figure it out for myself, and it did take time until I had a general understanding of what was taking place.
And what was taking place, Maya?
I was stripped from my family.
They did not want you to go back to your family?
No.
And
They didn't even tell her
was this
what they had
told
done.
to you
That is
in
so
some form
sick.
by Miss Beatty?
She made a lot of comments, especially about my mom. She was the one who came up with a mental institution comment. She also had a lot of ideas of where I should be placed.
All right, and what was she suggesting for you as a place that they would place you?
So I remember this one instance when she came into my room. She asked if she could sit on the end of my bed, and I told her yes. She sat down, and she told me that they were discussing in court the idea of foster care and placing me in a home. She cautioned me, this is word from word what she said, foster care is nothing like it is in the movies. She said that, and then after saying that, she suggested that she take me in and she would be my foster parent.
Ugh.
Let's pull up
that's awful.
1001-3796.
She did that for the money, I'm sure, because she would get
All right,
all
this
the
is
money.
in evidence. Let the record reflect from November 2nd. And so was it at or around the time reflected here that Ms. Beatty was initiating you into this concept that you would never go back to your parents, you would go to a foster family?
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Overruled.
I would say so, yes. I don't know
The
the
judge
exact
is
date
not
that she
letting
told
the
me, but
defense
I know
get away with any of
it
this.
corresponded to a, I'm assuming, because she said it was a court hearing about foster care, and that's where she got the idea.
Now, this is psychology progress notes. Let's talk about that for a second. When you came in, were you seen by a psychologist to be given some testing?
At the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
I later found that out, yes.
All right, well, tell us who did that, if you don't recall.
I believe his name is Dr. Lewis. Is that the
Right.
one you're talking? Okay,
Mhm.
yes, I do remember that whole instance. I was wheeled into a separate room, and Dr. Lewis was in there with paper and pen and a bunch of tests. I did not want to be there. That day in particular, I was in more pain than usual. So much so, I actually could not complete all of the tests. I complained of my hand hurting. And then the nurse who wheeled me there, when she came to pick me up, I was in tears and I was crying.
Well, subsequent to, did Dr. Lewis engage you in any analysis or conversation like analysis?
I remember some of the things we talked about. He asked about my family. He asked about, he regularly put words in my mouth. He tried to get me to agree to things, and I would tell him, no, that's not true. And yet he wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Did you ever see his report?
Yes, and again, it's very frustrating because here you're going to a health, like a professional health place, and you have adults lying about what a child is saying. It's a whole nother level of messed up. It's just so unbelievably insane.
Did you find out whether he worked for the hospital or whether he was working for DCF at the time?
He never told me.
In terms of psychological counseling now, do you know who Dr. Katzenstein is?
I do.
How often would you meet with Dr. Katzenstein, if at all?
I think I relayed some information to Dr. Katzenstein, but I don't remember seeing them regularly.
Okay. And in the visits that you remember, what happened? Tell us a little bit about them.
I remember relaying some information to the doctor, but I don't remember the visits themselves because, again, I don't really remember them happening.
I want to go back to Dr. Lewis again. So there were all these statements in that report about things you said. How did those appear in there?
He was the one suggesting that narrative, trying to get me to agree. And even though I did not agree, he still wrote it down as if I did.
Oh.
Did this add to your suspicion of what was going on here?
It did, because I've been to hospitals before and nothing like that had ever happened.
Okay. Can you tell us whether you had constant?
You guys, I spaced out there for a second. What was he writing down that she was agreeing to that she didn't? I missed that part. I just know that he did write down something saying she agreed when she didn't. What did he write down? Catch me back up.
Psychotherapy, or whether it was limited or next to none?
It was next to none. I don't remember that happening regularly. There was a lot of PT though.
Now, do you remember a time when you were put into a room and told you could not leave for some reason?
Are you referring to the
48 hours?
Yes. Yes, I was told about that.
Tell the jury what happened then.
So I was told it was for like a EKG, and I don't know what that is. So I just said, okay. I know now what an EKG is, and what happened in the room was nothing like an EKG. They left me there for 48 hours under surveillance, which they did not tell me about.
Okay, wait. It sounds like
They
you guys
had a
didn't get
mode
it either. So let's go back. I want to know exactly what he said. So wait, what are we at here? We are at, oh, I hate going back because it's tough to do it. Hold on.
So I was told it was for like a EKG,
Hold
and
on.
I don't know what that's
I'm gonna
for,
go back
and
a
nothing like that had ever happened.
Okay, a little bit before
How
that.
often would you meet with Dr. Katzenstein, if at all? Did you ever see his report?
Yes.
Katzenstein was the
again,
psychologist.
It's very frustrating because here you're going to a health, like a professional health place, and you have adults lying about what a child is saying. It's a whole nother level of messed up. It's just so unbelievably insane.
Did you find out whether he worked for the
Okay,
hospital?
let's read
or
what
whether
this
he was...
says. I spoke this is the psychology progress notes. This is what we missed. Spoke with Kathy Beatty of social work. Based upon Maya's current presentation, she is likely to benefit from a medical foster care setting that is also a mental health therapeutic foster care setting. Oh, that, you know what that means? Therapeutic foster care, it means more money. The state releases more money per head when you have therapeutic foster care. That means a kid that needs some sort of medical interventions, right? So kids with autism, kids with medical problems, it's a whole other level of foster care that releases more federal funds to it and more state funds. So they're always going for therapeutic foster care because they want more of the money released. All right, so let's read that again. She is likely to benefit from medical foster care setting that is also a mental health therapeutic foster care setting following discharge from a rehabilitation or pain management program. Yeah, and no wonder Beatty wanted to foster her. More money. She'd get the money to take care of her. She has been participating in biofeedback and cognitive behavioral therapy with me and is likely to benefit from continued evidence-based mental health services following discharge. I want to see what it says about present illness. Let's read this too. Maya is a 10-year-old female with a medical history significant for complex regional pain syndrome who is currently on multiple medications. Psychology was consulted initially to provide psychological evaluation as requested by Nemours prior to a decision being made regarding transfer. However, this has since evolved to provide supports for the family. Oh, look at the way they use Orwellian language. To provide supports for the family. Watch us support you while we take your child away from you. And discuss importance of cognitive behavioral therapy and pain management. Ugh. All right, let's continue. So Katzenstein is the psychologist. He lied about something, and Maya's going to tell us, I hope, what that was.
Working for DCF at the time.
He never told me.
In terms of psychological counseling now, do you know who Dr. Katzenstein is?
I
Did
do.
you? How often would you meet with Dr. Katzenstein, if at all?
I think I relayed some information to Dr. Katzenstein, but I don't remember seeing them regularly.
Okay. And in the visits that you remember, what happened? Tell us a little bit about them.
I remember relaying some information to the doctor, but I don't remember the visits themselves because, again, I don't really remember them happening.
I want to go back to Dr. Lewis again. So there were all these statements in that report about things you said. How did those appear in there?
He was the one suggesting that narrative, trying to get me to agree. And even though I did not agree, he still wrote it down as if I did.
Did this add to your suspicion of what was going on here?
Are they not allowed to read the narrative? Are we not allowed to see what it was that he said? Is that why he's not being specific about what these things were? That would suck. I hope they're going to put him on the stand.
It did, because I've been to hospitals before and nothing like that had ever happened.
Okay. Can you tell us whether you had constant psychotherapy or whether it was limited or next to none?
It was next to none. I don't remember that happening regularly. There was a lot of PT though.
Okay. Now, do you remember a time when you were put into a room and told you could not leave for some reason?
Yes, Diane.
Are
Get
you
him on the
referring to the
stand.
48 hours?
Yes. Yes, I was told about that.
Tell the jury what happened then.
So I was told it was for like a EKG, and I don't know what that is. So I just said, okay. I know now what an EKG is, and what happened in the room was nothing like an EKG. They left me there for 48 hours under surveillance, which they did not tell me about. They had a commode in there, and they just put it far enough away from the bed so I would have to physically stand up and use the bathroom. I called the nurses whenever I had to use the bathroom because obviously I'm not able to walk. And when they refused to help me go to the bathroom, I would defecate on myself.
So
Aww.
let's show 2703-B, a clip
face.
from the covert surveillance.
This poor girl. They made her have accidents because they put it so far away. Look at her face. Oh, Jesus. We have to watch this. God. Poor Maya.
No, they never told me.
Continue.
Why would they put her on there with
Is that
her
it?
pants on?
Okay. Now, so you had to have help.
Oh.
Yes.
And was there any way to reach that commode to relieve yourself without help?
No, not in my condition.
And what would the nurses do when they came in and you had messed your bed?
They would be pretty angry. I had this one nurse,
Oh,
I would call her
Jesus.
whenever I had to use the bathroom, and I'm understanding that you have other patients. I get that. She would come into the room, and I'm not even joking. She would yell, 10 more minutes, and then she would storm off. But again, my door's open, the blinds are open. I could see her conversing with the nurses. They have
no.
these like little council like areas, and I could see her talking. She was not busy. So I genuinely believe that they just wanted to push me to the limit of like, oh, I'm about to pee myself. I have to get up and stand. But that never happened. Instead, I just peed on myself.
And you were not allowed to leave this room for 42
No,
to 48 hours?
No.
And you would have left if you could?
I wish I could have.
So they kept you in there against your will?
Correct.
All right, let's take a look at.
Case closed.
21-116,
Guilty.
a series of text messages.
Guilty, guilty, guilty. Do we need anything else? Like, do you need anything else besides her testimony, Maya's testimony as to what happened to her? Why did they target her like this? Jillian, I'll tell you. They targeted her like this because they don't want to admit that they don't know everything. They targeted her. They had to make their decision right. And so they did everything they could to prove that she wasn't really sick, and they failed. And now they have to listen. They have to sit here through this. Guilty as hell. Guilty. False imprisonment, child abuse, suicide of her mother. All of their fault. This is their fault.
Messages at around this time regarding this particular visit. And if we could move to the.
Judge, again, we object the foundation and through this witnesses are not her text messages.
I don't even want to hear the defense's case.
This next page. Can you highlight it, get to the part and highlight it with the description? All right, there you go.
We're still going to have to sit through defense's case.
Yes.
Sucks.
It's 005 we're on right now. So this is with Dr. Dees and Dr. Sally Smith.
I want to see what this says. Hold on. I gotta pause this.
Now,
Damn it,
does-
where's my, oh no, my
it says here
computer's
something about pushing
freezing.
several feet in your wheelchair. Does CRPS
Shit.
involve paralysis?
No, it does not. There's
All right, hold on. I want to read this. This is from Paola Dees to Sally Smith. And Sally Smith, by the way, is the child abuse doctor who is an absolute, these people are the devil, child abuse doctors. Totally biased, work for the state. They are an arm of the state. All right, FYI, I just went to see Maya. I watched her use her feet to push herself several feet in her wheelchair in her room. My son was outside the room, and I was trying to prevent him from coming in the room, and she wanted to see him, so she inadvertently started coming towards the door. She was distracted, and I'm not even sure she realized she did it because I didn't call attention to it, but I mentioned it to the nurse who also saw her, so it also saw her do it earlier too. Again, it is not that Maya cannot move her feet. It is not that she cannot move her arms. It is that it hurts her to do so. And she has good days and bad days. And so on good days, she can probably push herself a little bit with her wheelchair. Big freaking deal. All right, wait. No. What did my mouse just
some
die?
patients with pain
Maybe
so
my mouse
severe that
died.
they might not
Oh,
be
yeah, it
able
needs
to
a
move
battery.
their limb. But that wasn't the case for me. I was still able to move my limbs. Obviously, I had my days, but I've never had paralysis. That's not associated with CRPS at all.
But that's what they were concentrating on, was whether you could move around or not?
Right. So even though I explained to them that the symptoms vary, that's just the nature of CRPS. For some reason, they couldn't understand that.
All right, so I think there's another one here from Dr.
Yeah, because they're stupid. Because doctors don't listen. They have one idea in their head, and that's the one they go with. So frustrating. Yeah, my mouse just died. That's why I thought my computer was freezing. It needs a battery.
You being 10
R.I.P.
and not
mouse.
being able to perform this charade effectively.
Okay, now this one is from Sally Smith to Paola Dees that says, fortunately, it's a text. Fortunately, at 10 years old, she can't perform the charade effectively 24/7 and doesn't even know if she's making physiological mistakes. I'm coming to take some pictures of her affected legs for court on Tuesday. Oh, these bitches.
Were you keeping up a charade, Maya?
Not at all.
Has anyone ever come into you, thinking back to the patient's rights, and explained to you that they were concerned that you were making all this up?
No, they never told me that, but they did tell me frequently that I was all in my head. So they just planted the idea there instead of questioning me about it.
Now, and at 10 years old, I know you're very intelligent for a 10-year-old, but were you equipped to try to outsmart or outthink or whatever these doctors at this point?
I do that to a doctor. I had an illness and that's what it was.
Thank you. All right.
Let's see how much longer that she's on the stand. When are they going to do
Now,
cross?
there was a part of the, I forgot it, event here. That's why I had Nick. So it talks here in your rights about being able to have another doctor or specialist outside the hospital see you. Was there an attempt, to the best of your knowledge, to have Dr. Hannah come see you
In December?
at any time?
I don't remember that. I know eventually down the line I was able to see him, but I was not made aware of any attempt for him to come to the hospital.
Okay, so this was outside the hospital when you saw it.
Correct.
So during your time in the hospital, was any doctor outside of Johns Hopkins allowed to come in and examine you?
No.
Oh, wait, I want to
Okay,
read those.
now-
Dang it. Those were more text messages. I want to read them. Right. Let me get to it. Shit. Where was it? There. Is it here? Or is that too far back? I can't read that anyway. Unfortunately.
That's what it was.
Thank you. Does it involve paralysis?
No. Him to come to the hospital.
Okay, so this was outside the hospital when you
Ah,
saw it.
here, this. All right. Hi, Sally. So this is from Alex Major to Sally Smith. Hi, Sally. This is Alexis Major, one of the hospitalist. Boy, these people need better grammar. Wanted to let you know the judge allowed Dr. Hannah to come in today to assess Maya Kowalski. And then Sally responds, so you're saying one of you will supervise his visit or the parents' visits? And Alexa says, yes, I don't think the parents are coming, just the doctor. And then Sally responds, maybe if it's you, you can ask him, how do you sleep? And then the Alexis responds, LOL.
So during your time in the
Again, they never spoke to Dr. Hannah. They never asked him about her case. They never asked him to explain why he put her on ketamine infusions. They just immediately decided, because they're bigoted against Mexican doctors, apparently, that he was not qualified.
hospital, was any doctor outside of Johns Hopkins allowed to come in and examine you?
No.
Okay, now, I want to pull up 2703-A and ask you, were your CRPS lesions prominent by this point?
Yes.
And did you from time to time ask the nurses to give you something to help them?
I did. I was without my special lotion that I was prescribed back at home with the lesions.
I don't know.
And
what that
here
noise
I
is.
just requested Aquaphor because I believe it was the next best thing. Yeah, here I'm showing where all my lesions are.
She's not even looking. Look at this nurse.
How, if you know, let's get finished with it here. Keep going.
The nurse is not paying any attention. Oh God, I would want to kill these people if they did this to my kid.
Is this pretty much what you did all day long? Sit in that
Yes.
bed?
Yeah. That's why all my belongings are on it.
So you applied your own salve to them. Did it help?
No.
You tell them it was painful?
I was explaining that to her, yes.
So what was the hospital doing to help you deal with painful lesions?
Well, they gave me Aquaphor, but again, it doesn't really do much for them.
I can't even imagine watching these videos back as a parent, knowing that you couldn't be there and your kid was
Weren't
at the
these nurses
mercy
ever
of
nice
these
to you?
assholes.
I had a few nurses that were nice, but I could tell that they were all agenda driven.
It must have been so hard to watch this as a mother, that you were not allowed to be there to tend to your own child's needs and wounds. And these cold bitches who don't even listen, who don't even look at her, who don't, I mean, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. This should never happen. If, you know what? If a hospital has to take a child from a family because they're doing a child abuse investigation, there should actually be someone, like someone chosen by the family, who is not a part of the allegations, like an auntie or a grandma, who is the one allowed to be there all the time watching out for the patient's interests. It is not okay to leave a child alone in a hospital with strangers who don't love her. It is not okay. This is so wrong. I just, our whole system is so screwed up.
And like the whole Megan Trainor incident, I don't know if you want me to explain that now, but
I'm going to get to that right
Okay.
after we talk just a second about how they're documenting this. So let's pull up, like you were just.
But a child's advocate, yes, but not someone unrelated to her. It should be someone who is not accused of anything, someone who wasn't there, someone who, an auntie, an uncle, a grandma, a grandpa, somebody in the family. Because otherwise, you get these biased, they're all biased towards the state. The child needs an advocate from her own damn family to be available, to be in the hospital with them all the time, watching the nurses, advocating for the patient. But they don't want that because they want total control over the kid. Then they don't want to be monitored. They don't want to be watched. They don't want to be seen. They never wanted these videos to come out. They never wanted us to be seeing these. The fact that we're getting to see them is kind of a miracle. Oh, Spafford, give me a break. An entire family holds up a lie together. How often does that happen? Ridiculous. There is, statistically speaking, children who come from two-parent homes, biological parent homes, are at very low risk for abuse. They are the lowest risk for abuse. Two-parent stable family homes with biological parents and biological kids. So no, they had no reason to suspect these people of abuse. They had statistically zero reason.
Just applying to all your stuff to all your CRPS lesions.
Mhm.
All right, let's pull up 1001-2643. And let the record reflect that's a skin assessment for that day.
Okay, yeah, the state's argument is that a family member would have bias. Well, my argument is that the state is biased. The state is biased in favor of the state. So why can't the child have someone biased in favor of her? Huh? What? So the state's the only one allowed to have their biases? Yeah, no, they can F right off with that. No.
And if we could focus there on a particular day, actually any day around there. Is there even one for that day?
What is this?
Oh, yeah.
What are these? Skin descriptions. Dry, normal for ethnicity, warm. Dry, normal for ethnicity, warm. There's no description of her lesions. Why is that?
There's the 19th. Do you see anywhere where after all that they documented on your skin report any of these lesions?
Oh my
Even though-
God. They left out that date when she was reporting the lesions. It was the 19th and they left it off. They didn't report her skin lesions.
So I told them about them. They did not document them, trying to fit the narrative that I was making it up.
Wow.
Let's also then take a look at 2571-014. And for the record, I think this is a photo of your thumb. That looks like a pretty small one.
Yeah, it's just starting out.
Okay. How did they progress, by the way? They start like that, and then what happens?
Normally, without treatment, they do tend to get bigger and they are open to the air. They could be on any part of the body, even non-effective areas of CRPS.
Mhm. Could you have lesions on other parts of your body as of this date, November 25th,
Yes.
2016?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's take a look with, I believe, 1001-2 640 and 41 to see whether they were documented. So that was on the.
No documentation of lesions. Normal,
Any
normal,
of your
normal.
lesions on this?
Nope.
No.
All right. Let's look at
Bastards.
2571-008 and see what that one says. That's not it. I think is it 2571-3013?
Yes.
All right. 2571-013. All right. What's going on here, Maya?
Well, first off, you could see the discoloration of my skin, which is a symptom of CRPS. And then you have some small lesions starting out, but they're getting bigger.
All right. Now,
And you can still see the dystonia. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out.
all right. So let's then compare that to the skin assessment for that day if you've got it. I think it's 1001.
1125 is what we're looking for.
2640 and yeah,
Her
I think
leg
so.
obviously looked blotchy and looked like lesions were forming. Where's 1125?
Okay. Did they note anywhere that you had this discoloration?
Oh my
and
God.
lesions?
No.
All right, let's look at 2571-026. Or did I just do that one? No, I did not do that one yet.
Because, Jillian, they were involved in a cover-up.
Bring that up. And for the record, this is December 22nd, 2016.
This is
You
proof
can
they were
focus
involved in
on
a
your
cover-up.
forehead. Did you get them on your forehead too?
Yes, I got them pretty much everywhere. So I have one on my forehead, and then on my left knee, I have one.
Okay, can we see the left knee then? Okay, all right. Now, can we compare that to 1001-2637? See if they documented it. Okay. You see anywhere where they're documenting the fact that you're continuing to have lesions? All right, and then
This is negligence.
2571-030.
Negligence.
No, I'm sorry, is that, we just did that one, sorry. 2571-040. Is that the same lesion now getting worse?
Yes.
All right, and do we have the skin report for that day?
No, go to 257.
That's a pretty big lesion.
All right.
That's the 30th.
All right, that's on December 30th. So what's happening with this lesion? Why isn't it healing?
That's pretty standard for CRPS lesions. Normally when you have a cut, it goes away relatively quickly, but with CRPS, it takes a lot longer to heal. And then also on my hands, I have them again.
All right, so now, and if we have it, the skin report, but I don't know, we have a skin report.
1001 456 1001 456. Bottom of the page.
Yeah, let's see. So here.
All right, anesthesiologist notes. We're going to read through these since they're not reading them. This patient was seen and evaluated by me. This is on December 30th, 2016. I agree with the note as documented and have included additional information as necessary. Care provided to this patient under my personal supervision of the advanced nurse practitioner with the following comments. Kay and I spent 15 minutes talking to Maya today. Prior to discussing her pain, we discussed her holidays and how life is going in general for her. She was pleasant and responded she's in pain and depressed. She's enjoying her father's visits and talking with her mother via FaceTime. She continues to describe her pain as burning that is in her entire body. This pain is increased with movement. She reports that she is able to do things with her hands, but not her legs, feet, stating she would walk if she could. She continues to decline physical therapy, but does participate in activities throughout the hospital and in her room. Of note, she was wearing skinny jeans very tight against her lower extremities. Also, she reported she now has some RSD CRPS skin lesions on her hands and forehead. She describes these as her usual lesions. She has been very reluctant to allow me to examine her in the past, and that's where it ends.
You are describing burning pain, in pain and depressed. Increases movement.
Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe, folks. We are getting closer to 20,000 subscribers every single day. I'm at like 19,400
I don't know what they're
something.
talking about. Honestly, I don't remember having skinny jeans in the hospital. In all of the pictures, I'm wearing shorts, so.
Yeah, we haven't seen one picture of her in jeans.
She also reported she now has RSD, CRPS skin lesions in her hands and forehead. It says they're the usual lesions. What is the date of this? This is December 30th, 2016. We've been through now 2 months of lesions. Yep. Top of the next page, I believe. She does not let me examine. Self-inflicted excoriations. Do you even know what a self-inflicted excoriation is, Maya?
No, at the time, I had no idea what that meant. But again,
Okay, she refused as well today. She did let me examine the lesions, and he has them in quotation marks. These were clearly linear and most likely self-inflicted excoriations. During our entire visit, she was in her wheelchair facing the window and declined to be turned around to talk to us. There were no abnormal movements or evidence of dystonia in her lower extremities today. We again encouraged her to participate in PT, OT, and CBT, which are the mainstays of treatment for conversion disorder, as well as CRPS in children, less likely given her presentation. She again repeated that she cannot do physical therapy on her legs without her medications, that we are not giving her here at Johns Hopkins. She had no questions for us. I spoke with the pediatrics team regarding these most likely self-inflicted lesions. My concern is that they had her under camera surveillance. Do they have evidence that she self-inflicted them? My concern is that her story changes, adapts to hearing the input from her family, and listening in on the discussion with the judge lawyers. The latter may not be in her best interest, especially regarding the potential self-inflicted lesions. We also plan on decreasing her pregabalin to off over the next week, given her depressive mood. Oh, you look cute. You look cute. Have fun. I love you too. See ya. Wait, is she here to pick you up? Yeah. What about, hang on a second, guys. Hold on. I'll start playing this again. Hey, hold on. Don't go anywhere. I want to talk to you. Hang on 1 second, guys. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Let's continue reading. She has no questions with us. Okay. We also plan on decreasing some medication to off over the next week, given her depressive mood. Of note, I saw Maya later in the afternoon in the hallway visiting with her father. She was moving about by herself in her wheelchair, using her legs to move the chair. As soon as she was aware it was me walking by, she immediately stopped. I continued moving on and smiled at her and her father.
And the doctors were telling me it was all my fault. I was doing this to myself.
Well,
She's
did they
going
ever
to a
ask you whether
birthday
you were
dinner.
self-inflicting these lesions?
They just told me. They never asked. And then when they told me and accused me of self-inflicting the lesions, I told them, no, it's just part of the CRPS.
Are we on 2116, page 001? So this whole time they were not documenting your lesions other than to say that now you were scratching yourself?
Correct.
Okay. Here's a series of, I believe, texts, messages back and forth. And if we could focus on one. Were they suspicious of your mom and dad at this time?
Yeah, so there was this whole ordeal with Kathy assuming that I was emailing my mom. So my teacher, Jackie Dieter, she came over to the hospital and I was given a laptop for school purposes exclusively. And most people don't know this, but
wait, what did that say? We may need to monitor what? We may need to try and monitor what she's doing online. I wouldn't put anything past her mother. That was from the child abuse doctor to Dr. D's. Oh my God, I hate these people.
And most people don't know this, but with the school email, so I only had a school email, which is like your N number, which is what you use to log in, and then it's whatever school county you're at .net. So I could only send emails to people within the school district. That meant teachers and students. That is it. I could not receive any external emails. As a matter of fact, the whole system itself blocks external emails, and you cannot send external like emails to people outside of the system. Again, it blocks it. It will not let you. So there was this nurse who was in my room when I was on my computer trying to do homework in school, and she noticed that I was on the email portion of the platform. She immediately went, grabbed Kathy, told Kathy I was probably trying to contact my mom. Kathy came back into the room. She said that I can no longer have my computer because she was in fear that I was browsing sex websites.
Do you know what a sex website was at 10 years old?
I didn't even know what sex was.
Apparently she was introducing this concept.
Yes.
Oh, I thought the judge wasn't going to allow this in.
Relationship with Kathy Beatty.
So that's interesting. The judge wasn't going to allow that evidence in, but they got it in through Maya. So I guess I see what they did. I see. So the judge wasn't going to allow it in through Jack because Maya told him, but he's allowing it in through Maya on the stand. Great. Good. How dare she really tell a 10-year-old that? My little one is 9. I would be horrified if someone brought up that topic to him. He has no clue about any of that. There's plenty of time for that, folks. Keep your kids as innocent as possible. And for what a bizarre accusation. Yeah, true.
They're on just one floor, so that if you switch from one floor to the next floor, you got somebody new.
So it's pretty like standard practice that whenever you move floors, there's like a social worker per floor.
I'm going to get more tea.
Weirdly enough, Kathy Beatty literally followed me wherever I went.
So from the time assigned to the end, she was there.
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe her interest in you? Was it the normal interest of a nurse or social worker, or was it something? What, if anything, was unusual about Kathy Beatty's approach to you?
Overall.
I have a lot of stories about Kathy Beatty, so it's going to take some time to go through them all. But there was the whole chapel incident where a nurse wheeled me down to the first floor where the chapel is located. The nurse left when Kathy Beatty approached me. Kathy Beatty then kissed me, said, "I'm not trying to be your mother, but I can be." Then she wheeled me into the chapel. And at this point, I was so excited to finally be able to go to the chapel. And she just destroyed all of my excitement. She picks me up, puts me on her lap. She sits in this tan chair at the back of the chapel. There's a photo of that. And she just sat with me there. And then I told her I was done praying. I was very quick in there because I just wanted to go back to my room. And then I was put back into my room. There's many instances, numerous occasions that she lifted me up and put me on her lap. She clawed through my hair. I was close enough to her almost at all times to the point where I knew she had permanent eyeliner. That's not something unless you're really close to a person. She would tell me weird details about her life. Yeah.
Let's show 2597-18. I believe it's a photo of the chapel. And were you ever curious as to why she had you in the chapel?
So one really interesting thing about the chapel is there's no cameras. It's the only place.
Were you uncomfortable with Kathy Beatty's advances on you?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument sustained.
Did these incidents with Kathy Beatty, were they upsetting to you?
Yes.
Did they cause you to fear her?
Most certainly, and the whole photo incident truly solidified that.
We'll get to that in a moment. And was Kathy Beatty the only one that was tormenting you, if you want to use that term, but during this period of time?
Overall.
No, there were other people as well. I mean, it was the doctors through their words of accusing my mom and I of certain things, or, well, for me, I guess, accusing me of not having my CRPS. And then there was one nurse in particular, Ashley Sumner, who I had encounters with in the PICU.
So what happened? Tell us about the Megan Trainor incident and Nurse Ashley.
Okay, so Nurse Ashley was not, she's independent from the Megan Trainor incident. Ashley Sumner, PICU, and then the Megan Trainor incident was on floor 7.
Okay, well, tell us what happened on floor 7.
Okay, floor 7. So there was at one point where a nurse had come into my room and she informed me that she had looked me up and knew that I liked Megan Trainor. So I had a public Instagram at the time and I was only like 10. And so I like posted videos of me like singing and dancing to Megan Trainor, my favorite artist. So I was a little like, I don't know, it put me off that why would like a health professional look up their patient on the internet and proceed to look them up on social media. But I kind of dismissed it until later in the day. She not only came back with herself, but a number of people, I would say like probably 6, 7 nurses and rec workers. They all stood in a line. The one in the middle was next, like in front of my bed, and she was holding a phone camera. And the one next to her was playing a Megan Trainor song called like I Feel Better When I'm Dancing, one of the ones I posted on social media. They were trying to get me to dance and sing and move my extremities in ways that would hurt me. And when I did not move in the way that they wanted me to, or move as vigorously as they wanted me to, they stormed out of my room.
Were they dancing, trying to dance around you?
Yes, they were also trying to like get me to do certain movements, but I was in severe pain, so I was barely moving. I smiled a little bit, I did my best, but ultimately they never ended up showing the video to the court because it didn't fit their narrative.
So they were, from your perspective, what were they trying to get you to do?
I think they were just trying.
What's the legal basis?
Mischaracterization foundation.
Or she can answer.
I believe the nurses were trying to make me to look like I was as healthy as possible, that I was living my best life in the hospital. I was listening to Megan Trainor, I was dancing, I was smiling with all the nurses, but that wasn't the case at all.
So it was my mistake. I didn't realize Nurse Ashley was involved in this. Was there an incident with Nurse Ashley where you were hurt?
Yeah, so we have to jump back to the beginning. So this is like October. Once my dad and mom were told to leave, I was obviously left alone. And there's one nurse in particular who I had the most interactions with, and that was Ashley Sumner. There was a point where they were moving me up to floor 7. So that called for a bed change. They regularly have to change the sheets and whatnot. It's like policy. But even though I had told her I cannot walk, I cannot stand, I cannot roll, she threatened me. She said, if you don't move right now, like, what did she say? Or else, that's what she said, or else. If you don't move right now, or else. I remember the or else. And I just started crying because I'm so scared. Like, my parents aren't here. I have nobody that I trust. And this random lady is threatening me. And I can't even perform the movements that she wants me to. So she yelled at me for quite some time, telling me to roll over. I know you can move. I know you're faking it. Just stand up. We all know. Eventually, she gave up because I could not do what she wanted me to do. She went out in the hallway, grabbed about 3, 4 nurses. They lifted me up by the sheet of the bed itself to transfer me. And she dropped my arm really hard in the bed. Now, that's insignificant to most people, but to a person with CRPS, it's like falling on concrete. Like, it hurt so bad. I remember the feeling just in my body. It was so painful. And I just cried. She was just awful. And I don't know. I'll never forget her.
That nurse should be reassigned to the morgue where she can't hurt anybody else, where all the patients are dead already. Who is that nurse? And how do we get her reassigned to the morgue?
Getting back to Miss Beatty then, do you like chocolate cake?
I do, and I ordered that almost every night at the hospital.
Wait. Liz, what hearsay are you talking about? This isn't hearsay. This is her experience. She's the main witness. She is allowed. I guarantee you that defense maybe could have objected, but they're not doing it because they're looking at the jury. And I bet the jury's crying. I bet there are people on the jury crying. And if there are people on the jury crying, the defense it knows that they're screwed. So objecting will do them absolutely no good. At some point, you have to strategize that we just need to shut up and let her tell her story. Because if we come across to this jury as not wanting her to talk and tell them what she says happened to her, we're even more screwed than we are. So my guess is that they're looking at the jury, and the jury is not with them.
Did Kathy?
Duncan, Idaho, thanks again for another super chat. Appreciate that. This is like the human version of stealing a family's prized dog because it's a rare breed. Kathy Beatty saw a beautiful little girl and decided she wanted to be her mommy / owner. This hospital and DCF need to be purged. I think they all need to be defunded. I think hospitals need to be put in their place. I think they need to be told in no uncertain terms that they are not the bosses of us and our families, that they are medical providers that we go to for help, but they are not in charge of us, and they are not allowed to take control of our families. No. And if we don't agree with their diagnosis, we have every right to seek a second opinion or a third opinion or a fourth opinion, and they can fuck right off. I'm tired of this. The medical community needs to stay in its lane. And your lane is not in my family. Ben there done that says the morgue doesn't even want her. Probably true. It's probably true. It's a good one.
Beatty know that you like chocolate cake.
Yes. Yep.
Was there an incident where that was held out as a prize or something?
Yeah, so in PT, as my stay went on, they wanted me to improve, but because of their system of doing it, it hurt my CRPS, so I wasn't making the improvements that were typical of other patients that are non-CRPSers. So she thought that bribing me would maybe spark some more motivation for me to start doing different things.
That's a shame. Thanks for the super chat. Says opposing party statements aren't hearsay, i.e. any ACH employees. There you go. There's your answer. Thank you for this, Megan. People do not realize how evil CPS is. I do. I've been covering their shit for 20 years, and it sucks. They need to be exposed. Phyllis says DCYF tried to take my infant granddaughter to be adopted. I'm so sorry, Phyllis. I hope they didn't succeed. And they all need to pay for this. They need to pay for this.
On one instance, she said that she would bake me a chocolate cake if I did well in PT.
Oh, I heard it, Hannah.
I tried my best and I overexerted myself.
I heard it.
Because the thought of just having something that was non-hospital food for the first time was enough motivation for me to, risk putting myself in more pain. So after the therapy session, I asked her if I could have it, and she said no, because it's Lent. Now, I have to explain this as well. So I'm Catholic, and Lent is a standard practice before Easter. You give up something for 40 days.
But people don't tell you what you give up. You choose or you don't choose. You choose to give something up or you don't. This little kid had given up plenty. She didn't need to give up anything for Lent.
I'm a kid, so I don't really understand the time of when it was supposed to happen. I just knew that Lent was a thing associated with the Catholic religion, and I've done it before. I was in the hospital October, November, December, early January. That's not around Easter. She knew that I was Catholic and that I was so religious that she held the idea of Lent over my head and saying that I couldn't have the chocolate because I gave up chocolate for Lent.
That's spiritual abuse. That is spiritual abuse. That right there is spiritual abuse. So there we go.
So
it wasn't even Lent.
Talking to your mom and dad through this period. Now, was this
this ain't how Lent works.
A frequent thing or a infrequent?
Jesus would be ashamed.
Let's keep it around the time, otherwise it will.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Anderson's hair looks so much better since he got a haircut.
Let's talk about
night and day.
Graduation of.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but there's another story about Kathy and the PT, another bribe, if I could share.
Sure.
Okay.
What happened with, I have to answer the question.
Okay.
What else happened with Ms. Beatty insofar as tempting you to do something?
Again, it was another religious motivation. She told me again, if I try really hard in PT, she will take me to the chapel. Not the chapel in the hospital, but the chapel outside of the hospital, a couple of blocks down. So again, I tried my best. And after the PT session, I asked her, when can we go to the church? And she said, I didn't do well enough.
Oh.
All right. I want to talk about in October, how often you were able to talk to your mom or dad.
Well, the visits with my dad and my brother, they varied. There was times where I was allowed to have visits with them, and then other times not. And then with my mom, I was allowed phone calls at certain points, and then again, not. It was so on and off. I really have no idea of when it was permitted and when it wasn't.
And when you did have the opportunity to speak with your mom, were there any problems with those calls that made it difficult for you to communicate or your mom to communicate?
There was always a problem.
Like what?
Well, it was always the person who was overseeing the calls, Kathy Beatty again. She would sit on the edge of my bed, listen in on all the phone calls, and she would limit our conversation to very basic and insignificant things.
So I'm going to publish then 3 clips in evidence. For the record, they're 2608A, B, and C. And you've heard these previously?
Yes.
Is this, best of your knowledge and understanding, Kathy Beatty's voice that we'll hear coming in?
Yes.
If we play A, please.
Okay, I'm recording this phone call so everybody knows. Okay, hi, Mommy. Hi, honey. How are you, sweetie pie? I'm hurting. I miss you. I miss you so much, too. I miss you so much every day. Every single day. You know how happy it makes me feel to hear your voice. Same here. I miss you so much, and I am so happy that I'm finally able to hear your voice, too. Yeah. I hope you. What did you say, sweetie? I hope I can see you soon. I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you. Okay?
Beata, we're not allowed to talk about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
Was Beatty the only one that would know about those Shopkins?
Yes.
All right.
Because she was actually the one who delivered some of them to me.
When these were going on, what was Kathy Beatty's facial gestures?
So you can't obviously see it on the audio recording, but when I tell you, like every single time I had a conversation with my mom, she'd be rolling her eyes like that, or she'd be making faces or sticking out her tongue. Like she was acting like a toddler.
Let's play B, 2608B.
How you doing? How is PT and OT going for you?
Not good.
Why is it?
Okay, Beata, we can't discuss any of those type of matters, okay?
Okay.
She's not allowed to ask her how PT is going. Oh. What is she supposed to talk to her about?
My pants.
What happens with the pants?
I just can't lift them up.
You can't pull up the pants anymore?
No.
When did that start, Maya?
Oh, I don't know. A while ago. I don't know. I don't remember when it started.
Okay.
PDH.
What's PDH?
Yeah, I'm going to redirect that line of conversation now, thank you.
Okay.
How would you like to be monitored like this to talk to your children and being screamed at by an agent of the state? Just stop talking about that. Stop talking about that line of conversation. Oh my God. Stop me now. I hold me back. Cindy Absog, when she was on visitation with her son, when they finally let her see him after 60 days, they finally let her have a visit with him. She was chastised for telling him that she loved him. And the social worker told her, you're not allowed to tell him that. It makes him feel bad. It makes him feel bad? Telling your son that you love him? They were telling him she didn't love him anymore and didn't want him anymore, while they were telling her that he didn't want to come home anymore. This is what your tax dollars pay for. They pay for CPS and DCF to break up families, lie to them, and keep little children away from their parents. It's disgusting. And then the real job they're supposed to do, they don't do. They don't take kids away from abusers. They leave them there. And then they're the mother's boyfriend or whoever kills them. In real situations, they get called 10 times, 12 times, 19 times, and they don't take a kid out of a real abusive home. That just happened in Utah. Something like 12 phone calls to Frankie, what's her name? Ruby Frankie's house. and they never investigated. Come to find out, one of them escaped with duct tape and wounds in his wrists and ankles, malnourished, starving to death. And DCF, CPS, where were they? Ignoring phone calls. But what are they doing here? Keeping families apart, good families, where there's no abuse. Do you think they care about abused kids? You think they care? It's not about abused kids. This shit is not about abused kids. I don't know what it's about. I can't wrap my head around the kind of evil that is the Child Protective Services in America, but it ain't about abused kids. It's probably about the money, because it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So follow the money, and you'll probably get to the root of the problem.
Now that your parents, are you aware now that through this entire period of time, your parents retained the rights to be able to be involved in direct your medical care?
Yes.
So we're trying to discuss your physical therapy here?
I was trying to tell her about it because she asked, but Kathy Beatty put a stop to that.
I know. So tell us about the pulling up the pants, and it was good hunting. I like the hunting part, but why is it important that at this point you could no longer pull up your pants?
So it's showing how my condition, the longer I stay in, the more of the things I was able to do, I'm losing in terms of like my independence.
Okay. And again, were you allowed to use any words of Polish in these conversations?
No, that's why I wasn't.
All right. I want to ask you now, did your mom and dad still try to get stuff for you during this period of time? Gifts, little things, cheer you up?
Yes. Yeah.
Did there come a time that they bought you a dress you always wanted, a more formal dress?
Yeah, so this was pre John Hopkins All Children's Hospital. We were at the Ellington outlet malls, and we went into Tommy Hilfiger, and there was this really nice dress that I was obsessed with. It's just white, the shoulder, it wasn't long sleeve, it was just the width of a dollar bill, and then around it was a navy trim, and then the signature logo was on the breast area.
And so were there attempts made to bring this dress to you while you were at the hospital?
Yes, so my dad was permitted visitation, but everything that to my knowledge, most of the things he gave to me, they had to go through certain people. And the dress that he had brought, it had to be given to Kathy Beatty before it reached me.
Did the dress ever reach you?
No, and I clarified with my dad because I thought, maybe he didn't know what dress I was talking about, but he was there when I bought it, and I described it to him. He knew exactly what I was talking about. Instead, I got a red dress, but to this day, that dress is probably rotting in Kathy Beatty's office.
Where did it turn out that dress that was not delivered to you, the Hilfiger dress, actually was?
Kathy Beatty had it.
Oh, that bitch.
Oh, and I know that because another social worker said she saw it in Kathy Beatty's office.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now I want to talk a bit about the day you were supposed to go to a court here, January 6th, right? So on that day, were you excited?
I was ecstatic. I mean, not only was I getting out of the hospital for a little bit of time, I was going to see my uncle, and the goal was to see the judge.
All right. And were you preparing for it? Get yourself ready? And
yeah, I told people in the hospital, the people the nurses and whatnot, I'm going to court today. I was excited. Yeah.
And so then what happened insofar as trying, what did you have to do before you were allowed to go to the court and see the judge? What happened with Ms. Beatty?
So it was my understanding that I was just allowed to go to court because they ruled on it and I was allowed to come in person. So I was just expecting my uncle was going to come pick me up, and Kathy Beatty was going to wheel me down to meet with my uncle and put me in his car. Instead, Kathy Beatty showed up in my room a little bit earlier than the time I was supposed to go. She came in alone initially, and she told me that if I wanted to go and see my mom in court, I was going to have to be stripped naked and photographed by her nude.
Oh, here we go.
So I could go to court.
Oh my God.
I cried and cried because I'm a very modest and private person when it comes to stuff like that. I have been, and there's a reason for that. I really respect my privacy. And eventually I was able to reason with Kathy, and she said that I could keep my training bra on and my shorts. That's when she left the room. She came
wanted
back
to do
with
this
Nurse
nude?
Alicia. I don't know her last name.
Oh my God.
But she came in and she assisted with holding me down and moving me and removing some articles of my clothing for the photos. Now, the purpose for these photos, typically, DCF takes them. DCF did not take these. And there's supposed to be a side-by-side comparison of pre-visit and post-visit. So I was leaving the hospital, so they took the photos before. There was never photos taken after.
And to come to your attention
for
that
what?
this did not end up in any analysis. And
Wait, for what? Like, she was going to be in the custody of DCF in the courthouse. So who is going to abuse her in the courtroom? What the hell?
the medical records or anything like that.
That's another thing I was promised in the whole reasoning with Kathy about not being nude. She told me that I could keep my shorts on in the training bra, and I specifically asked her to keep these photos private. I asked her if they were just going to be in the medical record, and she told me, yes, only doctors can see them.
And now the
She
world has
actually
seen
physically
them.
went over to the computer where
This poor
I've
child.
seen nurses and doctors put in information, and turns out she never put the photos in there.
What?
Right, so let's
What did she do with them?
turn to, first I'm going to publish a photo.
What? We got to get to the bottom of who ordered these photos and what happened to, where did they go?
2604. Were you actively trying to keep them from taking off your clothes? No, that's not it. There.
Yes, so that, you see my hands right there, and then nurse, well, someone else's hand, I can't tell if that's Kathy's or the nurse's, but I was trying to pull up my shirt actively as she was pulling it down.
All right. And around this time, before we go into a few more photos, did you document this in your
So
My Care
sorry this
journal?
is happening to her.
I believe I did. I haven't seen the My Care journal in quite some time,
Look
so
at
I
her
would need my
face.
memory refreshed.
Let's look at this photo here. Now, it has been
Oh,
portrayed
God.
that you were somehow enjoying this and just holding hands. Tell the jury what was going on.
I was not enjoying this at all. It is true, when the nurse came back into the room, I wasn't crying as much because Kathy had calmed me down after we made that, agreement. We met in the middle. But you can see my cheeks are red, and that happens a lot when I've been crying.
Okay, and we can see a little corner of your mouth there.
Jesus
Are you smiling, grimacing, or what?
I am most definitely not smiling.
And is that a training bra?
It is.
Now, was there a time that you had to switch out of one bra to another?
Yes, so they're trying to maintain the position that, oh, I was in a training bra and shorts, like we didn't, see anything. No, Kathy watched as I got naked because I was changing into clothes for court. That's why there's two different outfits. This was the same time period. There was no before and after photos.
All right, let's look at 2604-15. There they are, blue shorts. Now tell us about the shorts. Did you remain in the same outfit during this ordeal?
No, because I was changing into court clothes.
Okay. So which are these, the blue shorts there? That's
I don't know which outfit I ended up wearing to court, but
okay. And then let's look at 2-3. Oh no, we're going through these. Let's go through these.
And now she has to show the whole world these
now, what is
photos that
that?
embarrassed
What
her
kind of bra
so
is that?
badly.
that's a training bra again.
Which came first, the training bra or the oh, those are both training bras?
Both are training bras, correct? They switched them out.
So this wasn't a workout bra or anything? I don't
No,
know that
most
much
of no,
about
no, no, no.
bras. And did you tell them while were they holding you down through much of this?
Yes, and some of the photos you could see their hand, but it looks like the photos are mostly zoomed in, so you can't see their hand placement.
Did you want to leave and get out of there?
Yes,
And were they preventing you from getting out of there?
they were until the photos were completed.
And did you have any control or ability to get out of there?
No,
Physically?
because I couldn't walk or stand.
And this was against your will?
Correct.
All right, let's look at the 2-3-6-4, unless there's more of these we want to go through. Let's see. Yeah. That's it, so. Okay.
All right.
I wasn't going to cover it, but we will. So let's, what was your relationship with Alicia, the nurse that was in there before this?
So I had seen her before and I recognized her, and I mean, my first encounter with her, I trusted her. I had no reason to doubt her as, you know, a healthcare professional. Actually, here in my care journal, I wrote her name. And the second time I saw her, she was assisting Kathy Beatty in photographing me and changing me in front of Kathy Beatty.
Let's look at 2364-009.
Is this it? So she's right there.
I'm going to speed up a little bit more.
And so how did you react when you saw that Alicia was now one of the people holding you down?
It was another complete breach of my trust.
Did you feel betrayed?
Absolutely. I felt betrayed in the hospital almost every day.
Now, I want to talk for a moment. I think we've gone over the necklace that you still wear. How did you learn about your mom's suicide? And tell us the first time you felt that this may have happened.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting story. So on the 7th, I'll never forget, January 7th, I couldn't sleep. Again, it was a combination of just pain and, you know, my depression from being isolated from my family. So I was up until 2 a.m. And I swear to God, I'm not making this up, at 2 a.m, I broke out in tears. I was just crying uncontrollably. And I called the nurse in and I told her, this was a nurse that I actually had a pretty good relationship with. And I told her, I miss my mom. I miss my mom. I love my mom. I want to go home to my mom. Turns out she ended her life.
Was that around that time that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I always say that it was really January 8th that she died, not the 7th, because I just have this feeling that it was there.
You felt it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So how did they go about telling you that your mom was gone?
So I had a visit with my Aunt Wendy. I want to say maybe the day after or so. So this was the 8th now. And something was off with her. And I asked her what's wrong. And she said, I don't know, just something happened earlier today. Sorry. So she didn't end up telling me then. I just enjoyed the rest of my visit with her as usual. And I'm not sure if it was that evening that my dad came in with my brother and Father Jack, but I know it was sometime close to January 8th. And I was sat down on the couch. My dad was I think I was maybe I wasn't in the wheelchair, maybe I was on the couch. My dad may have lifted me and put me on the couch, so I'm not sure about that specific detail. But my dad was right next to me, and right next to my dad was Kyle. In front of me was Father Jack. My dad said he had some bad news. And weirdly enough, the first thing I thought of was they're not going to let me home, or that I was going to be put in foster care. And it turned out to be even worse than that. My mom had died. So I was told that, and immediately after, my dad had to leave.
Okay. How long was your family allowed in there to tell you that your mom had passed?
It wasn't a lot of time. If I'm being completely honest, it was actually so unbelievably cruel, the amount of time they allocated for me to spend with my family after hearing such awful news.
You tell them, Maya.
So after this now, if your mom was supposed to be the reason
Get angry. You're allowed.
why here with this Munchausen thing, and your mom's gone, did they let you go?
Objection. I'd like to approach on this one.
They're objecting to what? To Maya? They're objecting to her testimony. You know, this is terrible. She has every right to be angry, and I think that's going to play well for her. She's a good witness, believable witness. This girl has obviously been traumatized by these people. She's the same age as my daughter, by the way, 17 years old. Such a strong girl, 17 years old. So many bad things already have happened to this girl. This is terrible. I have nothing left to say. This is just, it's hard. I wonder what they're objecting to. Your Honor, everything she says is detrimental to our case. Her poor little brother.
-004.
Members of the jury have sustained the objection. I'm going to direct us to disregard the last question. Let me give you an instruction at this time. At the time of Maya Kowalski's death, Maya Kowalski was still under the jurisdiction of the dependency court, and a court order remained in effect continuing Maya Kowalski's stay at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital could not release Maya Kowalski without a court order. You may continue.
Yeah, but could they have allowed her father and her uncle to stay in the room with her to comfort her after bringing the news that her mother had self-deleted? They could have done that. Was there a court order that kept them from allowing her family to gather with her? What the actual F? Look at her face, by the way. This is a good still to stop on. I mean,
To the best of your knowledge, after this, did Johns Hopkins continue to maintain a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy?
Objection foundation.
Over.
Oh, they're getting more bold with their objections. They know that this is not going well for them. Catherine Frazier, I want to bring this up. Says, do the patient's rights apply to minors? Don't kill me for asking. I'm wondering how universal these rights are. It's actually a really good question. And I think that the sad answer is no. Children, I mean, it should be all patients, right? So I don't know how the hospital views it, and I guess we're going to hear that in the defense's case, right? But I know that in our law, minors really don't have many rights at all, which needs to be fixed. Minors need to have the exact same constitutional rights that everybody else has. And when it comes to CPS and DCF, they have no rights. Minors have no rights. But I don't think that's actually legal. It's in practice, so it is. Like that. I don't know how to explain this so well. I would need a lawyer to explain it. But when things are in practice, so it's been going on for a long time, it takes on the color of law, right? I heard a judge explain this once as to in that case of the judge who put the children in jail. He was basically like, yeah, well, judges do things all the time. And because they do these things all the time, it becomes it becomes normal. And so it becomes practice. So if you violate children's rights long enough, is what I'm saying, it becomes legal because no one does anything about it. And no one has done anything about it in this country ever, about children's rights. And so children are treated as less than human. They are treated as if they have less than human rights. And so the answer to your question, Catherine, is I don't know. The answer should be yes, but that isn't the way children are treated in this country. Children are treated as if they are less than, if they are second-class citizens. They do not have the same rights that we have as adults. And some of that goes to they don't have the rights to sign contracts. They don't have the rights to, there's all kinds of rights that are restricted to minors. However, yes, Irish, what I'm saying is tell a lie long enough and it becomes the truth. Yes. Zoe says, just a warning that the LNC feed appeared to cut out when they proffer Maya, probably because they talk about the essay. Not sure, but don't refresh the page because now trial feed is only showing the last 20 minutes. Oh no! Okay, I won't. Oh crap.
Yes.
And are you aware of how they responded to your mother's suicide internally?
I am. I actually had one-on-one interactions with the nurses. So most of the nurses, when I told them, they would say, oh, sorry, and just kind of continue on. And here I am just like crying, no consoling me whatsoever. However, there was one nurse who she was extremely kind and compassionate about the whole situation. As a matter of fact, she started crying as well.
Jesus.
So let's publish again 2175-004. I'll ask you whether anyone here at the hospital did.
All right, we have to pause this so I can read it. Oh, Jesus, here we go. Learned today that Ketamine Girl's mom, they're calling her Ketamine Girl. Committed suicide yesterday. Sorry to say my prediction was correct. I've been busy with an ethics consult, so haven't done anything about order sets yet. Put in 6 hours interviewing people today and it done yet. OMG, I am parking on call tonight. This is terrible. Hope your all night is good. Michelle is in CV, so you can have a dinner party partner. I know we did the right thing, but this is really fucked up. I feel bad. Yeah, you should. I wonder who these people are. I don't know who's texting what. Don't know all the details, but I think the courts and psychiatrists finally called it what it was. I had another mother do the same thing. We definitely did the right thing for the child. They drove another mother to suicide? Who? We did. Who told you? Laura Drack at lunch, and Alex, the hospitalist, and the PMR doc was there too. Laura had been consulted to give input on grief counseling. OMG, well, I really hope she has a chance of a better life now. Without her mom? Listen, you guys, Beata self-deleted because she knew that she was the only thing standing in the way of Maya being released to her family. And she was right. She was right. Because once Beata was dead, they released Maya almost immediately.
Did either of these doctors ever tell you that they thought it was the right thing for you to lose your mother?
Object to the statement of motion. Overruled.
They never directly one-on-one told me, but the fact that they kept me in the hospital and they regularly told me that, my mom was forcing this on me, they felt that their whole narrative that they were maintaining, they felt that it was better that I was without my mom.
And there on the bottom, do they believe that now life is going to be better for you without your mom in it?
Objection to the statement of motion.
Overruled.
It's sickening, but yes.
And Maya, we'll get into it in a moment.
This is devastating for Johns Hopkins. This is devastating.
Let's show 1002-001.
These monsters.
It's in evidence, right?
Look at the defense lawyer's face. I wish we had camera on the defense lawyer during a lot of this questioning.
I asked you a question before about Munchausen by proxy. If you will look down there at the bottom.
He looks so uncomfortable.
Under the admission diagnosis and then the discharge diagnosis, what is it?
It's fictitious disorder, Stell-Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and conversion disorder.
All right. Now.
Liars.
How long was it before you were able to go home?
I was released on January 13th, and that's why 13 is my lucky number.
A week later. They released her a week after her mother died. Stand by me. I think he's not reading the texts because there's some reason why he's not reading the text. He's not allowed to. I think the jury, because these are published to the jury, they're going to get to read the text themselves. But he would if he could, I think. I'm not sure. This is something you guys should ask Rob. Ask Juan Lumber.
Okay. So about, 6 days after your mom?
Correct.
All right. Let's show 2528-002 and ask you how things were when you came home. I don't think that's... I think it's 2528-2 and 3.
Speed it up a little bit.
That's definitely not. And there's that. I know, and they're not the right ones.
Oh, Anderson, get it together. Please, please.
This is the 2580. 82. So it's super backwards. All right. So it's 2582-002, 2582-003. Tell the jury what's happening here.
So this is at the very entrance of my subdivision. I am in one of my dad's friends, but he also went to the same church as us. He helped pick up our stuff and take all our belongings out of the hospital. So I'm in his car, and it's basically the entire neighborhood with balloons welcoming me back home after 3 months.
Okay. And then
3.5 months.
And then let's look at 2582-003. Okay.
Yeah, so this is another sign that was part of the homecoming party.
Now, in the car coming home, were you able to hold yourself up?
No.
Can you describe for the jury your condition?
Well,
physically?
I was not doing well. I had lesions, discolorations, temperature changes. Now I physically wasn't able to sit up.
All right, listen, I got to go make some cornbread. I'm going to be listening with you on YouTube, and if I have to run upstairs to make any commentary, I will. I would take it downstairs and film it, but setting up my equipment is just, it's too difficult. I can't do it right now. I just can't. I'm having an allergy day and I can't. So I'm going to go make some cornbread, but I'm going to be with you still in the chat on YouTube. So don't worry, I'll be back.
Up by myself. As I explained earlier, we had to basically start all over from the beginning. I couldn't even open up a bottle cap. I had to have help using the restroom. That included, even later on when I went to friends' houses, I had to have their parents help me, which is extremely humiliating, but it's how my condition was. I can no longer stand up like I did on the walker, like I did previous to entering Johns Hopkins. And my pain obviously was a lot worse.
So now, what did you decide to do in strike it? What was it like, although we'll get into damages another time, but what was it like coming home to the house after this?
It was very emotional. I remember being wheeled in and having to be pushed to my room because I couldn't wheel myself anymore. I remember, how like every house has like a smell? Like when you go into somebody else's house, it smells. It was just like so soothing to like have that familiar like air around me, I guess. I remember my room. It was very different than how I had left it. There was gifts that my dad had to take home from the hospital that I wasn't permitted to have in there. There was 2 notes my mom had written me.
That never made it to you?
No.
And how was it without your mom being there?
I mean, as much as I was happy to be home, I try not to complain, but obviously it wasn't as perfect as I wanted it to be. I wanted her there.
So now you had a decision to make on your recovery. What did you decide to do?
I decided to push forward.
And tell the jury how you did it, what you did.
I didn't consider my circumstances. I considered my God. I didn't consider what I didn't have. I considered the resources and tools I had. I had to shift my entire mindset. It was so hard, but I did it.
And you did it without the use of any ketamine or any other meds?
I did.
And why not? What was your worry if you did?
I was scared that I was going to end up in the same situation I just got out of.
And so in terms of going to see doctors and so forth during this period to help you, what was your feeling about that?
I didn't want to ever see a medical professional again. Not even my primary care physician that I've seen forever. He's such a lovely guy, and here I didn't ever want to step foot into his office. I didn't want to ever go to a doctor.
How about Agility Fitness? How did they fit into this?
So Agility Fitness, it's like a physical therapy center, and I don't know if he's like the manager or if he owned the place. I don't really know what his title was, but he went to our church. So I trusted him, and he has a really nice family. I've met them all. And that's when I worked with Rachel Young. I previously had some interactions with her, and I really liked her. Mm-hmm. So I worked with her very frequently.
And so how long then this time did it take you, how long did it take you to be able to start to transition from wheelchair to crutches?
So it was 6th grade when, so this was the fall, I would say August, middle August, I was able to get up on crutches, and I struggled very much so throughout the school day. I was quite miserable, but I got stronger and stronger every single day. I mean, I truly believe my mom up in heaven really helped with facilitating my recovery, but it was not pain-free. It most certainly was not. It was very hard.
Was it significantly harder than when you had the ketamine and the other meds to help you?
Oh, yes, yes.
Mr. Anderson, within the next 5 minutes, let's find a breaking point.
Yes,
in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. And then I just have 2 questions. And then how long did it take you until you were able to start getting off crutches, either to one crutch or completely off of them?
It took about another year. Yeah.
So almost a year and 3/4, 2 years?
It was a little bit more than a year, but yeah, I did it.
All right. Now, again, this was not,
within 5 minutes. So just, you
Yes,
lead
sir.
us within 5 minutes.
All right. So now, after you had gotten out of the wheelchair and off crutches, did you have a relapse then within a year or so?
I did.
And when was that?
Uh,
The record reflects that
It was 2020.
November of 2020.
Yeah, I know it's 2020. I just forget what month.
All right. So tell the jury about how this came about. What was it that was triggering you or starting it? Did you injure yourself? Or what?
I didn't have a physical injury for this relapse. However, I was having lots of depots during this time, and the stress from litigation really impacted me.
No, we won't talk about that part of it.
But yeah, I get
all right. Were you still having a great deal of pain at this point?
Yes.
And did you have a stomach issue? That came
Again, yes, I did.
And was this the same type of pain that we talked about before with the gut muscles?
Yes, in a similar way, yeah.
So explain what happened with this.
So I had the burning pain again. I was stressed out, so I wasn't eating so much, but the CRPS pain, once I had that relapse, it just amplified the entire situation. It hurt to eat, and I was falling apart.
Let's publish 2580-001. Okay. When did you dye your hair there, or what's that?
No, that's my natural color, actually. It's just the lighting in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And was this during COVID with the mask, or was it just you were in the hospital?
It might have been COVID.
I can't remember when COVID was. All right. And so then let's publish 2580-002. Now,
I apologize, Mr. Anderson. Can you say what the date of this of the last photo?
sure. This would have been, I don't know that's on there. It would have been in November of 2020.
Yeah, that would say that. November 2020 or 2022? 2020.
2020. All right. So is this you?
Yes.
What's wrong with this picture? Did you lost weight?
Yes, a significant amount.
Is that your collarbone there?
Yes.
How much weight did you lose?
I don't know the number, but it was a substantial amount.
And did you have to have something done to eventually stop this wasting away?
Yeah, so there was a feeding tube placed, and I got sedation for that one. I asked for it, and they had no questions about that. And then my dad helped at home with the feeding treatment, and I only stayed in the hospital for 7 days. I don't know if that's but I know it was like a week or less. And they were very understanding of my situation and took care of me.
Let's look at 2580-002. That's you again. And your legs are very thin there.
Yes.
Now, previous to this, had you had a port in for infusions?
I did, yes.
And who put that port in?
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Where on your body was the port?
The port was on my right, like under my armpit, kind of. I didn't want it on my chest, so it was placed under my armpit.
Was it for the purpose of ketamine infusions?
Yes, actually, we told the doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital that the purpose of this was for ketamine infusions at Dr. Hannah's office, and they were agreeable to that.
So they performed an operation to help your ketamine infusions?
They did.
Did anyone question whether your mother was committing Munchausen by proxy by getting a port for it?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, they did not question it.
Well, did they question whether you had CRPS before they put a port in?
They accepted the diagnosis.
And how did those doctors treat you?
Those doctors that I encountered at Johns Hopkins, they didn't question my diagnosis, and they were ready to put the port in because they knew it was necessary for my infusions.
All right. So again, you were inpatient here. Why?
Mr. Anderson, we really need to take a break. Why don't we just take a break here?
Yeah. You said to keep going. I got going.
I'll give you 5 minutes. Members of the jury, we're going to take that afternoon break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes.
All right, yours everything.
killed somebody close to that. And so that's the reason for the connection of bringing it in. It's
All I
not that-
ruled on is the photo, and the photo's staying out. So
We have one photo in.
the photo that I ruled out today is the photo that you're asking reconsideration on, and I said no.
No, not so much that, but just the being able to ask questions about what happened to her friend.
Again, I only ruled on the photo.
Good point.
Well, Judge,
I'm sorry, if you don't.
go right ahead.
The problem with this line of questioning is, I'm almost hesitant to say it with a crowded courtroom because we have some information on Jessica's health information. It would require a cross-examination of when she died, how she died, whether it was related to procedures in Mexico. And I don't know that anyone here has the authority to be violating another patient's civil rights.
It'd be an entirely collateral matter.
That as well.
It goes to the extent of her knowledge, if she knows all of that stuff, but I don't think she does. I think she just knows a friend of hers died of CRPS.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, the photo's not coming in, and I haven't ruled on anything else.
I understand.
Just gotta be careful. We're gonna have to wait and see what the questions are.
I understand. I guess before the jury comes in, if they open the door to this, we're going to be discussing what we understand to be her care and the cause of death, which, you know, Mr. Anderson can invite that if, I guess, if he wants.
I'm trying to keep it as generalized as I can.
Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury back?
Not from the defense.
Let's bring in the jury.
Out if you know, and the length of them.
Right. So whether it's from a physical injury or if it's just intense stress or like mental, just like problems with stress or anxiety, it can impact the severity of my relapses.
And are you experiencing stresses in terms of going past hospitals, seeing people that look like people involved in this and so forth?
Yes.
And have you, since the time of being in Johns Hopkins or while you were there, become familiar with the fact that CRPS can be fatal?
Yes.
Does this have any effect on you?
It worries me because I am scared to seek the resources that once had helped me in fear of going back to a situation similar to that of Johns Hopkins. And I've met people who have passed away from CRPS.
And have you tried different activities that you did before all of this happened, before you went into the Johns Hopkins Hospital this time?
Yeah, so there was one instance when I went with my best friend and her brother and also my brother. We went to Ellington, the ice rink, and we just skated around. That was when I was walking, and this was in middle school. But it wasn't until high school that I started to take lessons. I just wanted to try it out, and it's something my mom and I had done together, so I wanted to revisit it. It became too hard. My pain increased. I was falling, and I just didn't want to risk a relapse, so I quit.
And you miss your mom.
Yeah, it's hard.
We'll talk about that a little later. You're with us.
May I please? Good afternoon, Mike.
Hello.
Before we get started, I want to tell you that I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I wanted to just kind of walk you through a few timeline events. You might be able to help us with these. So from the time period let me ask you first about when you first went to All Children's Hospital after you had the event on July 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember whether you were walking or in a wheelchair then?
On July 3rd, so this is like the first time I went in for asthma?
Yeah, so it looks like you went to All Children's the first time on July 6, 2015.
Okay.
First, you had your incident at home on July 3rd, and then you went to Sarasota Memorial Hospital, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they took you to All Children's for the pediatric work on July 6th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember whether you were walking or in a wheelchair?
I believe I was walking at the time.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, Clay, if you can put up Joint Exhibit 1007-26. And at the top where it says triage arrival, and it says mobility wheelchair, does this refresh your recollection as to whether you would have been in a wheelchair at that time?
I know they pushed me in a wheelchair. I had weakness of muscles, but at this point in time, it wasn't like I was confined to a wheelchair at home as well. Sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Okay. And Clay, you can take that down. Just sort of fast forwarding this a little bit. From that time, around July 6th, 2015, until October 7th, 2016, you were in a wheelchair over that period of time. Is that fair?
I was.
Okay. And just for comparison's sake, I know we'll talk later about your bravery and your perseverance to get on crutches, but you weren't even using crutches during that time period, were you?
No, but I was working my way up to that point.
So sometimes it's easier for me to sort of separate this by school year. For you, fourth grade would have been August 2015 until May 2016, age 9. Is that about right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And you were out of school for that year, correct?
I believe, yes, I was out fourth grade, yes.
Okay. And then also all of fifth grade from August 2016 until May 2017, you were out of school as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, we got to see some photos of you. Let me ask you about, Clay, do you have access to Joint Exhibit 2530-41?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Maya informed me she's a bit hungry. I would just like to have her get this
What?
chocolate milk. It's fine.
And Maya, would you like to take a break while you have a bite to eat?
If it doesn't bother anybody, I could just drink this here, but.
Okay. That doesn't bother me at all, but let me know if you need a break, okay? This picture is dated May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Okay. And I think your testimony, you were feeling pretty good at that time?
Correct.
Okay.
I was getting the ketamine infusions, which lowered my pain. Therefore, I was feeling pretty good.
Okay. Clay, if you can pull up Joint Exhibit 1052-16. This, just to represent to you, this is the first note from Dr. Spiegel. He's the one who did the hyperbaric treatment with you.
Okay.
And this note was dictated 4 days earlier on May 17th, 2016. And it notes that your exam had to be cut short due to your inability to be examined. It appears there was a lot of change in your condition back and forth depending on the day. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's the nature of CRPS, and a lot of CRPS patients would report the same.
Okay. So the photo that counsel showed to the jury, you feeling good one day, 4 days earlier, you were in so much pain that the exam had to be cut short. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you about another one. And I remember that counsel showed you that by the end of July, I think it was July 28th, there was a video of you dancing to Meghan Trainor, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at Joint Exhibit 1028-0020. That's an evidence. It's one of the therapy notes. And at the top, it says daily note, July 27th, 2018. And this was the therapist that you were working with. Do you see under the current complaints? I guess my question to you, Maya, is this accurate? That the day before you had reported constant whole body pain, greatest in upper extremity and lower extremity?
Is this note the day before of the video?
Yes, the day before.
Yeah, that's accurate. When I went to Dr. Hannah's, normally I had an infusion and therapy, and the infusions did help a lot with my pain.
So, and just so I understand your answer, the day before you were reporting constant pain, whole body pain, greatest in upper extremities and lower extremities, a combination of burning, aching, intermittent stabbing pain, generally exacerbated with movement activities. But the next day you were able to perform the activities that we saw in the video.
Well, again, when I was administered those ketamine infusions, I did feel better after and was able to perform different movements that I wouldn't be able to without the medication.
Okay. So I think that you saw. Yeah. Do you know if you had ketamine infusions between July 27th and July 28th?
I'm not exactly certain on what days, but again, CRPS is very different on different days, and It's very hard to believe, and I understand that, but that's just how CRPS is.
So the jury heard a couple times, and you've been brave enough to share with us the discussion about the relapse after you were told that you had to go back to school sometime in August. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. In the weeks leading up to going to All Children's, you would agree with me that you were in some of the worst pain of your life. Is that fair?
I was in a lot of pain, but it wasn't comparable to what the pain I was experiencing prior to the prolonged ketamine sedation in Mexico. So yes, I had relapses, and yes, they were very intense and scary still, but it wasn't as bad as how it was before the Mexico trip.
So is your recollection that in the week or so leading up to All Children's and the end of September, early October, that your pain was getting better?
No, I still had pain. I did have the relapse, but that doesn't mean ketamine doesn't work. It's just the disease itself.
Let me show you Joint Exhibit 1040-249. This is from September 29th, 2016. And if you can expand this a little bit, Clay, down in the handwriting. I guess my first question to you, Maya, is that your handwriting or is that your mom's?
That's not my handwriting.
Okay. Do you know if that's your mother's handwriting?
It looks like my mom's.
Okay. If you remember, is what your mother wrote here accurate, meaning another bad night, difficulty sleeping due to pain, 8 out of 10?
Yeah, that would correspond with my relapse at the end of September.
And that you had anxiety and depression, crying and demanding ketamine. Is that accurate with what you remember?
I wanted ketamine because that's what had worked for me in the past. It wasn't like, oh, I need ketamine right this instant, give it to me. It's more so, I know that works, so I would like to have it.
Okay. At the end of the note, it says ketamine was given every 3 hours. Do you know, does that refer to your mom giving you ketamine at home?
My mom did not give me ketamine at home. It was only oral ketamine that was administered at home.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that. The ketamine here, your mom would have given you oral ketamine at home, right?
I don't remember if she did or not, but looking at the note.
Okay. Let me ask you about Joint Exhibit 1040-233. And I think the jury's seen this before, but is this an accurate reflection of what the condition you were in before you went to All Children's? Quality of life, non-functional?
With the relapse, yes, I was staying in bed a lot, and I did feel hopeless because I was getting a lot better, had the relapse, and I really thought I would be able to walk soon, and the relapse happened.
I'm sure it was frustrating. Let me ask you about 1040-234. And again, this is from a little less than 48 hours before you came to All Children's on October 7th. Is this your writing where it says no sleep, pain 24/7, hell on earth?
No, that's not my handwriting.
Okay. The check boxes, are those filled in by you or your mom? Do you know?
I think my mom probably would have filled it out, but she asked me.
Okay. So this would be accurate information based on what you had given your mother on October 5th, fair?
Correct.
Okay. So let me ask you a little bit about some of your time at All Children's, and I'm sure it was tough at times, but let me ask you about some things that you wrote in your journal, which is Trial Exhibit 2364, 005. You had a nurse named Amanda. You wrote a heart behind your name. Do you remember what it was that you liked about Amanda?
Yeah, I put a heart in front of her name. Amanda was pretty sweet to me. I'm not saying that all the people at Johns Hopkins are bad, because there's certainly some people who had kind hearts, and Amanda was one of them.
Okay. There was an Amanda Cook who was your nurse from October 18th through December 26th. Is that the one that you think you're referring to?
If I'm being honest, a lot of the nurses, they had the same name, so I don't want to say yes just because I'm not for certain.
Okay. Let me ask you about a couple others. It's at Trial Exhibit 2364-008. And this is also from your care journal. People you really liked at the hospital. It was a while ago, so let me see if I can help. Do you remember Kaylee, the first one being Kaylee Gay, a patient care technician?
No, so I have to explain this one a little bit. So in my hospital room, there's a big whiteboard in front of me, and there were names of people who were taking care of me. I just filled out the journal and I put their names in there. And part of the reason that I listed a lot of people was because I thought if they knew I liked them, they would let me go home.
Okay. Well, you listed somebody named Barb. That was Barb Flatten. She was your nurse in November. Do you remember what you liked about her?
It's hard to remember. Some of them, they weren't as regular as the other nurses. Like I remember Amanda and I remember Lindsay, but the rest of them I'm not very familiar with.
Okay. There was one, you put Victoria Pagano, but well, I'll tell you her last name was Pagano Victoria. She was your respiratory therapist in December. Anything particularly you remember that you liked about her?
I'm sorry, I do not remember.
How about Lindsay? She was Lindsay Arenas. She was your bedside nurse in December and January. Do you remember what it was you liked about her?
Yeah, I remember I told her about my mom's passing, and she was very compassionate, and I liked her because she was funny and she was nice to me.
Okay. On the next page, Clay, which is Trial Exhibit 2364009. This continued with the list of people you liked. There's someone named Debbie. I'll let you know there's a nurse named Debbie Bill. She was in the pediatric ICU October 10th, 11th, and 12th. Do you remember what it was that you liked about her?
This would have been a different Debbie then because I did not list anyone from the PICU.
Do you remember who this Debbie was?
I'm sorry, I do not. The nurses, when they wrote their names on the board, it was usually just their first name and then their last initial.
The Billy, that was Billy, if you remember, was that Billy Cecil, your physical therapist?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Billy Cecil gave you 19 physical therapy sessions between October 9th, 2016 and January 4th, 2017. Do you remember what it was you liked about it?
I remember like little snippets of our therapy sessions. Again, most of these people I just listed names because I was trying to get out of the hospital and I'm 10. So I'm thinking if they think I like you, then I'll get out.
Beneath that is Alicia, and we talked about she was the one that was with Kathy Beatty when the photos were taken, right?
Yes.
And then below that is someone named Nicole. She was another nurse in the pediatric ICU. Do you think that was her, or do you think
It
might have
was a
been
different one for certain, but I'm not sure. I don't remember Nicole, but I don't remember listing anyone from the PICU.
Okay. There's a Sylvia. Do you remember who that Sylvia was?
I do. I had her on a few occasions. We didn't really talk much, but she was friendly.
This is Let's Play.
Do you remember?
Name all the nurses that didn't abuse you. Look at all these nice ladies who didn't force you to strip your clothes off, Maya. Remember Tanya? Remember when Tanya patted your hand?
Remember, she was your nurse for about 14 shifts from October through December 27th. Does that seem right?
That seems about right.
Okay. And I think you told us about a nurse named Sam that you also liked.
Yes.
Okay. There was, let me ask you about trial exhibit 2364-11. You were asked about the things you liked while you were at All Children's, and you listed good nurses. We talked about, I think, 11 of them, but you mentioned good doctors. Do you remember which doctors you liked?
Again, I just listed that in hopes of getting out. You have to remember the hospital is the one who gave me this My Care journal.
Look what it says. Good nurses, doctors, sitters, and albuterol doctors when I have them. So what she's saying, when I get the good nurses, but I don't always have the good nurses and doctors.
It wasn't something I had brought from home. And I was under the impression that they were going to be reading it after I completed it. So I thought if I made them out to seem good, then they would consider releasing me back to my family.
You listed RJ's Activity Center. Do you remember what you liked about going to RJ's?
Yeah, that's where I met the girl Natalie.
What types of activities did you do in RJ's?
There were arts and crafts activities, and then at one point there were these, I call them the bead ladies, because they would physically come up to the room and help you make bracelets. I actually made some for my mom.
During your hospitalization, you did receive sacramental rites, correct?
At a certain point, yes.
Okay. You received sacramental rites from not just your outside from your father at your church, but you also received them from Father Coover at All Children's. Do you remember that?
Would that be Tom is his first name, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I knew him, Father Tom, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I used his last name. I apologize.
It's all good. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Okay. Father Tom also administered on more than one occasion sacramental rites while you were at All Children's, right?
Yes, I think it was like once or twice. But I just wanted to say that first time he came, he did not give me the sacrament, actually. It took, I think, about like a month until I was actually able to receive the body of Christ. And then he told me some things about his past, so I didn't end up seeing him again.
Okay. The records I have show that you received sacramental rites at least twice from Father Tom. Does that seem accurate too?
Well, the first time he didn't show up with it. It was only the second time. So I did see him on 2 occasions, but it was only one occasion that I actually received the sacrament.
If we could go to Joint Exhibit 1001-1834. And at the bottom, the comments section. At least according to this, it said that Father Tom had visited you on both Saturday and Sunday and provided the sacramental rites on at least 2 of those occasions. Does that help refresh the time period for you?
Honestly, I am certain that it took at least a couple of weeks before I received the body. I know that for certain. I know that I visited with him, and again, the first time he didn't have it, but it did take some time.
They're lying. So they're lying
During
again.
your hospitalization, you had the chance to nominate a nurse for a Daisy Award. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what's a Daisy Award?
I think it's just like an award that you give to a nice nurse. You write somebody's name down.
Okay. Let me show
Oh
you
my God, they
exhibit.
give themselves
Actually, this is not in
awards.
evidence yet. So if I could hand it to the witness.
They give themselves
Yeah,
awards.
Thank you.
Let's show it to Mr. Anderson first.
This is so usual. Whenever bad people do things, they give themselves awards. So they force these little children in the hospital to nominate someone for an award. And let us not forget that Maya was under their total control. What do you think?
On the second page of the
He
exhibit,
had to
Maya,
act in the hospital.
maybe you could help me with your handwriting and tell me what you wrote about your nomination. Well, first, who did you nominate for a Daisy Award?
It was that Lindsay I said earlier. That was nice.
And what were your reasons for nominating Nurse Lindsay for a Daisy Award?
I could take the word nice, I see. Sorry, it's going to take me a minute to read this handwriting. I know it's my own, but it's very messy.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, I said fast and super nice. The reason I mentioned fast was that in the PICU, if you remember, Ashley Sumner, she would always yell at me to wait to use the restroom. So when nurses actually took the time to answer my call and take me to the restroom, I was very appreciative of that. And then she was
Good for
nice.
you, Maya.
She didn't yell at me.
Get it in there. She didn't yell at me.
And actually, the example I used here was I used the bathroom or anything. She will come as fast as possible. It's actually quite sad that that's what I appreciated, because I feel like that should be standard for every patient. even
Yes,
in the PICU.
yes, it should be, Maya.
Let me ask you a little bit about the photographs.
I think he's sorry
Were
he
you-
asked that question.
Are you aware that the photographs that we showed, the ones that were taken before you could go to court, you remember those?
Yes.
You are aware that there was a second set of photographs taken after you returned from court to document the differences?
The truth is, I feel like I would have remembered that, and I don't have any recollection of a second set of photos being taken of me.
So at least as you sit here today, you don't remember whether 2 sets of photos were taken, but it's entirely possible there were 2 sets. Is that fair?
I really don't think there is 2 sets. There was only 1 set taken, Kathy and Alicia. I remember a group of doctors coming into my room and asking if I would be ready for the second set, and I told them, no, I don't want to, and they didn't do it.
Okay. And I guess the reason I ask is the photos that the jury were shown, do you know whether those were all taken at one time or whether they in fact reflect photos taken before court and photos taken after?
To my recollection, it was that 1 set I was changing from my pajamas to a court outfit.
And I guess you wore a dress to court, if you remember.
I think my uncle may have brought a dress or something, yes.
So let me transition a little bit with you after you got out of All Children's, okay? And we all had the chance to meet Rachel DeYoung, your therapist?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like from a time frame, and you would be finishing 6th grade, although doing it virtually, from January 2017, when you were out of All Children's, until August 2017, what you did to make your recovery was physical therapy, and that was it. Fair?
No, I did the warm water therapy as well, and I believe I was seeking counseling at the time to help with coping with my mom's passing as well as my disease.
So from that period of time, January through August of 2017, physical therapy, warm water therapy, and cognitive therapy with grief counseling. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that plus your courage to work through the pain was able to get you to a point that from the time of your discharge from
Oh my God, this guy is actually going to suggest that courage is the only thing she needed to get through the pain. She didn't need ketamine. You don't need ketamine, folks. All you need is courage. That's all you need, CRPS people out there. Do you hear this? All you need is courage. You don't need your medicine. You just need courage. God dang, that's offensive. They forced her to do it without the pain medication, and she had to because she had no choice, right? But wouldn't it have been nicer to have given this kid some pain medication?
All children's in January, that by the time school started in August, which would now be going into sixth grade, that you were able to get out of the wheelchair and be on crutches. Is that right?
I was on crutches, yes.
Okay. From that time that you shed your wheelchair, you haven't had to use it again for ambulation. Is that fair?
No, but again, I still have pain. There's days where I literally stay in bed all day, and that kid, it's not just a single day, I'm talking days on end.
So seventh grade comes around, and that would be August 2018 through May 2019. Okay. You were off crutches by that summer, correct?
Correct.
And then, if I recall, what you told me was you actually went back into seventh grade and picked phys ed as an elective.
Yes, so sixth grade, it was required that I take it, which was weird because I was on crutches, but I just did physical therapy exercises up on the stage. And then seventh grade, I did start PE because, you know, you're walking. It's like the first time you've ever walked in such a long time. Obviously, the first thing you want to do is play.
So if I understand what you're telling the jury, by eighth grade, you were participating in phys ed with no restrictions, correct?
Not with no restrictions. There were tests that we had to do, physical tests that I think the county is just required to do. One of the tests is running a mile, which seems really like, it doesn't seem very difficult, but I was unable to do it because of an asthma flare-up. And as well as I didn't have the physical ability at that time. You know, even though I was able to walk, doesn't mean I could run for long distances, like a mile.
By eighth grade, you were fully participating in all sports.
Are they really going with the defense? I'm sorry, I got to stop. Are they really going with the defense that she really was faking this? Like, I'm starting to get that idea that he's going to try and prove that after her mother was out of the picture, she recovered. But she's telling you right now, and she's telling the jury, I'm not recovered. I can walk, but sometimes I'm in bed for days at a time. We have people in this audience who have CRPS. They've reported the exact same things. And Duncan, thank you for the super chat, says, and isn't it true that the real ketamine was inside your heart all along? I mean, really, are they going with she didn't have it? That's offensive.
Well, not all the sports I was like figure skating or gymnastics or ballet, but in I don't think I took PE in eighth grade. I think it was just seventh.
In the eighth grade, you were president of the choir?
I'm sorry, what was that?
President of the choir.
Yes.
And you were president of Students Against Drunk Driving?
Students working against tobacco.
Okay.
Mhm.
I gotcha.
It's a little
SWT,
different than
you
drunk
were National
driving.
Junior Honor Society?
Yes, I was the president of that.
You were back scuba diving?
I believe so. Yes, I got my scuba certification.
And you don't recall having any CRPS flare-ups in the sixth, seventh, or eighth grade, correct?
Nothing to a point where I wasn't able to walk or anything, but it's not fair to say that I didn't have pain because I definitely did. And my dad heard a lot of that.
Okay. Yeah, and the reason I ask is because when we had a chance to talk, and I had asked you whether you had any flare-ups in sixth, seventh, or eighth grade, you had told me no. Is that true?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's not a flare-up to the point where I couldn't like do anything, but I did still have pain.
And by, and this was, the time period of eighth grade would have been August 2017 to, August 7, 2017 to May 2018, and then May 2018, August 2018 to May 2019 would be seventh grade, and then August 2019 to May 2020 would be eighth grade, right?
Yes.
And then just to get a sense of your workout routine, the recovery that you were able to make, by August 28th, 2020, you had talked to me a little bit about your workout routine. Do I recall correctly that you were getting up around 4:30 in the morning for your workouts?
Yeah, so at the time, I mean, I still struggled with sleep and everything, so I woke up early anyway. It's just like an internal alarm clock. So I thought I would use that time because I was in school. I would use that time to work out, and then I would go to bed as early as I can following school. But I was really dedicated to keeping my strength and maintaining my muscle tone.
And it looks like by then, through your dedication to this and the recovery, you were able to do about 5.5 miles every morning.
I did about like 5 laps, but I don't think the entire circle is a mile. It's like a little bit less. I don't know the exact.
may have been closer to 4 miles every morning.
Yeah.
And you were also able to do high intensity interval training as well.
Right, but not for prolonged periods of time. Again, it was just, challenging myself.
And then unfortunately in August 2020, it looks like you broke your finger playing sports.
I did. I caught the ball in a weird way.
Okay. It's happened to all of us. So you had surgery to repair your broken finger. Is that right?
I got a pin placed.
Okay. And fortunately, that did not cause any CRPS flares or relapse, correct?
Correct. So not every injury is going to bring on a CRPS relapse. It's just not the nature of it. I mean, some people are more sensitive, but for me, there's been times I've been injured and there's been times I've endured stress and haven't had a relapse, and that's normal too.
And so again, on the calendar, from the period of time from when you came out of All Children's in January of 2017 until this time when you talked about the broken finger in August 2020, the only medications that you were taking were Flonase and Claritin. Is that fair?
Well, I was discharged with about 14 at All Children's Hospital. So
Thank you,
I took
Sharon.
those until they weren't prescribed anymore. And then slowly I was weaned off of pretty much everything. And it's like different medications. I have one for sleep that I didn't mention, and that's my bad.
Okay. So for the period after you finished the medications that you were discharged with from All Children's, that period of time, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, the medications that you were taking would have been for allergies and to help sleep. Is that fair?
Yes.
He's trying to establish that she never needed the medications that her mother was advocating for during the time when she was going through the severe flare-ups. But I thought the point of one of our commenters was really good. She was going through growth spurts and hormonal changes. I'm thinking that would play in. Yeah, we don't know. CRPS, you heard the doctor say they don't know what causes it and they don't know how to cure it. They don't know much about it. The only thing they can do is try to control the pain. We also heard from the experts that it is like an autoimmune disease that can go into remission. And so you can be in a state of mostly health for a while and feel good. And they don't know what brings it on. They've found that stress can bring it on, surgeries can bring it on, an injury can bring it on, but they don't know. There's a lot they don't know. So that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make the jury believe that her mother had something to do with her hospitalizations, which is really shitty.
You talked about returning to figure skating. You mentioned doing a jump called a salchow. What's that?
It's a special kind of jump. I really can't explain it in terms that would make sense, but I was working on it. Yeah. This was in high school.
Okay. Is it like where you drop your skate into the ice and flip in the air, or?
You do pick your toe into the ice and then you do a little twirl in the air.
You won a skating competition?
I was against 5-year-olds, if I'm being completely honest. It's so embarrassing, but my skill level was not of that it used to be.
Well, you got to take credit for it. You won a competition. Okay. Fast forwarding to high school, by 2022, you were a sophomore in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're still doing physically better in 2022 than you were before you went into All Children's. Is that fair?
Yes, I didn't have an active relapse at the time.
Okay. And then 2023, you would have finished at the end of the summer, your junior year in high school. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you got a job at Cracker Barrel?
I did, yes.
And then it looks like
cornbread's done. I gotta go get
you're
it.
going to the gym about 5 days a week?
I tried my best, but most of it was just walking on the treadmill. And then when I started working, I didn't go to the gym as much.
And then in terms of medications, again, in your junior year, it looks like you were taking Claritin, Flonase, a sleep aid, and seeing a doctor for eczema. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about some photos. I'm just going to approach it. These are not in evidence yet, but I was just going to ask about some authentication.
Show Mr. Anderson first, please.
Yes, sir.
Just for authentication, if I understand.
Yes. May I approach your arm?
Yes.
Maya, at the bottom of the photos, there's those things you've probably gotten used to. They're like exhibit numbers. You
Mhm,
see? Okay.
yeah.
The first one is exhibit 001. Do you know when that photo was taken?
I don't know the exact date, but it was fairly recent.
Do you know if that was part of the People magazine photo shoot?
It was.
Okay. What about photo 002?
Yes.
Was that also part of the People magazine photo shoot?
Yes.
And what about 003? Do you know when that was taken?
It was also part of that.
What about 007? Just skipping ahead a couple.
Yep. That's not part of that shoot. This was taken at a different time.
Okay. Do you know approximately when that photo was taken?
I have the date in my phone, but I don't want to make any assumptions.
Okay. What about 008?
That was part of the People magazine.
Okay. What about 009?
That was in New York at the Tribeca Film Festival. I don't know the exact date again. I don't want to make a mistake.
Okay. May I retrieve the documents, Your Honor?
You may.
Have you seen Dr. Barr as a patient since you were discharged from All Children's?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about Dr. Spiegel? Have you seen him since you've left All Children's? Just, I'm sure it's hard to remember everything. He was the one who did the hyperbaric oxygen treatments.
No, I haven't. Again, I'm very afraid of going to doctors, and unfortunately, I think it's a fear I'm going to be living with. I said, unfortunately, I think it's going to be a fear I'll be living with.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going with here.
Last question, tough one. When we last spoke, you were telling me you were thinking Duke or Florida State. Have you narrowed it down?
I have not. Now, I think my options have even gotten bigger. I'm thinking about, I don't know, maybe New York.
Any particular college or field of study? My kids hate when I ask that, but I got to do it too.
No, not yet. I'm keeping my options open.
Okay. Best of luck to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No, I've heard nothing that I think hurts your case. No.
We can pull up 101, 1001, 1930, please.
You know what else?
No.
People with CRPS live with a certain baseline of pain all the time. She had to learn how to push through that. And perhaps growing older, maturing, and getting stronger because your bones harden and all kinds of things. You know, when you're a little kid, your bones are still soft and malleable, which could have had something to do with her still not being able to put any weight on them. Who knows? Because of the pain. It is absolutely possible that, like the chat was saying, that growth and everything else, and also living with this pain all the time and learning ways to cope with it, she was able to get stronger so she could walk again, so that she could play sports again. The idea that, oh, well, you're playing sports now, so you must have never had this, is garbage. It's garbage. And I bet a lot of you in the chat have autoimmune disorders, don't you? And you know that you have good days and bad days. You have days where you can run a mile, and you have days that you can't barely get from your bed to the bathroom. And to have these smarmy lawyers questioning her miraculous recovery and the way that she's been able to move on and push through with her life, and despite what this awful hospital did to her, it's just gross.
Through these different notations they had you make on your, what was it called? The My Plan.
My special care journal.
Really loud.
They gave that to you.
Correct.
And they were pretty insistent that they wanted you to fill that out.
Yes, the nurse who gave it to me before, so I went to her and I was complaining that I haven't seen my mom and I haven't been able to talk to her, and she suggested that I write a note to my mom, so she came back with a special care journal.
But at the same time that they were trying to get you to talk about them in a good light, you were telling them that you were in too much pain and you hate this hospital. Is that right?
That's very true. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
At this same period of time, if you look down here to this note right next to the bottom, did the hospital document how you were truly feeling about them?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up then 100-0313. 1-001-0313.
Oh, there is
Hey,
also
this
a
is from,
possibility that when surrounded by her family who loves her and not by strangers in a nasty hospital that removed her from her family, isn't it also possible that the psychological boost from being back with her family helped her recover? Gee, being happy and safe in your home has something to do with getting better? Yeah, I bet it does. I think there are studies about that, actually.
November 5th. And here you are telling them what?
That you want to go home. And
You did not want to participate in rec activities?
Your Honor, again, we object to the leading of the question.
What, if anything, were you telling them about your desire to be there and to do this stuff?
Well, I know from experience that physical therapy that I've had in the past, like very intensive and not at my pace and tailored to my needs, actually ends up hurting me as well as my CRPS.
let's pull up 1001-0510. That's 1001.
Okay. And if we can scroll down. And what did you tell them, as documented in this note, about what your
Let's read this because he's not going to read the whole thing. Maya's behavior as compared to previous visits from our service, she was very withdrawn and offered minimal interaction with our team. When asked what was wrong, she stated everything, and she does want to talk to her doctors right now. She states that she has been lied to and explained to by her lawyer. She says she hates this hospital and does not feel like she is getting the right treatment for her RDS. When asked what she feels is the right treatment, she stated pool therapy, RDS drugs, IVIG, and going to see her RDS doctors. She reports feeling that she will start getting worse with the treatment she is receiving. She said she should be allowed to go home. Despite encouragement from Dr. Dolan to continue with current therapy and treatment regime, Maya continued to state that she cannot walk due to pain and weakness, and therapy she is receiving will not work. She has been eating and drinking well, denies abdominal pain. This morning she attended rec, but did not want to discuss further details as to what activities she participated in. On previous visits, Maya would freely discuss this with our team. Well, she's sick of your shit at this point.
day was like?
Could I have 1 second to read it first?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds to me like she knew what would make her better and what made her worse. And they didn't listen. They
This
just continued to
definitely
force her.
accurately depicts my mindset at the time. You know, everything that I thought they were doing was hurting me. And even though I was telling them what the right course of action could be, they were not willing to listen and instead actually laughed at me. There's an instance where a doctor literally laughed in my face.
Well, while they were documenting you saying this in their records, did it appear almost like they had a plan to develop evidence that you really did secretly like them? What, if anything, did it appear?
What, if any?
Sustaining the objection.
What, if anything, did it appear to you they were trying to do with all of these notebooks and tell us what's good and tell us why you love it here so much?
Well, I think it's important to note that with the My Special Care Journal, you all did not see the entirety of the journal. There's a page with saying like things I liked about the hospital, but there's also a page that depicts what I did not like about the hospital, and the page is full.
And along those lines, you had been to a lot of outpatient doctors, is that right?
Correct. Are you referring to the John Hopkins? Yes,
Yes.
yes, I have.
And so when you're referring to some of the doctors here, were you referring to those outpatient doctors that were trying to help you?
Yes, I believe so.
And were the outpatient doctors questioning your CRPS or accepting your CRPS?
They were generally very understanding of my CRPS.
And insofar as whether Dr. Tom was appropriate for you, did he make you comfortable or uncomfortable?
Initially, he made me comfortable. I confided in him and I told him about my situation at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and the way I was being treated and how I wanted to go home. Then he relayed to me that he had a very traumatic experience of his own I don't know. He didn't give me a time frame, but he said in the past. And I come to find out it was something extremely inappropriate, which I don't know if I'm.
So did you want your priest that you regularly knew and trusted?
I want to
Yes,
know what the
after
priest
finding
said
out
to her.
what he had done and the things he had, I definitely wanted my priest back.
What did he do, and why can't we know? What did he tell her? There was a creepy priest who did something bad and then told her about it and made her feel uncomfortable. I want to know what it is.
Did they ever explain to you why they were going after your mom for this, for these medications instead of the doctors, licensed Florida doctors, experts in the area that, can I get that question out?
What's the legal basis?
Obviously,
Well, let's.
Jim for the bow tie.
Let's eliminate
Thanks for the
pronouns.
super chat. What, if anything, did Anderson learn at
did the
law
Johns
school?
Hopkins doctors that you spoke to ever explain why they were going after your mom if they had a problem with your treatment as opposed to the doctors prescribing it?
I apologize. I would have to approach you. Please.
Please don't answer that, Mrs. Kowalski.
All right, they're going to argue some more. Duncan, Idaho says the what if anything thing is like a dog begging for food. We and the judge might hate it, but he allows it through a lot, so Anderson keeps doing it. He does. He does. Somebody brought up that okay, Corn Pope says, I'm behind, seriously. A child being stripped from their family. They don't think a child can handle that truth, but they think a child can consent to gender sex changes. Yeah, and by the way, Johns Hopkins is the leading hospital that started gender transitioning in children. They were the first to do it. They're one of the biggest advocates for child transitioning, including hormone replacement therapies and or as I like to call it, what's the word? Why am I not getting it right? Sterilization of kids, because that's what it is, using chemicals that are usually used for rapists in prison to chemically castrate them. But yeah, they're doing that at Johns Hopkins, and Johns Hopkins is like a hotbed for that stuff. So if that tells you anything about their moral standing in anything.
Ms. Kowalski, you may answer the question.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. Did any of the doctors at the hospital ever explain to you why they were accusing your mom of these things if it indeed was all about the prescriptions and the treatments you were getting instead of the doctors, licensed Florida doctors that were prescribing it?
Same objection would argue.
Overruled, you can answer.
They never directly explained to me.
Does that complete your question?
Right, Judge, but we have the proper offices.
Okay, so you're finished with redirect?
I am.
Any recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And members of the jury, do you have any questions?
Oh, they should have some. Okay, so they're going to have questions. So we're going to fast forward till we get to those questions because they're going to have to confer about the questions and then pick the ones they're going to ask. And it looks like that takes quite a bit of time. So let me skip past all of that. God, it took a long time. They took a break and everything.
That's right.
Here we go. The jury's coming back, and now jury questions are going to
Not
be
in your
read.
medical record, please click.
Hold on.
And I'm able to ask almost all of them, but there's a few that I cannot ask. Okay, we're going to start. You stated documentation shows additional photos of Maya Kowalski were taken upon Maya's return from court, before and after photo documentation. Are you aware if there are any after photos in your medical records at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
To my knowledge, the photos weren't even entered into the medical records, so there's no proof of, as far as I'm concerned, of a second set of photos.
Did the jury hear correctly? The series of photos before court are not in your medical record. Please clarify.
Yes, so when I talked to Kathy Beatty, I asked for her to only put them into the medical records because it was my understanding that that was a secure place where only doctors can access that, as opposed to anyone who had access to the camera that they took the photos on. She told me that she had put them there, but as of last weekend, I figured out that that was not the case, and I was infuriated because she made it seem like she was entering them into the medical base.
The next question. During your stay at John.
Wait. Those of you who are saying, I've never seen juries ask questions. Yeah, there are a couple states where they do this. Florida's one of them. Colorado's another one. Sometimes it's really frustrating, but sometimes it's good. And in this case, the jury has asked better questions than Greg Anderson. All right, so the judge just said, during your stay at, I guess, the hospital.
Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, you were at some time not able to view TV and only have a ticking wall clock was available to you. While you were at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, did the staff inquire if they could assist you in any way, such as adjusting the TV channel, the volume, bringing an item closer or farther, adjust your bed? And this is excluding the 48-hour period.
Gotcha. So this was during the PICU where I wasn't allowed, well, I didn't have access to the TV. So I really just sat there and watched the clock, and it was extremely depressing. I did have the call button, but for a nurse to not even want to assist me to use the restroom, it was highly doubtful that she would go out of her way to turn on the TV. She was very aggressive with her answers about me using the restroom, and most of the time she declined. Therefore, I didn't want to waste my request on pleasure activities like watching TV versus necessities like using the bathroom.
When it comes to, quote, creature comforts, end quote, were you made to feel comfortable, or were you made to or just felt that you were in a hostile place?
Hostile.
The creature, is that about the stuffed animals, I would assume?
I'm assuming it would include stuffed animals, but any sort of creature comforts that would make you feel comfortable.
Okay, so there was a point where my dad was able to bring some of my stuffed animals at home, and those did provide me comfort, but obviously I would prefer my family there.
But they're asking, did the hospital give you any
As
creature
hospitals
comfort?
may.
No,
this
and the
if you
answer
know,
is no.
As hospitals may and do use both colors and even symbols to identify patient conditions and status treatments and restrictions. Are you aware of any photos that may reveal these placards on your room?
Ooh, we might have a medical
my
expert in the
dad,
jury.
I don't believe was allowed to take photos of things
might be a
outside of
nurse
the room
on the jury.
because of it might have been a HIPAA violation to other patients in adjacent rooms. It was just standard protocol, I guess.
If you ask me, somebody on that jury works in a hospital and they want to see the colors because they know what the colors mean. There's no other reason for somebody to ask that question. Did you get a picture of the colors? Because they use color coding and I know what it is. That's what that is.
But again, I did see the name tags of other patients there, and they looked very different. So they had stickers on theirs, but it was like stickers of princesses or trucks, but mine were circular, solid colored stickers. And again, I asked what they meant and they wouldn't tell me.
The next question from the jury. You stated Dr. Kornberg recommended first boots to straighten feet, and if that failed, then surgically breaking and setting your feet straight. First, on that line, you said the boots were tried but failed. Is that correct?
Yes, because the dystonia only advanced. As there was more agitation of the nerves, it just got worse.
Did your dad, Jack Kowalski, or your mom, Beata Kowalski, or you agree to boots?
We did agree to trying the boots. Even I agreed at the time because I did not know I had CRPS and I didn't know that it would ultimately hurt me. They were painful, but I wasn't against trying it.
It seems the surgical remedy was not done. Do you know why the surgery was not done?
I know my parents immediately, when that statement left Dr. Kornberg's mouth, they objected to that. They didn't think that was the right course of action and they wanted to wait.
And the balance of the questions I cannot ask. Okay, the next sheet. I'm not asking Ms. Kowalski these questions, but members of the jury, there's been another request about dates relative to the court orders, and I will, in the future, get that to you, I promise. Okay, the next series of questions. How long did Dr. Kirkpatrick spend with you before issuing the CRPS diagnosis?
It was multiple hours, and this stays true with all of the doctors I've seen for a full examination of CRPS. I would argue it was about, I know it was, most of them, it was around the range of like 5 full hours. And not only did they just do the examination, but they also spoke to my parents about the symptoms and me individually as a patient.
Was this the same day, i.e. the date he issued the CRPS diagnosis, was this the same day that you met him?
I believe so, yes.
You said that ketamine was effective. It must have been a relief to experience some relief. Did you find that as the effects wore off, that the contrast made it more painful?
That's a good question. I think I was so used to pain at the point, and I was so used to it coming back that I didn't really notice, like, I don't think the contrast itself made it worse because I've experienced the contrast pain before as well, if that makes sense. So I was familiar with the pain. I don't think the contrast itself made it worse. I think it was just whether there was a trigger involved that made my CRPS worse, or if it was just a matter of the drug not working as long as we would have liked it to.
You mentioned in your testimony that you had open dialogue about treatment and that your parents did not pressure you. Can you describe a treatment you discussed? How did you articulate that as a child, and what specifically did you turn down?
So this would align more with the whole Mexico treatment situation. The doctor spoke to my parents first about whether they were considering that as an option. And then the doctor spoke with me individually to just check and see how I felt after explaining all the risks. Obviously, he dumbed it down a little bit to a level a 10-year-old could understand, so I can make an informed decision. And again, because of the pain, with it being so terrible, I decided to go forth with it. And my parents listened to me and ultimately decided to make the trip.
Dr.
They
Cantu
want to
mentioned
know if you ever
that
turned
even
down a
touching a
treatment, though.
CRPS patient could result in lesions. Has that happened for you at all?
So every CRPS patient is different. For me personally, my CRPS wasn't a thing for me. It's something I haven't noticed. I did have lesions, but they didn't sprout from just a touch.
Now, the next question in that series I cannot ask, but the following question is, please elaborate how you overheard the nurse speaking to your mom. Where were you standing? Why were you there? And how did you know it was your parent?
So I learned about that conversation. I wasn't actually near the nurse or I actually don't even know who it was, but I know it was somebody at the hospital because my mom had called the hospital itself. I learned about the conversation through an audio that I listened to.
Describe how opioids make you feel.
I honestly don't really remember the feeling of like opioids. I know I took them initially early on, but they didn't do anything for my pain at the time. I didn't notice
Opioids
like
are
there's nothing
terrible.
notable about them that I could pick out
They
and
don't
tell
work
you, and
for
I
pain.
apologize. It was a
They
really
just
long
make your
time
brain
ago.
fuzzy.
But I know that the ketamine worked, and I know the opiates didn't.
Next question is, are you Catholic?
Yeah, so it's a little interesting. So I grew up Catholic, and after my mom passed, I became a little less religious just because I didn't really understand how God could take someone from my life so important. But eventually I came back to my faith, and I understand that was just part of my grieving process.
Do you carry a rosary?
I have one in my pocket.
When was your last mass?
I actually haven't gone to church in a while, and I'll explain that. I used to go to Epiphany Cathedral. It's in Venice, and the four of us have gone as a family, my mom, Kyle, my dad, and I. We did go back multiple times after her passing, but it's just very difficult because you get looks from people, and they know that your mom's not there, and it just doesn't feel right without her. There's a lot of activities like that, and that's part of the reason I stopped skating as well.
Aww.
When is your last confession and communion?
Last communion, that was more recent. I don't have the date on that, but someone came to my house, and this is kind of weird, but my grandma, she's very Catholic. She lives in Illinois. She'll send me communion through the mail from
I
her
didn't know you could
church.
do that.
It's blessed and whatnot, and I'll take that.
That's sweet.
Confession, I have not had confession in a minute, and again, that's because it's at the same church I used to go to with my mom.
The next page of questions, I'm only going to be able to ask 2 of the 4 on this one. The question, relevance to Lent. Did the chapel shown have a tabernacle? Did you ever see the Eucharist?
So there was at one point where I was given.
There's
the
Catholics on the
Eucharist.
jury.
That's when I was talking about the body. Like, it was a month after the priest.
We've got Catholics on the jury, folks. I'm so glad because, and there's no way that the question about the tabernacle would have come up if that wasn't a Catholic person on the jury. These are Catholic terms, all the Catholic questions, there's Catholics on the jury, which is great because they are going to recognize anti-Catholic sentiment, just like I did when they started accusing her mother of desecrating a host. My God, I'm so happy to hear that there are Catholics on the jury. There have to be. There have to be. These are all Catholic terminology. This is not stuff you would know. You would not use the word tabernacle if you didn't know. The tabernacle, for those of you who don't know, is where the host is kept on the altar. So a tabernacle in a chapel would be kept somewhere behind or next to the altar. It's supposed to be behind the altar. It is usually a golden box, basically, and it's locked. And you keep consecrated hosts inside the tabernacle. And if you've ever noticed the candle that is somewhere near the altar, if it is lit, that means that Christ is in the tabernacle. So if it is not, if the candle is not lit, then there is no consecrated host in the tabernacle. So that's another way to understand what's going on in the Catholic Church. There's a lot to learn, a lot to find out, but I am now certain, 100% certain that there are Catholics on this jury. That's good for Maya.
Had come and visit me, but I didn't see a place in the chapel. I don't know how to say that, but wait, the big word that you just said.
The
It was not
tabernacle.
in that chapel, no.
How did you become aware of diagnosis after your mom passed?
Diagnosis of.
I'm just reading the question.
Yeah, you're good. Trying to think of what diagnosis that could be in
Well,
reference to.
did you find out a diagnosis as a patient while you were as a patient?
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I got it. So, it was only after I had left the hospital that I was able to review the medical records, and that's when I saw the conversion disorder and fictitious disorder. When I was in the hospital, I just had to assume that's what I didn't know the technical term because I've never heard of such a thing before. But the way that they were treating me, I knew that they thought I was making it up. So I knew whatever they thought was going on, it was a disorder in which I was making it up. And then when I reviewed the medical records, I was finally able to attach a name to what they were thinking.
The next question is a clarification. In 2020, when you had that relapse and you were in the hospital for approximately 1 week, were you at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
No, I believe the name of the hospital is Arnold Palmer in Orlando.
Was another port installed or was there already a prior port?
So there was no port. I just had the nose tube.
Did Kathy Beatty console you when your mom passed?
She
Ew.
did not
I
touch me
wouldn't
or
want
anything.
her
She just
to.
said she was sorry, and she said she had another patient to see and left the room. That was probably the only time I saw her not really wanting to stay in the room.
Okay, wait. Jenna wants to know, do I think the question of when her last confession was and her saying it's been a while will hurt her? No, I did think those questions were a little bit of like, how Catholic are you? You know, trying to figure out how Catholic are you? But I think her answer was absolutely perfect of why she hasn't been to Mass. That's very hard for her to go since losing her mother. And after hearing she lost her faith for a while and has only just recently come back, it's going to take time for her to come back 100%. So the fact that she's had people bring her the host though at her house, that's a very good sign that she cares, that she's practicing her faith. The fact that she hasn't had confession though, no, I don't think that's going to hurt her. I haven't been to confession in a while either. I haven't been to Mass in a while either. I'm still Catholic. I mostly work on Sundays. So I don't think they're going to hold it against her. I know I certainly wouldn't. I haven't been to confession in about, 8 months, maybe more. I better get on that. But there's plenty of us who are not perfect Catholics. And I think her answer was really honest. And I think it's I feel empathy for her on it. I don't think any of us would expect her to go whole hog right back to, practicing. Not to mention, let's not forget, she was a little kid when this happened. She was a little kid. It's kind of a miracle she came back to the faith at all. So, and you can't hold it against her that she doesn't remember terms like tabernacle either, because my kids wouldn't either. And my kids have been raised Catholic, and they went to Catholic school, and they probably wouldn't remember the word tabernacle either. So you have to remember, I'm sure these people have kids of their own who couldn't answer some of these questions either. Not all kids pay attention in catechism class, and that's okay. It doesn't make them bad Catholics.
Given the answer, I'm not going to ask the balance of that question. Okay, the last question from the jury. Do you know if you discontinued use of opioids that you were prescribed the times of alternative treatments, such as the ketamine treatment in Mexico or the hyperbaric chambers, et cetera?
Yeah, I think there was some testimony about after Cantu, there was no need for any opioids because the treatment had worked so well that my doctors at home who were comfortable prescribing them, they decided to stop prescribing them because of my progress.
Mr. Anderson, any follow-up?
Take it then that Ms. Beatty actually did not stay to try to console you and make you feel better.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer.
Can you just, I'm sorry, one more time?
Kathy Beatty did not hang around to console you, make you feel better. She just said, I'm sorry, and left.
Yes.
You were asked about creature comforts, and I think you were talking about your dad bringing you stuffed animals. The question might have been, did the hospital give you creature comforts, make you feel comfortable?
I do not recall. I know I did arts and crafts and such, but nothing, I don't know. They did not give me any stuffed animals or anything like that. Those were all from home.
And then there was a question about the surgery to break your legs. Have you learned enough now about CRPS to know whether going in with someone who has CRPS, breaking their legs, then trying to pin them back would have any beneficial effect?
That would not be beneficial whatsoever, no.
Let's see. And as to Dr. Kirkpatrick, now, did he follow you for several weeks, months after the first visit?
I believe we got in touch with him, yes.
All right. And did he continue to keep up with how your symptoms were doing? In other words, was it helping or not?
Yeah, the improvements, especially after Mexico, he was one of the first people to know.
Well, I think the jurors are wondering, did Dr. Kirkpatrick continue to mentally challenge the CRPS diagnosis such that, if things didn't clear up or got worse, maybe it wasn't CRPS?
Sustained.
Was Dr. Kirkpatrick sure it was CRPS and why?
He was sure it was CRPS because of his in-depth examination, his observations, and the symptoms that aligned. I mean, there were so many questions I had to answer. And then he also questioned my parents. And he's seen a bunch of patients before, both pediatric and adult. So he was really good at identifying that. His whole place is a research institution as well. So he really understands CRPS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Defense, any follow-up? Oh, sorry.
There's some confusion on the timing of the port for the infusion port. And I ask it in a strange order because I was asking it with Arnold Palmer. Just remind me. In any event, was the port that you were testifying to that was involved with the infusions of the ketamine in the spring of 2016 as opposed to, well after at Arnold Palmer?
The port was placed after Kirkpatrick, after Cantu, but before Hannah, or around the time of Dr. Hannah.
And it was to facilitate the ketamine infusions?
Yeah.
Overruled, you can answer.
Yes, and that's what we told the doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and they installed it.
The defense is pissing off the jury by trying to interrupt what they want to know. He shouldn't do that.
Maya, just on the photos, there's the two sets that you were asked about.
Oh yeah, wave around the
Again,
photos.
do you
She doesn't
know
want anyone to
if you
see
recall
again.
whether one was taken before you went to court and one was taken after?
Objection.
She answered that.
Overruled, you can answer it.
Again, to my recollection, it was just one set of photos. I really don't remember the second set being taken.
You were asked about when you learned about certain diagnoses. Do you remember whether your parents shared with you what the diagnosis was coming from Lurie Children's Hospital?
I know that they recommended me for intensive PT, and that's what we did. I had heard that other doctors in the past have thought that it may be in my head, but they never confirmed the diagnosis.
Okay, and I guess that's the reason I'm asking you. I'm sure you've had a lot of growing up to do throughout this trial, talk with Mr. Anderson, and I want to know about that. But back then in 2015, were you told about what all of the diagnoses were coming out of Lurie Children's? Did your parents tell you that?
Again, I knew as much as I did. I knew that they weren't entirely sure, and I know that they may have believed that there was a psychiatric component. However, there wasn't.
How about from Tampa General, when you left Tampa General in around end of August 2015, did you know either from the doctors or from your parents what their diagnoses were?
I know Bonnie Rice, the nurse, she suspected conversion disorder.
Okay. And just last couple questions. Do you recall that there was so your bed in the pediatric ICU, we use the word PICU, but PICU, your bed in the pediatric ICU had a call light with a remote control to your TV, right?
I know of the call light, yes.
Okay. It also contained a remote control for you to watch TV.
I believe those were separate.
Okay. You had access to a TV in the pediatric ICU.
There was a TV, yes.
Okay. And there was a TV that you could access with remote control in the EEG monitoring room?
I'm having a hard time remembering that one, but I know about the PICU.
Okay. If I represented to you that you had a TV with a remote control in the EEG room, would you have any reason to dispute it?
Well, I know that there were TVs in the rooms, but it just depends on how far away the remote was from my bed.
Okay. Do you remember that the remote control to the TV was with the same paddle as the call light?
I remember on floor 7, yes.
Okay. And whether it was the same in the EEG room, you don't remember one way or the other?
I don't.
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Members of the jury, do you have any further follow-up questions? So we're finished with questioning. Okay, members of the jury, I think this is going to be a good time for us to call it a day. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation, receive no information. I'm going to want the jury coming back in at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All right, we're done. All right, so you know what, Zoe, it's funny. I guess, I don't know if it fixed by the time I started this, but it never cut out. My feed never cut out. I think we got the whole thing. So we're done with Maya's testimony. Boy, that was something. And I think she did really well. And I don't think that the defense scored any big points, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Rob thinks. I wonder if he's done his stream yet. I may watch that while I go and finish up dinner. Anyway, I'm going to eat my chili and my cornbread and watch Monday Night Football. I did my nails for Halloween, this cool green color while we were doing this. I think I like it. This is fun. What do you mean it's not over? They said they were calling it a day. And they're coming back in at 9 a.m. What are they doing? The last part, I have to see it? Well, wait a minute. Hold on. We're at the end.
Okay.
All right, hold on. All right, let's fast forward. I can't go much further. Oh, get away. The porn bots are back. You know we're doing well when the porn bots show up. 235 people in chat. Hit that. Oh, here we go.
That's right. Okay, so the court reporter should just mark the transcript that this is the beginning of a proffer.
All right. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe, guys. The algorithm.
When a doctor came in and made you feel uncomfortable?
Yes, I do.
And approximately how far into your stay did this happen?
To my understanding, it was fairly early on. I want to say October. So it was in the beginning-ish.
And you've subsequently seen a note by Dr. Katzenstein, the psychologist there, that documented it, meaning it had to happen before that.
Correct. I confided on her a few days after about the incident that occurred at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
All right. The record reflects that was October 17th or 18th. So now tell us what happened on that day, beginning with approximately what time of the day was it?
I want to say it was a little bit after the morning because typically I had PT in the morning. I don't remember if I had PT during this time, but I know that it was light outside regardless. And this doctor, he opened up the door, and typically with a doctor, there's either nurses. He walked in alone, which struck me as odd, but I didn't question it at the time.
You were
'cause-
10.
Exactly. I didn't really know like how it's supposed to go. I've been to hospitals before, but I just assumed maybe this is normal.
What happened?
He shut the door.
Oh, this must be where it cut out. Okay, so wait. So then and then do I wait or does it come back? What do I do? Hold on. I'm going to try and speed it up. Why did they cut it off? Oh, just refresh it. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. Here we go.
Is there a text difference?
I'd like to come back to this one.
Come back, because if it's the same.
I think it's included in 20045.
Wait.
Well, I was gonna double check, but I believe when I looked at them last night, that
What is happening? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on, guys. And now I can't
That one
control
was
the
included in
screen
here.
though. I can't make it.
We'll come back
I
to it.
can't embiggen.
What's
Hold on. The refresh isn't working properly. Now it is.
Is there a text difference?
I'd like to come back to this one.
Come back, because if it's the same.
I think it's included.
What the
in
actual
20045.
F is happening? It
Well, I
won't
was
let
gonna
me
double check, but I
embiggen
believe when I
it.
looked at them last night, that one was included.
I don't
in here.
have my controls.
We'll come back to it.
I don't have controls. I can't make it slow down. I can't make it embiggen. What the heck is happening? Do you see this? 8/12/17. All right. But it's too fast. And I can't slow it down because my controls are gone. Look at this. I refresh, the controls come up, and then they go away.
Then the PICU. The
right.
most distinguishing thing.
Wait. Before it goes away.
Using these texts with Maya Kowalski's testimony.
It's our understanding if as a party
Oh my
admission
God.
and they are admitted.
All right.
once in
8.
evidence, an exhibit may
What
be
was
used
it?
with
8
any
what?
witness.
8/12/17. All right. Oh my God. All right, here we go. 8/12. That's going to have to be good enough.
Right, you recall a time at Johns Hopkins Hospital when a doctor came in and made you feel uncomfortable?
Yes, I do.
And approximately how far into your stay did this happen?
To my understanding, it was fairly early on. I want to say October. So it was in the beginning-ish.
And you've subsequently seen a note by Dr. Katzenstein, a psychologist there, that documented it, meaning it had happened before that.
Correct. I confided on her a few days after about the incident that occurred at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
All right. And the record reflects that was October 17th or 18th. So now tell us what happened on that day, beginning with approximately what time of the day was it?
I want to say it was a little bit after the morning because typically I had PT in the morning. I don't remember if I had PT during this time, but I know that it was light outside regardless. And this doctor, he opened up the door, and typically with a doctor, there's either nurses. He walked in alone.
Okay, guys, the jury does not get to hear this because this is a testimony for proffer. This is proffered testimony. So it means the judge is hearing it first to decide if the jury is going to get to hear it.
It's odd, but I didn't question it at the time.
You were 10.
Exactly. I didn't really know like how it's supposed to go. I've been to hospitals before, but I just assumed maybe this is normal.
What happened?
He shut the door. Then he came over to the left side of my bed and he like bent down a little bit and asked if he could take a peek. I did not answer him because I was waiting for further elaboration. So I paused, like I didn't say anything, hoping that he would get the idea, like tell me more. Instead, he removed my covers. He pulled down my pants.
I'm not laughing at that.
He
I'm laughing
looked
at Dilly.
at my private area.
Oh my God.
Then he proceeded to pull up my pants and he then quickly said, "Thank you," left the room.
Ugh.
So there was no chaperone.
There was no chaperone. No, I know that for certain.
And he physically touched you as he was pulling down your pants and then underwear.
Correct, because I could not do that by myself.
And the amount of time he spent staring or looking at your private parts, was it longer than what a doctor you would normally think if someone was to do that?
Sorry, Your Honor. I apologize. I object to the leading speculation.
Overruled.
But I've never had anything like that happen to me before. So it was unusual, like period, especially because he did not ask for my consent. After he left the room, I just hysterically started crying. I had no one to tell. I had no phone calls with my mom. I didn't really feel comfortable telling my dad in the presence of my brother. So I told that doctor.
All right. And can you describe who it was? Strike it. At this age, you had yet to reach puberty, right?
Correct.
So you had never had an exam down there.
No, never.
So did you have any idea what he was doing?
No, I was very confused, and I was confused on why I was feeling so uncomfortable about it, because I've never heard of something like that happening. And honestly, I was like ashamed because I didn't think it was, I felt like I shouldn't be complaining or I shouldn't be feeling a certain way. It wasn't that big of a deal. But the fact that it made me feel that way and the fact that I still think about it to this day shows that it was a big deal.
Describe what the man looked like.
To my from my recollection, I remember the man having tan pants on.
What, did he have a lab coat on, or?
I don't remember let me think about that. Hold on. I don't want to say yes or no to that because I really don't remember about that specific detail, but I remember he was really like skinny and he was taller than me, and I was 10, but he was tall to me, and he had glasses and like dirty blonde to brown hair in that range. And he was white.
What made you think he was a doctor?
He had that stethoscope.
Stethoscope?
And he had like a little clip that the doctors all had, but I did not read his name because I didn't think that event was going to be significant.
And after you told Dr. Katzenstein, did you tell anyone else up until, say, 2022 and Dr. Henschke?
I told my ex-boyfriend in 7th grade, and I started crying. But because I told that doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and nothing was done, I was kind of made to believe that it didn't matter what I went through. So my ex-boyfriend was like the first person I told after that, and he knew it wasn't okay. And that's when I finally had an understanding of, that was not right. That's not acceptable whatsoever.
And marked into evidence at Joint Exhibit 1001-3817, if we can bring that up, but I can read it in the interim. She denied history. This is Dr. Katzenstein's psychological progress note, and this is dated, I'm looking at where they put this. I think it was the 17th, but let me look. Yes, October 17th. And there at the bottom, do you see the what was put down by the psychologist?
Yes.
Now, was there ever any follow-up by anyone at Johns Hopkins when you said previously a doctor had looked at her private parts but did not touch her and it made her feel uncomfortable? Did anybody follow up to ask you more about this?
No.
And since that time, what happened with your memory of this?
I mean, I've remembered it throughout the entire time. It's not like it, just disappeared. I just have chosen not to speak up about it because, again, I thought it was silly that I felt that way, because when I told somebody and nothing was done about it, it made me feel that it wasn't significant. It wasn't a big deal.
And without waiving any attorney-client privilege, then it was only about 10 days to 2 weeks ago the first time you told me.
Again, yeah, it's because I didn't think it was a big deal because they made it out to not be one. And I mean the hospital. That's I should clarify.
And so did you feel embarrassed by?
I was. I don't know why. I just like even talking about it. It's just so personal and weird. So.
But you did eventually tell Dr. Henschke.
I did. I gained her. She gained my trust, and I told her.
Your witness.
Oh, I don't have any questions. Thank
you. You better not have any questions.
Does that complete the proffer?
It does, Your Honor. We might move the court to reconsider.
You can go ahead and have a seat.
So now the judge is going to decide whether or not this goes in.
We move the court to reconsider the testimony as previously moved by the court to amend.
But
that's child abuse.
We get back to the same issue, which is why I denied it before, is this was not in the pleadings. We did not discuss
that's what
this
he's going to
during
stick to. It's not in the pleadings.
jury selection. I handled many sexual assault cases, and I understand that that type of questioning is very particular, and it generates a lot of challenges to a lot of jurors. This jury has not been addressed with that issue, and to interject this issue after we started the trial is fundamentally unfair. I'm not saying that Ms. Kowalski is any way creating this. And like I said the other day, I assumed everything that you were telling me that what Ms. Kowalski was telling you was the truth. It's just at this time, because we already started the trial and the pleadings did not reference this, it's too late for this particular trial. It has nothing to do with what she testifies to. It's the fact of fundamental fairness, fundamental due process rights.
He's right. He can't let it in, but she could sue them again for sexual abuse, but it would have to happen in another trial.
And so, I mean, I don't see how we're going to change that specific issue. And you can ask me to keep reconsidering it, but it's going to come back to the same issue.
I just had to make a record, Your Honor, and you did explain it thoroughly the first time. I felt necessary to at least try.
And I appreciate that. And certainly I would encourage you to make a report to law enforcement of this particular issue in the jurisdiction where it occurred.
Do it.
Thank you.
Do it. Do it, Maya. Report it to the police. Make them investigate
where we
who this
are. The
person
shot
was.
clock is as far.
For as much video as they have of this girl's stay in the hospital, maybe it's on film. You know, or maybe that guy she could identify on some security cameras. Who knows? There is no statute of limitations when it comes to child abuse. So
Follows today. The plaintiffs consumed 4 hours, 15 minutes for a running total of.
Yeah, it's over now. Okay. All right. Well, personally, I think it was a really good day for the plaintiff. I didn't see anything that happened that leads me to believe that Maya's in any kind of trouble yet. I think it's good news. What we found out that there are Catholics on the jury. I'm pretty confident of that based on the Catholic questions and based on especially the tabernacle question that had to come from a Catholic. Okay, so I'm going to go have chili and cornbread, and I want you guys to make sure you go and follow me at meganfox.locals.com. And if you have not hit the like button or the subscribe while you were here watching the stream, please do it now. It helps for the algorithm. And I'm almost at 20,000 subscribers, which we're going to have a big party when that happens. It's going to be fun. All right. meganfox.locals.com. That's where you're going to find all the my notifications. Make sure you turn notifications on for when I'm going live, because I don't have a set schedule anymore because my work schedule is too on and off. So be good. Stay out of jail, folks. That's always good advice. And I guess I'll see you when I see you, probably tomorrow. I think we're doing Johnny Depp sidebars on Legal Vices tomorrow. I think I'll be playing the role of Judge Penny. And after that, we'll go to the Maya trial on this channel and watch whatever's happening tomorrow, because there will be more testimony. And I don't know if the plaintiff is going to rest their case soon, but they probably will, because I think they only have 4 hours left or something. So I don't know who else they're calling tomorrow, but we'll find out. So why don't you come and see me on Legal Vices at 9 a.m. I'm pretty sure we're doing Johnny Depp sidebars. I think that's tomorrow. I think. Unless, wait, Legal Vices might be doing the Melly hearing. And if he's doing the Melly hearing, I might beg to go sit in on that with him, because that shit is nuts. Have you guys seen? Go catch up on Legal Vices Melly hearing. He's got a 2-parter. Go and see it, because, oh my God, it's crazy. All right, I got to get out of here. Love you guys. See you later.
Lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. Say goodbye. No, I don't want to say. No, I don't want to say goodbye. I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna stay. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've
problem
seen
is he
Cameron
should have
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you recall
garlic
what
and
we
some
went
holy
into,
water.
Mr. Dutson,
And a
as
cross,
far as
a crucifix.
bedroom?
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You realize this house was infested with
Just up for
succubuses.
that, there's a picture up here with you of what it, yes. Do you recall what that was there when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she.
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my God.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why you
Roman
wanted to
known
drown
as
her.
Glacis, and that is
Witness
also
lives in
by
Romania,
video.
is that correct?
That begins with Miss